Okay. We should be all right. We should be good. Assuming that everything is good, welcome to the live stream. It is December 13th, 2022. Of course, my name is Nate, and we are talking about storms. It may not look like it right now, but believe it or not, earlier on today, we had quite the amount of activity in regards to numerous tornadoes across the stretch of Texas and Oklahoma. One was actually already, this survey from the National Weather Service, believe it or not, has already been conducted, and there's been an EF2 tornado that has already occurred here. It occurred overnight last night over in Oklahoma. So we are anticipating something similar here today. We are also anticipating something similar tomorrow. We have a multi-day severe weather event into where we are really going to be looking at a lot of stuff. Now, we're going live a little bit early, all right? So, for the people who may want to come back a little bit later on, that's fine. Probably about 2 hours from now, maybe so. But we go on early here, and I'll tell you the reason why we even go on early for most of our live streams here. We never want to miss anything in our coverage. We want to try and make sure that we have the final say on whatever storm may occur, so that way you guys may be able to get the information. Unfortunately here, throughout what's been happening over the past 12 to 18 hours, is we've had a lot of these showers and thunderstorms that have kind of, well, done more than, be active, and they've produced these said tornadoes. So we want to make sure here that as long as I am live, as long as we are here together, we want to make sure that we don't miss any of these storms on the off chance that they do something significant. So once again, for the people who may want to come back later, feel free to do so. The one thing I do recommend, however, and I'm going to be starting this from today and onwards. First off, obviously, you guys should know, you guys should subscribe and stuff like that, but that's besides the point. From now on, I am actually going to be giving away memberships after every single stream. Now, obviously, I don't have a whole lot of money on me right now, and I plan to change that over the time period of the middle of next week and onwards when I actually go back to the ski resort to start working. But I want to kind of give back to my viewers a little bit of, hey, you guys have been watching my streams and stuff like that, and so it'll start, I'll be able to give out memberships and stuff like that. So make sure you guys are subscribed, and make sure that you guys can actually receive gifts. If you see people that are giving away memberships in the chat and stuff like that, you'll be able to see the little gift thing at the top part of your screen. Usually when you see like a super chat, it's the same thing. So like, for instance, Alma just did a membership, which, by the way, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. You'll see a little gift thing within that green blob. You tap that, it'll say accept memberships or accept gifts or something like that. You tap that and you'll be fine and stuff like that. So it's just something that I can give back to the community for you guys, because you guys are watching my channel and you guys help me out the most with, stuff that I do. So I really do appreciate the fact that you guys do come out here and do that for me. So yeah, once again, Alma with the 10 months of being a weather watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Let's see. What's the outlook for central Louisiana and eastern Texas? It's going to be something interesting. I'll tell you what. It's going to be banking on a lot of things to happen. But what's different from the past events that we've had is that these events could, these things could all fall in line and actually do it. So as soon as, I don't know why my thing is acting up right now. It's being stupid. But with all these showers and thunderstorms that you see here right now on my screen, we have kind of this main line that is all the way back here. Oh, wow, my Epic Pen's not going to work either. Let me just remove all this stuff. Okay, I am going to also close that because it seems that nothing wants to function for me right now. Wow. Wow. All right, please work. Please. If it gets through the hiccups right now, it'll be fine later on. There we go. We got our epic pen up and running, so that's fine. All right, so you see this line all the way back here. This is our dry line and or cold front, more than likely a dry line. You see a lot of these showers and thunderstorms that are forming out in front of this. These are the ones to really watch out for, in my honest opinion. If these storms can move further and further east, it's going to get into an environment which would be probably right about here to where it could take advantage of some very significant wind shear and maybe some moderate to, modest at lowest instability. And if that can do that, I would not be surprised if we had some tornadoes, not like, big tornado outbreak, huge to the level of, almost insanity. But I do believe that we do have the potential for tornadoes within some of these storms that can continue to sustain themselves. Now, I'll give you guys a wind condition here for this event here today. The best case scenario that could happen. Within these style of events, and usually within any event that occurs this far south, so that would be Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Arkansas, Texas, you usually get some instances to where your lower levels of the atmosphere is relatively weak. And what I mean by that is you can have your energy, you can have your moisture and stuff like that. But if you don't have a consolidated area of energy in the lower levels to where I talk about how convective available potential energy is essentially the food that the thunderstorms take in order for them to form or sustain. How that works is when you have warm air rising and cold air sinking, the displacement of those two can indicate how much energy you have, which is the reason why it's convective available potential energy. However, if you don't have a whole lot of rising, you have some rising, but not a lot, it can actually not allow storms to continue to maintain a higher level of intensity. It'll just kind of meander. And so that is kind of the win condition for us here today, is that if we can kind of get that meandering of those showers and thunderstorms to where they don't really do a whole lot, then you won't really get as many tornadoes. You might not even get any. And that's always the win condition here for these style of events, is if those just don't do much, no one gets impacted. However, on the other hand, I will say this event does have better lapse rates than the previous two events that we have covered severe weather-wise. So this is going to be something to make a note of, as how this will all play out over time. As I said, 2 hours from now is when we are really expecting this to start to kind of ramp up a little bit. So for the people who may be around here right now, you might be wondering, why am I streaming right now? Over the past 12 hours at least, maybe even a little bit longer, we've had tornadoes overnight from this very same setup. And there's already a tornado watch that has been issued because of it. The tornado watch probabilities actually are a 70% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and a 30% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes. So we want to make sure that even though we've missed the tornadoes prior to this stream, we want to be able to make sure that as long as I am conscious here right now in the afternoon into the evening and overnight hours, that I don't really miss a whole lot of the activity. I want to make sure that I get as much as I can while being on here. And that's the reason why we always live stream a little bit earlier. So for the people who may want to come back, feel free to do so. But for right now, I'm going to kind of talk about how this event comes together and what we are anticipating here today. So as you can see on your screen right here, we have a very interesting outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. We have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, and 3 out of 5 in orange. And if you're really in the yellow or in the orange, you guys should probably be watching out for this here today. Now, the Storm Prediction Center has mentioned the potential for an upgrade for a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, but honestly, I don't think that should be the case. I think they should stay as a 3 out of 5. If they're going to do a 4 out of 5, though, it's going to be on the eastern side of all of this, somewhere over here. And this will continue into tomorrow to where we'll actually have a very significant environment for areas further south and east, like New Orleans, Even Baton Rouge and Lafayette can continue to get that activity tomorrow, and then further towards Gulfport, Hattiesburg, Mobile, and Pensacola. So I will be streaming tomorrow as well if you guys want to continue to stay tuned. Once again, please subscribe and turn on notifications. But let's go into the parameters here right now. We'll start out with our tornado parameters here. A 2% chance for tornadoes in the green, 5% in brown, 10% in yellow. We also have a little silver area over that yellow 10%, which can indicate that that also includes a 10% chance of seeing significant tornadoes within that region. So definitely something to monitor here overnight, especially because that also includes areas over here for southwestern and even central portions of Mississippi. So, from these two states, from Texas to Louisiana to Mississippi, we are anticipating a very confined area here of activity to where we can see potential tornadoes. Not expecting too much from the hail department, 5% in the brown, not a 10% in the yellow this time. Whatever the reason, the Storm Prediction Center does that to where they actually have yellow for 15% for hail and wind, I do not know. But I'm just following what the Storm Prediction Center does, and, I don't want to differ from them too much. But we do have a 15% chance for hail quarter-sized and above within that area as well. And then last but not least, we also have our wind threat, which I did mention with Matt on Saturday that could be a primary threat from this event here within this 30% chance, which is indicated in red. So something to watch out for with that. 30% chance for some strong damaging winds, 58 mile per hour winds or greater within that area. I also want to mention here, as I shift over into tomorrow, we also have a risk for severe weather for downstream over here in southeastern portions of Louisiana, as well as southern portions of Mississippi and Alabama, and extreme western portions of Florida. This right here also has the chance for some significant tornadoes. You can see we have a 10% chance for tornadoes over here as well. And we also have our dotted lines within that, which also indicate our significant severe risk for strong tornadoes. So this will continue into tomorrow. This will be a multi-day event. And I'm actually really interested over here in southeastern Louisiana. I do believe that there is a threat for tornadoes down there specifically, especially if things can start to form sometime in the early afternoon. If it does that, I do believe that there could potentially be some activity. But for right now, that's what we are expecting between today and tomorrow. And then we also have a little lower level style of event for severe weather on Thursday. I do believe on Thursday we could get some activity over here as you get towards the Big Bend of Florida down to Tampa and then further along towards the coastal Carolina area. So that would be something to watch out for there on Thursday. But I don't believe it's going to be to the caliber of this style event that we are having here today. I also want to mention here as well, if we go over to the National Weather Service hazard map, you can take a look right now. You can see we currently have a tornado watch that has been issued for portions of central and northeastern Texas, as well as portions of Oklahoma and Arkansas. Expect this to move further east and even southeast. I do believe that Louisiana, as well as potentially even Mississippi, could be the next ones in line for an extension to that tornado watch. As we move further north, however, we can also see that we have some additional colors that have been introduced. We have these kind of orange colors here, which indicate blizzard warnings. We have a blizzard that is more than likely going to occur here across portions of the central and northern plains. That would include portions like Colorado, Kansas, Nebraska, Wyoming, South Dakota, and even portions of Montana as well as we move further north of that. And then we also have some blizzard warnings over here along the extreme northeastern portions of Minnesota. So that'll be something to watch out there for that, as we are expecting some strong damaging winds over 30 miles per hour associated with some very heavy snowfall rates, which could mean that we could actually get some very low visibility and travel will be extraordinarily hazardous. We don't have too much here quite yet, except for a winter storm watch across portions of Pennsylvania, Maryland, and the Shenandoah River Valley. as there is anticipated to once again, if you haven't paid attention to my channel over the past, I would say 4 or 5 days, we have a nor'easter that's going to be coming. A nor'easter that's going to come across and move towards portions of the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. So we could potentially have some ice accumulations over here in the Shenandoah Mountains, as well as even further up the Appalachians, and further upstream to the north into New England and upstate New York. We could potentially see about, a foot to even, greater than a foot of snow, maybe even 2 feet, 2.5 feet of snow. And that could create some issues in its own right. So it's not there yet, obviously. We don't have as many warnings as the central and northern plains do, but this is going to continue to expand, and we are going to continue to see an uptrend in these warnings over into portions of the eastern United States. So let's take a look at what's going to be happening here today real quickly, because I feel like this is relatively helpful in regards to expectations of today's event. So let's go ahead and look at that here. The timing is on the upper portion of the screen right here. You can see 12 p.m. Central Standard Time, so that way there won't be any real miscommunications. But let's move on through with what's going to be happening. And boom, let's go. 3 p.m., 4 p.m. We see a cell or two that starts to form out in front of it. You can see potentially Alexandria could join the fray within that. Maybe some other cells that form along the cold front will continue to linger through, and that will continue to be the case. We'll have a lot of these storms that are, dominant along the line back over here near Shreveport down to center. But this is where stuff really gets interesting, because by 8 p.m., you see these cells over near Alexandria. Once again, you're probably going to hear that name quite frequently here today, or at least areas along Alexandria, to where you can actually see these thunderstorms start to intensify. And that actually is the case because once you get towards Monroe and Vicksburg, these storms continue to linger, and they could potentially be tornadic as they approach the Mississippi River. So that's going to be something to watch out for. And then by midnight here tonight, you see this huge consolidation of the line here. Let's actually move over to a bigger sector as these storms continue to move off further and further. You see that we have a big line of storms that start to move off over here towards the Yazoo City general vicinity, as well as Jackson and Natchez. And this will be kind of these storms to watch out for potential spit-up tornadoes, some of which could potentially be strong. And we can also worry about these other storms you see that are out in front, moving through Jackson and even Hattiesburg, eventually towards Philadelphia. Those could potentially try and do stuff as well. So it's an overnight threat that we're really going to be watching out for. And yeah, it's just really a double whammy. We're going to get a lot of this activity over an elongated period of time. Now I am going to kind of show you guys tomorrow, because tomorrow, this is where stuff really gets interesting as well. So here we are, 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., and this is 11 a.m. right here. We already have a thunderstorm north of Lafayette that's starting to kind of become supercellular according to this model run. 11 a.m., 12 p.m., this is noon, and you start to see that we have a couple of these showers and thunderstorms along the line as well as out in front of the line that are starting to get some characteristics similar to something that may be tornadic. 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m., we've got cells that are starting to move through Slidell and New Orleans. This is when the main lines start to move on through. And then we'll start to move over to the Alabama-Mississippi area over here. And let's start to move on through with this. Boom, 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Stuff starting to approach Mobile as well as Tuscaloosa. We'll move down further, and storms continue to move on through into Pensacola. So we have a lot of coverage here with these storms. These storms continue to be quite widespread, and that'll continue to be the case even as it moves towards Dothan and even into portions of Georgia. So a lot of stuff that we are anticipating over the next, I would say, 36 hours across the deep south. So something to really make a note of with this. Indeed, indeed. Once again, if you haven't already, please be sure to hit that like button and subscribe. It helps my channel out a lot, especially with getting out into the algorithm. So that would be greatly appreciated. We are waiting for the event to really start to kind of revive itself. Once again, that'll be within the next hour and a half is when we can anticipate the next major uptrend within this event. So if you want to come back by then, feel free to do so. Once again, that would be sometime around 3:30 is when that could be the case. But otherwise, once again, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. This event has started well before I started streaming, and I just want to make sure that as long as I'm here and I'm next to a computer, I want to be sure to get as much, as many things as possible to try and give you guys advice as to what is exactly happening, and maybe actually even comfort you guys to an extent. As I said, we also have that blizzard up to the north, and I'm not sure you guys know this, but the Storm Prediction Center also issues mesoscale discussions for the, blizzards as well. So let's read it here real quickly before I start answering questions. This is for northeastern Colorado, southeastern Wyoming, and the Nebraska Panhandle. A blizzard is ongoing across portions of the central high plains with sustained winds of 30 to 35 miles per hour and gusts up to 50 miles per hour with heavy snow, visibility less than a quarter of a mile. And then they get into all weather stuff and stuff like that. I guess I could simplify it by saying, expect blizzard conditions to continue to the west-northwest of this surface low as it lifts northeast through the day. This should expand blizzard conditions into western South Dakota and eastern Wyoming later this evening. So he was mentioning about a low pressure system. Here it is. You see how the precipitation starts to kind of curl around just like this? That is your low pressure system. I'll play the loop here so that you guys can kind of see. It really is being dragged all the way around this vortex right here. So we've got a lot of snow and, most importantly, very low visibility across this area. That's the reason why, weather enthusiasts, meteorologists, weather analysts, whoever, whether you have, a degree or not, you don't need to be super smart to realize that, hey, I've got an entire wave of snow that's moving right through me and I can't see anything. It's probably not a good idea to drive. You know what I mean? So please do not drive through that blizzard. Please do not drive through it. We also have a mesoscale discussion for the southern severe weather event. And once we do that, then I will look at the chat and questions. So keep talking in there, chat. Appreciate it. Summary, the threat for all severe hazards, including tornadoes, continues from far southeastern Oklahoma, southwestern Arkansas, across northeastern Texas into central Texas. Showers have also begun to deepen farther east in Freestone County and vicinity, with some lightning recently observed. These storms appeared to be well placed within the warm sector for further intensification. Although storm interactions could mitigate this process somewhat, vertical shear remains strong, and any storms that can persist and mature within this environment could become supercells capable of all severe hazards, including tornadoes. All right, so that's practically what's happening as of right now. Let's look at chat. Can I check El Dorado, Arkansas? Yes, I can. Right now, it is currently outside of the risk, but the storms are moving towards your general area. So I would give it about an hour and a half to 2 hours before I would really start paying attention to the weather. Legend saw the blizzard warning isn't on there. That's mainly because that's not one of the more common warnings issued in a flash. So The thing of it is when we look over, per se, at, say, my actual radar. So this is for GR2, and I'll have to move this over to the other screen because I don't know why it's still here. But you see how we have a yellow box right within here? This is for the main minute-by-minute radar and stuff like that. And blizzard warnings are usually issued over a long, time period. It's similar to hurricane warnings. They issue hurricane warnings like 24 hours before the tornado actually makes landfall, or even 48 hours before landfall. So those aren't really, those don't appear on radars such as mine, unless if I have to go on to Omega to do that, which is something that I have, but I don't exactly use way too often. So that's just something to make a note of, is that it doesn't really appear on the more convective severe, or not severe, just convective radar products. Let us see. Texarkana. Yeah, Texarkana is going to start to see some stuff here relatively soon. Let me move this over, and let me go over to Shreveport's radar. And Texarkana is seeing some showers and thunderstorms that are going to approach its general vicinity here soon. Now, if this line can pass through, all right, you see we have a bunch of just general showers and thunderstorms that are moving on through right now. If this line can push through, you guys could be done. You guys could actually make it completely unscathed. But up until then, you guys are in a tornado watch, and I'll shift the screen back over to this here. You see this giant red box just like this. Even though the legend says tornado warning up there, that's actually a tornado watch. And believe it or not, I'm actually contemplating using the same colors as the KFOR over in Oklahoma City for their tornado watch. So that way I can show you guys something similar. But it also looks like the colors of the flash flood warnings. So I don't exactly want to do that too much. But it is what it is. So yes, I do believe that Texarkana can get some activity with these showers and thunderstorms. We would just have to wait just a little teeny bit. We actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Arkansas here for Little River, Sevier, and Howard counties until 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. April Rain Sunshine with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. It really does mean a lot to me, so thank you. What does the question mark mean near the watch? Where? I'm trying to figure out what you mean by the question mark. Currently in Waco, will you see any of these storms? Those thunderstorms are now starting to pass your general area, so as soon as it stops raining, you guys probably are going to be done. By the way, I appreciate everyone who's watching the stream here today. Really does mean a lot. For the people who are trying to figure out, well, when is there going to be severe weather? We're expecting it in about an hour and a half. We always stream a little bit early to make sure that if there's stuff that happens, we want to make sure that we can cover it. There was actually just reported, believe it or not, 8 minutes ago, there was reported a wall cloud in eastern Texas. So I'll have to watch out for that storm. Oh, wow. And actually, the storm that's over near DeQueen and Horatio, that one might actually be tornado warned here relatively soon. I would not be surprised. We do have some rotation. So just for reference, for people who are new, all right, for people who don't know how to look at weather radar, first off, I'm going to be creating a weather radar video that will be uploaded in March. It'll be a bit of time before I actually, finish production with it. I've got a lot of people that are helping me and make sure that all the stuff that I am saying is 100% correct, 100% factual. But this will be just kind of a quick little tidbit as to how to read radar. So when you go onto velocities, I actually am using storm relative velocities, which in my opinion is so much better. But you can go to base velocities, or BV, and you try and find where your radar is. All right, well, my radar is over here in Shreveport, Louisiana. So let us go towards our little storm over here. And we notice that we have a lot of these reds and even bright pinks. These are your winds that are moving away from the radar. We also see these greens and maybe even some grayish greens and stuff like that. These are winds moving towards the radar. And whenever we have that, that can indicate some counterclockwise spin, which is favorable for tornadoes. So if I actually click on this warning box here, it could potentially tell me, yeah, there it is, tornado possible with this severe thunderstorm warning as well. So if you're in Locksburg, Provo, Dierks, DeQueen, as well as Nathan, Arkansas, I would not be surprised if a storm over there potentially tries to produce a tornado, because we do actually have a pretty decent rotation here within this storm. Might be better if I use Fort Smith and their radar. Let's see, I'm looking up 8,700 feet. This is looking up 9,000. So yeah, it's probably better for me to use Fort Smith. And let's do that. And yeah, there you go. So once again, you can see the rotation right within there. Now, the one thing I do want to say before we get really into the coverage and stuff like that, for the people that live downstream, so this is for the people in the yellow, in the orange, this is for your risk here today, but we also have a risk for severe weather. Let me lower that. We also have a risk for severe weather tomorrow. This is also for portions of southeastern Louisiana, as well as southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, and western Florida. So if you guys live in these areas, this is also for you. So if you ever get issued a tornado warning, please be sure to have a plan of action. Either go underground or go into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So what I mean by that is, if this box was your house right here that I just drew, and you had all of your rooms that are like this, and then like this, where you had your stairs that go up kind of like that, and whatnot, kind of just like that. That's your bathroom right there, and then this is another room, and you get the point here with like something like that. You would need to find the center of your home, so you would put a dot on it, and you would try to figure out, okay, well, we have stairs there. Is there a closet under the stairs? Or this bathroom right here? Is it in the innermost part of my building? If the answer is yes to either one of those, you would get in there and you would hide so that you can put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. What makes tornadoes so impactful and so dangerous is tornadoes, regardless if you get hit by one, can sling around debris, 2x4, 2x4 wood or other stuff across the board. They sling debris, and it can go into any sort of buildings and go through walls and go through windows and stuff like that. And if you are right next to those walls, you're trying to watch the tornado and whatnot, you could be hit by that said debris. So it is not a great idea for you to be next to the outermost part of your home or your structure, and you should get into the innermost portions of your building. Now, let's say you have a mobile home. Well, that's a different story. If you're in a mobile home, you need to have a plan of action to get to a sturdier structure, because I've seen on numerous instances not even tornadoes. I've seen damaging winds. Just normal, everyday, severe thunderstorms and winds that have came through and have knocked over mobile homes. That right there is not a safe structure for you, and you need to be able to get into a sturdier structure, all right? Something that is anchored to the ground, so that way you at least have a chance of being safe from these storms. Because being in a mobile home is not something safe at all. It is not safe at all. What's up, David? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. This storm does have some really interesting amounts of spectrum width right within there. Whenever I look at spectrum width, or whenever I mention it, start thinking of turbulence. Start thinking of if I'm in a plane and I'm driving through some area of turbulence, the plane's going to start bouncing up and down and stuff like that. Makes life miserable for a little bit. It's the same premise. Tornadoes create turbulence, and that could be an indicator that we could potentially have something of the sort. Maybe not a tornado on the ground right now, but some form of tornadic activity that is possible within the storm. So once again, this storm is over here in Arkansas. This is along the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas on the southwestern side. This is heading towards Provo, Locksburg, and Dierks. It's a current severe thunderstorm warning for Little River, Sevier, and Howard counties in Arkansas until 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. This storm also has a tornado possible tag. It's something that the National Weather Service issue, regardless if it's severe or not. They'll be able to say that, hey, does this storm have a shot at potentially producing a tornado down the line? If it does, they'll say that there is the potential for that being possible, the tornado possible tag. It's not a tornado warning, all right, because they don't have as high of confidence to issue to that stance, but it's still something that says, hey, you know, in the near future, we could potentially be talking about that. We could be potentially issuing a tornado warning. And notice how I said potentially. It's not, you know, set in stone that they're going to do so, because they don't know. They have to continue to watch these storms, but they still have to, you know, indicate as to which storm could potentially have that rotation to produce tornadoes and which one that doesn't have that rotation. So it's a good identifier to, you know, tell the people that, hey, this storm could be a lot more concerning than this one. That's what I needed to do on my side screen. Thank you so much for reminding me. I needed to get Google Maps up. What about Cressette, Arkansas? You're in an RV. Let me take a look, because I am the most concerned for people in RVs and mobile homes, regardless of where you may be, unless if it's like completely out of the way. Cressette, so you guys are right on the border. You're on the border of potentially getting stuff to just getting strong damaging winds. So regardless, you're going to get things that are going to move on through tonight. In regards to tornadoes or not, that is a little bit of a different question. Once again, you guys are on the border. So if something does move off to the north, I would not be surprised. I do believe you guys are going to be a part of this risk here today. I do believe. So I think you guys should monitor today's event. I won't say any, you know, I'm not going to ever say anything about doom or whatnot, death and destruction, unless if I really do believe that it is going to happen, which I don't believe it's going to happen here today. I don't think we're going to see the entire face of the earth wiped off the map. But I do believe that the potential for it, you know, for thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes is possible in your area. So I do think you should probably watch out for today's event. It'll be sometime in the late afternoon to the early evening. That's when I think you guys are going to, you know, really see your activity. Mention a possible moderate risk. I wouldn't issue the moderate risk. If they do issue the moderate risk, it'll be on the eastern side of this entire event, though, for the overnight event. But I don't like it. I really don't. It's really conditional. very conditional. The wind shear is there, but there's just too many things such as low-level lapse rates within 5 to 5.5 degrees Celsius per kilometer, and it's just bleh. So let me go over to the actual convective outlook here for you guys, because once again, there could be some people that are new to the stream and they're trying to figure out, well, what's happening. He's talking about tornadoes. He's talking about the potential for stuff to happen right now. What's going on? We are expecting a severe weather event here today, with the potential for tornadoes to form, some of which could potentially be strong here into portions of the deep south. This would be portions of Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi, with even the surrounding areas that could potentially see impacts as well. We can see that we have this orange blob right here. This is a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale issued by the Storm Prediction Center, with the threat of tornadoes and strong damaging winds being possible within this area. So if you guys live within this general area, you should be watching the weather here today. I would not be surprised within the next hour or two if a tornado watch gets issued for this general area, and I would not be surprised if even some get tornado warned. So you really should pay attention, whether it's my stream here today or the National Weather Service whenever they issue warnings. And once again, I mentioned earlier, if a tornado warning does get issued, please be sure to get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadoes as possible. Because if you have more walls in between yourself and the outdoors, the greater your chance of safety is. Now, I mentioned that in about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes from now, that's when the event is really going to start to ramp back up again. We'll start to see potentially a few tornado warnings here on the eastern side of Louisiana. So for the people who are, trying to wait for, the real event and stuff that is expected to kind of really pop off to do so, it'll be in that time frame. And if you want to come back, feel free to do so. But the reason why we live stream so early is because we want to make sure that we want to try and cover as much of this event as possible. We want to make sure that if there's any thunderstorms that are moving through someone's area, we want to be able to tell them, hey, if this storm is going to be significant, or if this storm is going to do damage, we want to be the first ones to tell you. And if we don't believe that a storm is going to do a whole lot, then we are going to tell you that. We're going to kind of be that safety blanket and make sure that you guys are reassured throughout this event here today. So please be sure, if you haven't already, to subscribe, turn on notifications, and hit that like button down below. It really does help out my channel, especially with getting out on the algorithm. We want to try and continue to expand our outreach to more and more people. That includes YouTube. And if you guys do that, this will be recommended to more and more people's recommended feeds. And that is, of course, how some of you actually found my stream, is through some of the recommended feeds on YouTube. So that's kind of how that works. If you guys do that, you'll be able to help me continue to spread the information to more and more people, because more people will watch the stream. I do have a storm that I'm monitoring right now. I'm watching this here in eastern Texas. This is near Diana and Ore City, east of Gilmer and west of Jefferson here. So just for reference as to where the storm is, it's north of I-20 here. It is northwest or west-northwest of Shreveport. It's right there. And this right here is going to be a storm that I'm going to be really interested on. It does have a ZDR column, which is indicative of a updraft, a tornadic updraft, on the southern end of the storm, which is where you typically would find them for tornadic thunderstorms. So we have a hooking nature right within here to where the rain is starting to be wrapped around from the rear flank downdraft. We also have some unimpeded inflow. We have a lot of open air out in front of the storm, which means that moisture can actually get into the storm. So depending upon what actually happens here, within the next 15 to 20 minutes, this storm could potentially try to intensify in nature and potentially be a tornadic supercell. So we'll watch this here. We'll watch this here as this continues to move off towards the north and east. Lasater, as well as Avinger, Linden, and areas near Berea and north of Jefferson along Highway 59, you guys may have to watch out for this storm as this continues to move off towards your general area. What's the wrenches mean hosting? They are actually moderators. They are moderators for the chat. They make sure that they make sure that life doesn't get too crazy over there. And I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate the work that they do. But yeah, it does have a decent ZDR arc. Actually, it's a pretty mild ZDR arc here, so not really too intense. Not as intense as the one that was over near Dallas, south of Dallas earlier. Which, by the way, I've mentioned about what's happened previous to the stream. I haven't really shown you guys, however, as to what exactly has been happening previous to the stream. So, first off, I always retweet everything I see on Twitter. So if you guys would like to follow my Twitter, please be sure to do so. But let's go ahead and take a look at what we've seen before. This is, by the way, our convective outlook that was issued earlier on today. We'll look at that again a little bit later on. But this was over near Grapevine, Texas. Grapevine, Texas. By the way, language warning. Viewers' discretion advised. That's most of the case with most of the videos that we could hear some language. So just be mindful. This right here is another tornado video. It's a little hard to see, but look at the right side. Look at that. The debris that was torn from the tornado right there. From that house by the tornado. And then look at this here, guys. This right here, this reminds me of a tornado that I covered last year in Texas. It was actually in the southeastern portions of Texas. I think it was near the Beaumont area. I can't remember where specifically. I think that was Nederland or Port Arthur or something like that. But look at this tornado here, guys. I mean, that just looks absolutely insane. And a lot of this was during rush hour, too, in Fort Worth. I mean, the truck has the right idea. He's backing away from the tornado. But man, oh man. Insane one right there. That was from Kyle Williamson. Here's some of the damage from Decatur, Texas. This was where a tornado ripped through earlier this morning. And you can see what struck me the most out of these three images here. So I'll let you guys see this through. But what struck me the most is you see this little 2x4 or this little, shard of wood right here. It is, it has impaled the side of the truck. It has completely impaled the side of the truck, and it has dented it because of it. And so when I mentioned that a tornado can sling debris around, that right there is a big example, a huge example of how if you are along the outer walls of your building or vehicle, you could potentially be impacted because of the tornado. You don't have to be right, under it. You don't have to be actually hit by it. You just have to be around it. And if you're around it, stuff like that can happen. So that's what struck me the most from these pictures that were taken by Michael Beard. This was also the Sam's Club in Grapevine. You notice the roof. I mean, it's not there anymore in the central portion of it. The center of the shopping center, it's gone. It is caved in. And this is a closer picture of it here from Corinna. I mean, look at that. It's pretty crazy to see, isn't it? That was from, I can't show that. This was last night. I can't show that, however. But Johnny G got a tornado more than likely from last night. If you want to watch that, feel free to go onto my Twitter. I don't want to show stuff that can potentially get my channel taken down. Because people have copyright stuff for people who do it professionally. So I don't want to mess with that. Don't exactly want to mess with that. Oh, that's a pretty good shot, Lincoln. That's a pretty cool shot. Yeah, it was over here near Beaumont. That's what I saw. Or City. Yeah, we still got some interesting CDR stuff happening with that. We also have this over here near Troop. And that actually has some rotation as well. That might be a developing thunderstorm to watch out for in the future. Don't be surprised if I say Marshall or Darko or Tatum or Longview here in about, I'd say 30 minutes. Don't be surprised if I mention their town names again. Let me go over to my side screen real quickly. Let's see. Grapevine Mall was hit as well. I might be able to see a lot more stuff on Snapchat maps if I go there. But at the other hand, it's gonna be probably less censored. I mean, you know people when they see something that's completely out of character of what they're usually seeing. So, Mid-Gate. Appreciate you helping me out. Believe it or not, this weather is actually not uncommon for this time of year. And the only reason why I say that is because usually it's southern Oklahoma, southern Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. I mean, their severe weather season started last month, and it ends in March or April. Well, no, April. Really, April. End of April is when it ends. So, their stuff is not the same as everyone else. They're just so far south. There's just so much moisture from the Gulf of Mexico that just really does a whole lot. That's not good. If that continues to uptrend like that, the HRRR is printing supercells. And that's quite a lot of them. So that would be appreciated if they just didn't exist. But these are the storms that I'd watch out for along with the cells along the dry line. You guys see these little hooks kind of like that, right? You see these little arches? Those are the storms that could potentially produce tornadoes, and we're watching that very, very closely. Look at the wrap. Try and see if I can get a grip on what the environment's going to be like with the newest model runs. Oh. Luckily, the lower level lapse rates are terrible, but that photograph is not. Wow. That photograph, that wind profile is not very nice. Wow, that is absolutely insane. Okay, well, Rap, I see that you... Oh, that's not very nice. Yo, the Rap actually really veers well. It veers very well for today's event. It is starting to veer. Like, exceptionally well. Man. Yeah, storm routes. Yeah, Joey, did you watch the videos last night that I sent over there? Because, yeah, this stuff is... This photograph is as classic as you probably can get for, you know, if we had a lot more instability, strong tornadoes. If we had a lot more energy in the atmosphere, it would just be strong tornadoes. Because these photographs, honestly, these photographs are probably the best photographs I've seen from this model out of the past 3 events. So this one, the moderate risk that we had at the end of November, and the moderate risk we had at the beginning of November. The one that Matt caught all 3 of those tornadoes. Which, by the way, Matt's not going to be... Matt's not going to be chasing here today. He's currently got a truckload that he's taking to Indiana. So. But yeah, that is a very interesting photograph. Let me actually do the photograph maps. What is a photograph? So a photograph is literally a profile of the environment from a wind perspective. So I'll take a sounding just right here. I'll take a sounding right there. So what a photograph looks at is it's a plot. It's a plot of data, essentially, as to where and how fast the wind is. So you take a look at this plot up here, this box, okay? Anything on the top right-hand portion is winds moving northeast, bottom right, southeast, southwest, northwest. All right? And then, of course, north, south, east, west. All right? So we have that. And then you notice, if we zoom in a lot, to the point to where you can see the photograph just like that, you notice these little circles. They'll say 0, 1, 2, 3, bleh. You know, it continues. That's your height in the atmosphere, kilometer-wise. So if it's 0, it's at the surface. If it's 1, it's 1 kilometer above ground level, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers. And then you also have these numbers right here. You see 50, 60, 70, and then you see these circles all the way around just like that. This is your wind speed. So right here at 1 kilometer above ground level, we have wind shear values moving north-northeast at 40 knots. All right, because your plot is right here. It is north of the origin. It is on the top part of the origin, and your wind is moving that way at, you know, 1 kilometer above ground level. So usually what you want to see for severe weather, if I can pull up the photograph here, is something like that, to where you have winds that start to where they move northwest, and then they start to move north, and then they start to move northeast. And eventually, if you were to kind of, you know, draw out a line from right here at the start to right here at the finish, that's a right angle. That's a right angle right there. And usually when you have a right angle, that could indicate some strong severe weather. So because that is the case, you know, that photograph is very favorable for tornadoes. So that's the reason why. Something like that. That looks a lot. That looks good too. So whenever we look at photographs, that's what we're looking at. How's New Boston looking? Well, let's take a look real quickly. First off, New Boston is actually getting a thunderstorm within its vicinity here soon. Second off, prayers to your recovery efforts over there. My storm chaser last stream was actually chasing that tornado. He actually caught it live on stream. So we saw how big it was and how dangerous it was. And, you know, there's prayers to all the people who are over there. However, there's a storm that's currently moving through that area. I don't see too much with it as of right now. It looks kind of more severe, more than tornadic. It's not really anywhere as organized as you particularly would want it to produce a tornado. So if that continues on that current trajectory of it not being as tornadic as maybe some of these other storms south of it, then it should be, you should be fine for right now as long as you guys stay indoors. What time should you expect severe weather in Opelousas? So you can have a wave of storms here tonight, probably around midnight, and then you're going to get another wave of storms tomorrow morning. So just expect between tonight into later on, tomorrow early afternoon. That's when you guys are expected to get your activity. But yeah, we saw how large that tornado was because it had power flashes and lightning and everything. And, even when my storm chaser came up here to visit me on Saturday, so that's the person for people who didn't figure it out. If they watched my video on Saturday when I was talking about the forecast for this event, as well as the blizzard up north that we're going to mention here in a little bit, and the nor'easter that's going to be hitting the eastern portions of the United States, that was Matt in the beginning of the video. That was Matt making his making his cameo on my channel, here at the desk. So that was pretty cool. That does sound like a good name for a rock band, I'm not gonna lie. How's it looking in Shreveport? So Shreveport right now, I mean, if you look outside, it's pretty cloudy and stuff like that. It's pretty kind of bleh. But from an actual severe weather perspective, your storms aren't going to really get there until about, I'd say, an hour from now. An hour from now is really when you're going to get your stuff. Oh, that might be a tornado warning here soon for Overton, New London, and Selman City. So that might be something to watch out for a little bit later on. It does have a ZDR arc, so that maybe, yeah, I'd watch out for that. But Shreveport, these storms are going to be moving off into your area. Maybe not immediately, but it eventually will. And when it does, it will have the potential for tornadoes. So I would pay attention to the weather here today. Once again, I'm expecting storms to come into range of you guys an hour from now. So if you want to come back, feel free to do so. But please have a plan of action just on the off chance that a tornado warning does get issued. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. That's where you should go. What do I see for South Little Rock and Pine Bluff? I believe you guys are a little too far north. That's probably my initial reaction on seeing that. And by looking at some other things here real quickly, yeah, I do believe that is the case. That is a new mesoscale discussion that has been issued. Threat for supercells capable of all severe hazards continues across Tornado Watch 582. A downstream tornado watch will likely be needed across southern Arkansas, northwestern Louisiana, and east-southeast Texas. Warm front is expected to continue slowly lifting northward while the cold front advances eastward. This will take the warm sector farther east into more of east-southeast Texas, northwestern Louisiana, and southern Arkansas throughout the evening. As such, an additional tornado watch will be needed for portions of the region within the next hour or so. Given the favorable parameter space, PDS wording is considered. Wow. PDS warning or PDS wording for the tornado watch is being considered. And we were talking about those photographs just about, 5-10 minutes ago from the models, and how if there was enough energy, enough instability for thunderstorms to sustain, in a normal event to where we have a lot more energy, those photographs spelled strong tornadoes. And so the Storm Prediction Center is seeing that. They are seeing that potential. And to quote the Storm Prediction Center, given the favorable parameter space, PDS wording is being considered. So that's really interesting. Let's go over here to this screen real quickly. So just a reminder here, right now. Just a reminder. You see, this is our convective outlook here right now. We have a 1 out of 5 in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, and 3 out of 5 in the orange. If you're in the yellow or if you're in the orange, especially the orange here today, you definitely need to monitor the weather here today. So Mina, although Mina's starting to get out of the risk, Texarkana, Camden, Magnolia, El Dorado, Cressette, Monticello, Greenville, Greenwood, Yazoo City, or Yazoo City, whichever way a person would like to pronounce that, because I've heard multiple ways of saying it. And at this point, I'm just like, all right, I'm just saying what I've been saying. Jackson, Vicksburg, Monroe, Shreveport, Natchitoches, as well as Alexandria, Center, Lufkin, Jasper, DeRidder, Baton Rouge, Lafayette, Macomb, as well as Hattiesburg. All of you guys, and that even includes Beaumont, New Orleans, and Gulfport, you guys need to watch out for severe weather here today. For people who are asking, what is a PDS? That is a particularly dangerous situation. That is the acronym for that. Oh, geez. Is that really the observed sounding? Oh, yeah. That is a observed sounding. Let me, thank you, Sean Paul. That's like, wow. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is an observed sounding from Shreveport. They just took this here 38 minutes ago. They launched a weather balloon into the atmosphere to try and see what exactly is going on. And they've came back with a very interesting sounding. Now, there isn't a whole lot of energy. That is the one thing to make a note of. The energy levels, the convective available potential energy levels, not very high at the moment. That'll eventually change. I do believe that will be the case, but it'll take a little bit more time for that to be the case. What I'm the most concerned about is what's up here. That's your hodograph. And we were talking about our hodographs earlier as to how it is essentially a plot of your wind speed. So we have anything... Well, let's actually take a look at the graph first off. You see it's the cross section here. So anything that's plotted above the midpoint here, that's your winds moving north, winds moving east, winds moving south, winds moving west, just like that. So in order for you to get something tornadic, you need your winds to veer in a 90-degree angle, clockwise a little bit. So you need to have your winds start out, in this instance, to go from the south or from the southeast moving northwest, and then have it end moving northeast from the southwest, at least within this red line, just like this. And we have that. We do indeed have that. And that does mean that we do have a favorable wind shear environment. We have one of the two things that could make this event significant that has been checked off the list. We have verified that here officially with the weather balloon that they have launched up in the atmosphere. So that right there is that's interesting. That is going to be something to look at, something to really watch out for. I'm still watching the cell near Kilgore. I mentioned that Longview could be mentioned here probably in about, 15 minutes to a half an hour from now. That storm is moving up there, and that might be something to really watch out for from a tornadic perspective. What is this cell near Avinger doing? It's kind of a little linear right now at the lower levels, but in the upper levels, it has rotation. So I guess it's elevated. Storm's a little bit elevated, which would kind of make sense. That would indeed make sense. So funny enough about that, Lynx, if I were to do like a whole production for like my storm chasing, I would actually open up with camera shots of me driving out in the middle of a field and having photograph in the background from Def Leppard. It was just, I thought it would be pretty funny. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, we are actually 7 subscribers away from 34,200 subscribers. And I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate what you guys have been doing for my channel. Once again, if you haven't already, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. If you do that, you actually have a chance at the end of the stream to get a free membership from yours truly. That's what I will be doing for the rest of my existence on YouTube now. I will be giving away membership, or at least a membership, at the end of every stream. Now, I don't have too much money right now, so I'll give away one, but if this channel continues to grow more and more and more, and of course I make more and more profits from these streams and these videos that I create for this channel, then I'll be able to give more memberships away for people who actually watch the stream. So I really do appreciate everyone who is out and about here on the channel. I really do. And it also helps me out too, because for the people who are new, you guys probably found me from the recommended feeds on YouTube. And that's the same premise there. It's, if you guys continue to help, interact with the channel by commenting in the chat, or you even like the stream, or you do all sorts of other stuff, it really does help out and our outreach onto YouTube. So, Farmer Matt with the 5 gifted memberships, I really do appreciate that. If you guys actually go to the gifted membership real quickly, click the gift thing on the top part of the chat. So first off, Nisha with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Really does help my channel out a lot. Go up to the gifted memberships and click one of them. Once you do that, click allow gifts. And then make sure you turn it on. Once you do that, you can actually receive gifts from other people. So, yeah, that's the one cool thing. It actually gifts memberships if you do the gifted memberships stuff to other people in the channel. So I really do appreciate everyone who's gifted memberships. Becca Lynn with the 1 gifted membership, thank you so much as well. Really does mean a lot. So yeah, once again, if you want to accept memberships, whenever you see the little gift stuff at the top part of the chat, click it or tap it, click allow gifts and turn it on. If you do that, you will be entered in receiving gifts, gift memberships. So allow gifts, and then you'll see allow gifts on this channel to where you can actually tap that and whatnot. But I really do appreciate you guys for gifting memberships. It really does mean a lot to my channel. And, you know, I'm actually not going to sugarcoat it, you guys. Memberships is probably the best way to support my channel, even though I'm not super active. Within this past, you know, month, I haven't been super active, although I've been changing it because, you know, this is my final week of college for the semester. And, you know, I have no reason to not post anymore. So... So memberships is essentially kind of like a sponsorship. Yeah, that Kilgore cell, I am really watching that very closely. I'm going to move my microphone as well, because my microphone is covering portion of my screen. And it doesn't really help if it's covering my screen, you know, if I can't see. Yeah, you can also click the $sign, and then if you see the 3 dots in the corner, you can click gifts and click allow gifts as well. Check my sub count. Yeah, it has gone over 34,200. Look at that. So thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate, you know, all your support once again. And I'll talk about a little bit more about, you know, my thoughts as a YouTuber a little bit later, because we're talking about weather as of right now, and we want to continue to uphold by that same, you know, standard, right? So I'm going to show you guys here something real quickly. This right here, I'm going to tell you 2 different words. And you'll be able to interpret as to which one is good or not. All right, I'm going to tell you 2 different words and their definitions. That way I am able to explain to you all as to what exactly is going on here with this picture that I just saw on Twitter. So, streamwise vorticity. It is essentially vorticity that is conducive for tornadoes. That's a tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Rusk County in northeastern Texas, central Cherokee County in northeastern Texas.
There you go. There's your tornado warning. We are an hour and 17 minutes in, and that is our first tornado warning of this stream. Now, not of the day. We've had tornadoes earlier on this morning, but... that is a tornado warning for Rusk. If you're in Rusk, you're in immediate danger. You need to get underground, or you need to get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, which you can clearly see the rotation right here. Greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Just to the south and east of Maydell, just to the south and west of Rusk. And if we take storm motion of this, our track here will actually take it right near the town of Rusk. So if you're near Rusk, you are in immediate danger. You need to get in your safe space right now. Gallatin and Reclaw, as well as New Summerfield and areas along State Highway 204 and US Highway 79, as well as, of course, the intersection of Highways 84 and 69 near Rusk. You guys also need to get into your safe space right now, as that's where this this tornadic thunderstorm that has a capability of producing a tornado is heading off towards. All right, so back to the original topic here. Once again, streamwise vorticity. It's the vorticity that is conducive for tornadoes, or at least the, you know, all vorticity is conducive for tornadoes. But this one has the higher likelihood of tornadoes forming. Crosswise vorticity is vorticity that is makes it a little, I don't want to say a little bit more difficult, but it makes your more uglier tornadoes, if you will. Those ones are just not as frequent, but they're still there. So I'm showing you guys a picture here from Sam Brandt, who is somewhat similar to Cameron Nixon in studying hodographs. And this is your storm relative hodograph here, which takes a look at the streamwise percentage. So you can either be streamwise vorticity or you can either be crosswise vorticity. And out of all the vorticity that is there in the hodograph, it's resembled as 100% for vorticity. So you can either have, say, 50% streamwise, 50% crosswise. Well, according to this image right here, with the hodograph that was just taken from Shreveport, from that observed sounding, that right there, at least within the extreme lower levels of 0 kilometers above ground level to a half a kilometer above ground level, is near or at 100% streamwise vorticity. Once you get into the 0.5 to 1 kilometer range, you're near the 80% streamwise vorticity. And of course, the more you can get towards your pure streamwise vorticity, the higher chance that your wind shear and your environment out there can produce tornadoes. So that right there is your streamwise vorticity that is really starting to ramp up here within this. Once again, we have a new tornado warning here. For people who did not know, this is over in Texas for Rusk and Cherokee counties in northeastern Texas until 2:14 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you're in Rusk, Gallatin, as well as Reclaw and New Summerfield, you guys need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I also want to show you guys here the normalized rotation, because we're going to be using this quite often for people who actually can't tell, can't tell how to find rotation. This finds it for you, and you can see these areas here on the scale that is above the black. So you see we have this black, anything that's above that, so blue, light green, yellow, red, and pink, that is your rotation favorable for tornadoes. And then this is kind of the opposite. This is more for clockwise spin, and that isn't really too favorable for tornadoes. So really focus on areas that are in the blue, and then if you see green in the middle of the blue, kind of almost like this, that is indicative of stronger rotation. And then of course, if you find yellows in the greens, and then reds in the yellows, and then pinks in the reds, then you're getting higher and higher in the scale of rotation. So right now we have some really interesting lower amounts of rotation, but I mean, for good reason, they warned it, because you can see the blue blob has gotten bigger on its approach to Rusk. So if you're in Rusk, Texas, you are once again in immediate danger. You need to get into your safe space, once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. We also have areas that are going to be impacted out in front of this: Reclaw, Gallatin, and New Summerfield. If you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Now you have a little bit of time, so you can also go get pillows and helmets if you need to, so that way you can continue to put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors by putting on some protective gear. Flying debris is one of the leading fatalities for tornadoes. It's just debris in general. You think of how homes collapse in on themselves. People could easily be in that, and if you had some form of protection, especially something for your noggin, you probably have a better chance of at least being safe from those circumstances. So that's the main thing there to take away from this. It continues to move off towards the north and east. I don't see anything that tells me that we have anything on the ground as of right now, but we are relatively far away from the radar from that sense. So we can't exactly, use this as if it's a pure verification method of something being on the ground. You just have to trust the National Weather Service's judgment in saying that, hey, there's the potential for this thing to produce a tornado, and you need to really watch out for that. That is a new tornado warning. I was looking at that.
Tornado warning for
that I mentioned.
Northwestern Harrison County in northeastern Texas, south central Gregg County in northeastern Texas.
Did I mention that Longview was going to be mentioned within the short term? Did I mention that? 100% did call that one. That is a tornado warning here for Longview, Texas. So if you're near Longview, Texas, Lakeport, as well as Hallsville, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Would it be for Louisiana and such that is in the enhanced, or everyone in the enhanced? So it's, the thing of it is, for the people that are in the enhanced risk here today. So we'll look at the enhanced risk because there's going to be a bunch of people that are coming in. First off, we need to help share this information with as many people as possible, because we're now starting to get into the time period to where the weather is starting to ramp up. All right, this is around the time period in which I said this would happen. And now we need to start trying to get the word out to more and more people. So please try to interact with this channel as much as possible. Hit the like button, subscribe, and stuff like that. I don't care about, subscribers, like the number and stuff like that. I just care more about the people that are actually being impacted by this event, and you can actually help me get my channel out to more and more people by telling YouTube, hey, this channel has a lot of activity right now. We might want to spread it with more and more people. And that's how you really help me get my channel out to more and more people. So like, subscribe, hit the notifications, comment, and chat and stuff like that. That would be greatly appreciated. So tornado warning here for Longview, Hallsville, Rolling Meadows, and Lakeport. This is Harrison and Gregg counties until 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. This is near Kilgore and Rolling Meadows. We mentioned earlier that I was probably going to mention Longview within the near future. And what did I know? This storm continues to go on that trajectory of it intensifying. We clearly have, if we look at the normalized rotation, oh boy, this is starting to get some pretty strong rotation now. We mentioned how once you start to get into the greens and yellows, you start to get your moderate levels of rotation. We do have some higher end moderate rotation within this storm. And, you can take a look at the actual map here. Longview is pretty populated over here in Texas. Longview, Hallsville, anywhere along I-20 and Highway 80, as well as a Highway 259. This general area has a lot of populace, so we need to be sure to try and get this information out to as many people as possible. If you're in Longview, or if you're in Hallsville, or even Lakeport for that matter, you need to get into your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And good call for someone who said, hey, I'm on the wrong screen. My stream deck is not working once again, so I think I might want to try and manually do it whenever I do that. That is top tier quality. I'm gonna have to fix that later. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, I've been having issues with my stream deck for the past, month now? So let's see if I can fix that. But there we go. There's some significant rotation here near Lakeport and Longview. And, it's not a debris signature. Not a debris signature. Still not a debris signature. So this one's not on the ground quite yet. Have some very strong rotation with it still. But look at the rotation here, guys. Look at the rotation here. You see red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation, that's where it would be. And you even have some pinks with, for that matter. Look at the normalized rotation. Greens and yellow, we have some higher end moderate rotation. If we start seeing red, that's when things are going to get really serious. So this is just a precautionary here. And it's not to scare anyone, because let's put it this way, all right? If people start to become scared, they'll start to panic, and they won't make the right decisions because they're not in the right frame of mind to do so. They're not in the right frame of mind to start thinking. So if you can, or if you know anyone who lives within these areas, tell them or heed the warning to get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible. And I would not be surprised if this thing actually does produce a tornado. I want to see here. Texas traffic cameras. Longview. Where is Marshall? Maybe? Let's try and do this. I want to see if I can get a traffic camera over here to see exactly what's going on. So if I can do that, I might be able to figure it out. Oh, we do have cameras over here. Okay. This is what I'm seeing. This is a picture. That is a very low wall cloud. And we are looking at this right now. Look at that. That is a picture coming at a long view.
West Central Sabina Parish in northwestern Louisiana, southeastern Shelby County in eastern Texas, east central San Augustine County in eastern Texas, northwestern
that's all the way
Sabina
down
County
there.
in eastern Texas.
I'm gonna need another radar, aren't I? No, I don't. I can actually just shift it over. It'll be fine. Oh boy. It's not on the ground quite yet, but this thing will be. This thing will be on the ground here soon. I have no doubt that there's probably going to be a tornado with this. This is once again another view here. Wall cloud getting ever so close to this thing. Wow. Yeah, I do not doubt. I do not doubt this thing could potentially be on the ground. Look at that rotation. It's starting to become significant now. It is starting to become significant. Did they update it? Did they maintain the enhanced? I think that's probably the best call, honestly, if they maintain the enhanced. But, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a moderate upgrade either. That rotation is starting to become pretty strong now. If you're near Longview or in Hallsville, Texas, you're in immediate danger once again. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls in between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible. This is a very strong tornadic rotation at this time that is currently located right over I-20 in Texas. And this is, once again, a very strong storm. This is what can happen here today. A lot of these storms could potentially start to spin up rather rapidly and potentially try to produce a tornado. So we need to continue to watch out for this very, very closely. That might be an image that I might want to look at later on. A couple of these images are down, which is not very helpful at this moment, but yeah, we do have a pretty strong storm here, very strong rotation that is evident via radar, about to cross over I-20 near Longview and Hallsville. So if you're in those areas, you need to tell these people, or you need yourself to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is not a CC drop right now. This is not a CC drop. So I'll show you guys here. I'll outline all the low values of CC like so. And if we go to reflectivity, you notice that we have a lot of low values of reflectivity. Now, reflectivity essentially looks at what's in the atmosphere and it tells you how much stuff there is. All right. So in order for us to have a CC drop, we need to make sure that it's not meteorological. It's not meteorological. And we need to determine as well as to if there actually is stuff in the atmosphere to begin with. If there isn't, it'll show up as low reflectivity, regardless if it's a low CC or not. And if that is the case, that is not a debris signature. But for right now, this is indeed a strong tornadic storm. It does have a lot of rotation on it. Once again, Hallsville as well as Nesbitt, areas near Highway 80 and Highway 154. You need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So please, once again, interact with this channel as much as you can. Please share this live stream on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram so that we can continue to spread this with more and more people on social media. And by hitting the like button down below, subscribing, and turning on notifications and whatnot, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. We haven't talked about this storm that's over here near San Augustine in eastern Texas. let's go ahead and do that right now. This is a tornado warning here for Sabine Parish in northwestern Louisiana and Shelby, St. Augustine, and Sabine County in Texas. That'll be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. If we look at the storm right now, I'm going to try and see if I can take a storm motion from it. And there it is. There's the rotation. The reds are the winds moving away from the radar, which is located in central Louisiana. The greens are the winds moving towards, and right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be located. Now, you can see on normalized rotation, it's not very strong. It's on the lower ends of the rotation, but it's enough to cause the tornado warning. And because of that, areas along Highway 87, as well as U.S. Highway 171 over near Zoll and Noble, you guys need to watch out for this upstream. So definitely something to monitor. But in the short term, anywhere north of Milan Milam over here in Texas, you guys need to get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building. Going back to the other tornado warning over here near Rusk, this was the first tornado warning that was issued within this batch here. We'll take a look at that here real quickly, and you can see that we still do have some rotation. If we actually take a look previous to the scan that was just recently updated, it doesn't look like this thing fortunately had produced a tornado, which is the good news, but we still have that rotation. A lot of greens that are surging towards the radar, some reds moving away. Right in the middle would be where the tornadic rotation would exist. So that's something to kind of make a note of, more or less. The rotation on this storm was not as strong as it once was. You can take a look a little bit earlier near Rusk, and it definitely looked like it was a lot stronger over there than it is kind of right now, to where the greens are kind of fanning off in all sorts of different directions. Let's see. It doesn't look like on the camera. I'm looking at the camera right now over in Longview. I don't see a whole lot with that at the moment in regards to anything that could potentially be on the ground. The unfortunate thing with the traffic cameras that are over here, oh, that's not good. That probably will be on the ground here soon, though. Yeah, that's probably going to be on the ground here relatively soon. I would not be surprised with that. But the unfortunate thing with the Texas traffic cameras is that they're not live. They take pictures every minute or two, so they don't exactly give me the full picture, but the radar right here is giving me a full picture. I would not be surprised if this thing ended up going on the ground here relatively soon, based off of the actual presentation here. You can see a lot of very strong reds, very strong outbound velocities, or these pinks that are moving away from the radar, and then we see some greens moving towards. These are touching right in the middle, just like that. And because of that, oh, that's the latest scan. So it's not on the ground quite yet, which is the fortunate thing. But because those are touching right next to each other, I can assume that there is some very rapid rotation right within that area that could potentially even lead to a tornado. We'll have to wait for another 5 seconds to see the latest velocity scan that'll update. And once that is the case, we will be able to see what the velocity signature or the rotation would actually be. And it still says it's maintaining its moderate level of rotation. So that's the good news here. It's not intensifying, but the bad news is it's not weakening either. And we kind of want that weakening trend, so that way no one over here near Hallsville and Highway 80 could be impacted. But the unfortunate thing is that the storm is heading off into that general vicinity, and it's highly recommended that if you're over in that area, you need to go ahead and seek shelter now. Throat's starting to get a little parched, so we get the little slushy, the little icy that can calm down my throat. Let me go over here. This is some of the storm chasers that are near that area that I can't show on stream, unfortunately. But Brandon Kopic, or Brandon, is it Kopic or Kopic? I'm pretty sure it's Kopic. Brandon Kopic over here is chasing that Longview cell on Radar Omega, as well as on YouTube. If you want to go see him, feel free to do so. Same thing with Vince Whaley. If you want to go see him on YouTube as well, feel free to do that. But the storm is just to the north and east of them, so they're not really doing too much. But let's actually go over to the radar right now. And let's see who all can be impacted in front of this. So Lansing, Hallsville, Noonday, Mulberry Springs, Walker's Mill, Nesbitt, as well as Texas 154 and US Highway 80. If you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Cop it. Perfect. He sold me some stuff, and I forgot to ask how to pronounce his last name, so I couldn't remember, and that's partially my fault. Cat Abraham is with Copic, so that helps as well. Let me get my food over to the side so that I can munch as well, because I haven't ate anything today. I really haven't, and it's like bugging me terribly. So I apologize for people who may not like the fact that I am eating during the stream, but if I'm gonna be on here for a long time, I really gotta make sure I don't die. All right, let's move that over. Can we get a 3D of the updraft? Yes, I can. Will Hutton, by the way, with the 8 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. So he brings up a good point. And some people might be thinking, well, 3D? 3D? You can take 3Ds of this stuff? Ladies and gentlemen, a supercell. This right here is a 3D of the thunderstorm. Right here. I made it specific. Let's actually just do the regular 3D so that everyone can just kind of get a general idea. So let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. That. And that. Boom. Look at that. Interesting 3D of the thunderstorm right here. Very interesting 3D. But we can also take specific values of what we want and project it on screen here as well. So I'm looking at moderate levels of rainfall. And the supercell, believe it or not, is actually in a very interesting predicament. I see two things. Number one, I see this little cave right within here. It's a little hard to tell, so let me make it a little bit easier. Go a little heavier rain. And you see this kind of hanging area right here. By the way, that's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Rusk County in northeastern Texas, northeastern Cherokee County in northeastern Texas.
So if you're in northeastern Texas, you need to watch out for this very, very closely. What am I eating today? It's actually... a friend of mine actually stopped by to get me McDonald's just for the time being. I know it's not super healthy, but I gotta feel something. But you see that cave? That's where all the moisture in the atmosphere, or at least towards the surface, heads into the storm. That's essentially the mouth of the thunderstorm, and it feeds on that energy. On the other hand, we also see the updraft right here. Notice how it's tilted. You see how it's tilted just like that? If it was standing straight up, right within there, that would be a hailstorm, not a tornadic storm. This is a tornadic storm, and that's the tornadic rotation. Wow, look at that. It goes upwards of 10,000 feet, over 10,000 feet. Right here. This is the normalized rotation that we're looking at. And actually, it goes up to about 15,000 feet. So look at that. Look at that. Pretty strong rotation there at the lower levels. And that'll be something to watch out for. That's an extension from Rusk. That's now for Henderson. If you're in Henderson, Texas, you need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. New MCD has just been issued. A corridor of greater supercell and tornado potential appears to exist over northeastern Texas and northwestern Louisiana. A pair of supercells has recently developed within Cherokee and Gregg counties in northeastern Texas. The air masses in the vicinity of this storm is characterized by temperatures in the low to mid 70s, dew points in the upper 60s, and Cape values around 1,000 joules per kilogram. These relatively modest thermodynamic conditions are paired with robust kinematic fields. This parameter space appears favorable for the persistence of these supercells as well as additional new development. Given the favorable wind fields, tornadoes are possible over the next several hours, including a potential for a few strong tornadoes. A new tornado watch has been issued because of that, and this is 8060 probs, not a PDS, but the probabilities of 2 or more tornadoes is 80%, and the probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes is 60%. So the confidence for the Storm Prediction Center is relatively high today that we are anticipating some form of strong event for tornadoes. Once again, I really would appreciate it if you guys would help me spread this information out to as many people as possible, because I'm going to be on this for a long time. I'm going to be streaming practically up until midnight, maybe even past midnight, because that's how long this event is expected to exist for. And so if you guys would do me a huge favor, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. All right, the closer we can get to 1,000 likes on this live stream, or even more, can help this channel get to, extend our outreach more and more to people across the board on YouTube, because that's how some of you all found me. You all found me on the recommended feeds, and by subscribing, liking, stuff like that, turning on notifications, you help me get this out on YouTube's algorithm to more and more people so that we can share this with more and more people. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. And copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, so that way we can spread this onto more and more platforms as well. Will tornadoes happen as well? Yes, and I will more than likely be live tomorrow as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at the overall look of what's happening today, just for everyone to get acquainted with what's going on. You can see we have a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in the dark green, a 2 out of 5 in yellow, and a 3 out of 5 in orange. This was issued by the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center. If you're in the yellow or in the orange, you should watch out for the severe weather here today. I am anticipating some form of strong severe weather, especially in the orange. So if you're in the orange, you really need to watch out. With that same thing being said, and with those standards being upheld, we also have severe weather anticipated tomorrow. We also have another 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale for portions of southeastern Louisiana, central to southern Mississippi, and southern Alabama, as well as extreme western Florida. If you know anyone that lives in these areas, or if you live in these areas, please come back to the channel tomorrow as well. I will be live there as well. So we can anticipate, once again, strong tornadoes possible. You can see the 10% chance for tornadoes indicated in that yellow. We also have the black dotted lines, which also indicate there could be the potential for strong tornadoes over there as well, strong winds, and some modest levels of hail. So please be sure to be careful if you're out in that event tomorrow. If you're in this event here today, please be sure to have a plan of action just on the off chance that something does happen. All right, if a tornado warning does get issued, be sure to have a place to go so that way you can be safe. All right, whether that is a sturdy building or that is a basement or a closet in the innermost part of your building, please figure that out now, so that way if it does happen, and this is just a precautionary, we may be able to get you in that safe spot as quickly as possible. Because I'm telling you right now, I'm going to be combing these storms. All right, I'm going to be looking through all of them, and I've got identifiers that a new tornado warning gets issued right as soon as the National Weather Service issues it. So I'm going to be right here. I'm going to be making sure that every single person is informed here, and that way you guys may be able to watch out for the areas that are currently being impacted. Now, if you haven't heard your state, you're not going to be impacted by these tornadic storms. You could be impacted by the blizzard that's up north, as we do have a blizzard that's currently ongoing for the central to northern plains over here, as we do have some blizzard warnings. But no one should be driving out there anyway, so please do not do that if you're in any of those blizzard warnings. We also have a nor'easter that's upcoming. I talked about it in a video yesterday, so please be sure to also check that out if you haven't already. If you're in the mid-Atlantic or in the Northeast, you should definitely watch that one. But for right now, we're looking at the severe weather. We're looking at the severe weather that's currently unfolding. We have 3 tornado warnings right now, right near the border of Texas and Louisiana. And if you're in any of these warning boxes, you need to get in your safe space. So we'll start here with the northernmost warning for Harrison County until 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Had some very strong rotation earlier. Now has kind of ceded a little bit. It is now moving off towards the north and east into a more unfavorable environment. That's not saying that the storm is going to completely, dissipate. It's just not going to be as strong as it once was potentially. Now, this is still a storm. This is still in an environment for wind shear to where, things can quickly change on a dime. So we're not discrediting this storm completely. This one still can impact people, and that's what we are going to try and avoid as long as we can. So we're going to want to watch out for this more and more. So tornado warning here for Harrison County. If you're in Nesbitt, if you are west of Marshall near the Harleton area, as well as Highway 154, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. We also have another tornado warning down here. This is for Rusk and Cherokee counties until 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Essentially, if you're over near Henderson or if you're south of Henderson here in Texas, you also need to be in a safe space. You see, we have a little bit of rotation. It's quite modest, honestly. It's not too strong, but it's still there to the point to where at any given time, we could potentially have the chance for something tornadic to form here. So we're going to have to watch out for this. Once again, relatively modest, so not as strong. But we also have to consider we're pretty far away from the radar. And the radars, as you get further and further away from a radar, you tend to look higher and higher above the ground, which means that we're not actually seeing what's truly happening at the ground. So that's just what the radar sees right here, not what's happening on the ground. We don't get that verification until some other conditions that could happen. We also have another tornado warning down here. This is for portions of, this would be Sabine and Shelby counties in Texas, as well as Sabine Parish. So you have a tornado warning until 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you live near Noble, and someone said, Zwell or Zwell earlier, as well as Converse and Mitchell over here in Louisiana near U.S. Highway 171, you guys need to get in your safe space. The rotation's not as strong as it once was. That is the good news. But if you were to try and find the rotation, the actual radar is somewhere over here. Reds are moving away, greens and grays moving towards, so we do have our general rotation right within that spot, but not too much as of right now. That is kind of the good news, but I mean, these storms can change on a dime. I mean, we've watched it already. Wrong screen. Wow. Why did I change it again? I really need to get Stream Deck off. Zwally. That is the wrong screen, Lamau. I really need to fix the Stream Deck sometime soon. My equipment keeps breaking. Alright, so once again, northernmost warning right there. That's Mitchell. Southernmost over here. That's Henderson. And then this right here is Zwally. Zwally is right here. So northernmost, Marshall. Southernmost, Henderson. Or not southernmost, westernmost, Henderson. Southernmost, Zwally. That Nesbitt cell's still going. That might be another storm to watch near Kennard. East of Crockett. Alto and Wells and Douglas might be something to watch, as well as Nacogdoches. So once again, northernmost tornado warning here. This is for Harrison County. This one still has the potential to be tornadic near Nesbitt and Jefferson, as well as Marshall. So if you're over near Highway 154, you need to watch out. very, very closely. This one down here, this is for Rusk County. If you're in Rusk County near Henderson, you need to stay in your safe space. Once again, rotation not as strong. There is a new area of rotation south of that near Cushing, though, so that might be something to watch out. And then we also have this cell that's approaching Noble and Converse, right along the border of Louisiana and Texas. That one also has some rotation there, too. All right, let's take a sip. Yes, Will. I do agree that the Nesbitt cell is trying to recycle. Whether or not it'll be successful or not, I guess we'll see. Ooh. Is that the latest scan? That's the latest scan. There is a little teeny spike in turbulence. It's not significant enough to try and produce a tornado quite yet, but there is starting to get, you know, there is starting to be a higher value of vorticity right where that rotation would be. So maybe it could be potentially trying to recycle. Any confirmed PDSs? No, not as of right now. You know what this can do, chat? You know what I can do? Just for a little bit of time, I want to update, and I'll show you guys that I'm actually updating this so that, you know, you don't think I'm lazy. I'm just like doing something on my side screen. This right here is my notepad document that updates my scroll text, the one that tells everyone about the tornado watch. So I'm going to update it right now. I am going to update it. Western and northern Louisiana. Southwest and southern Arkansas. East Texas. Until 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Several tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes likely. Jeez. Oh, it's just not gonna do it for me, is it? Yeah, I'm just gonna have to insert it in manually.
Tornado warning for South Central DeSoto Parish in northwestern Louisiana, northwestern Sabina Parish in northwestern Louisiana.
That's the extension
East
for that one on the
Central
border.
Shelby County in eastern Texas.
75 miles per hour possible. Isolated large hail events, 1.5. Okay, that's fine. So I fixed it. I fixed the scroll text at the bottom part of the screen. And boom. We now have updated the Tornado Watch banner. All right, so once again, we have a new tornado warning that has been issued for Converse and Benson. DeSoto, Sabine, Actually, it's DeSoto and Sabine parishes in Louisiana, as well as Shelby County. You guys are still in a tornado warning until 3:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you're in those areas like Benson, Oxford, Pelican, Converse, as well as U.S. Highway 171, State Route 191, and 174 in Louisiana, you guys need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest and most part of your building. And this actually does have some pretty interesting rotation right within there. You can see your greens are moving towards the radar, your reds are moving away. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So that is something. That is something to watch. So I'm going to watch very, very closely. I also want to note some of these storms downstream here, over here near like Kennard and Crockett. So they're not in the environment yet, but if they move up into this environment, they probably could be some of your tornadic storms as well, your tornado producers. Has this updated in a bit? No, it hasn't. I do believe this Nesbitt cell could be trying to recycle, so Jefferson and Smithland out in front of this over here in northeastern Texas. Excuse me. I do believe that you guys can actually see some activity. I think you guys could potentially see some tornadic activity. So I would watch out for that. Latest scan came in. Don't see anything quite yet. So that's the good news. Yeah, for the people that are in southern portions of Louisiana, you guys really don't have underground facilities. I'm really interested. Did it update yet? Doesn't look like it. I guess it did. Oh well. So for the people who are just tuning in here for the first time, all right, and for the people who have been on here for a while, I got to do this because, you know, people may not know this. The Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service issue every single day convective outlooks. And it just so happens that our convective outlook has our dark green, which is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, our yellow, which is a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, and our orange, which is a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, located over here over the Mississippi River Valley. And that's also including the Deep South. If you're in the yellow or if you're in the orange, particularly in the orange, I do think you guys can see some strong severe weather conditions, including the threat for a tornado, maybe even a strong one. So if you guys know anyone who lives within this area, I would highly recommend you tell them to monitor this system very, very closely. And make sure that they have a way to get warnings from the National Weather Service. If they don't have any ways, please share my stream with them so that way they may be able to stay informed, because I will be streaming between now and potentially midnight tonight. It might even be beyond that, just for, you know, a short time being. We'll have to see as to how the event evolves, but I will be streaming until this event is over with. So, if you know anyone who lives within these areas, please create plans just on the off chance that something bad does happen. All right? It's not saying that something is going to happen. All right? Because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't even know. We've had events for the past 2 days, you know, 2 events. Actually, it's the past event that we've had. It was a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. And yet it produced, you know, it produced a tornado, or actually it produced a couple of tornadoes. But we were expected to see like long track violent tornadoes on that day. We didn't see any long track tornadoes. You know, we had probably 1 or 2 strong tornadoes. So, you know, weather doesn't exactly like to abide by everyone else's rules. And because of that, it can be still somewhat unpredictable. You can have an idea as to what it could be like, without, being perfect on it. But we can figure out ideas as to what the environment could, be somewhat similar to based off of not only past events, but the recent weather models that we've updated and stuff like that. So, yes, we do, once again, have a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale located over this orange area. If you're in the orange and even the surrounding areas in the yellow, you need to watch out for today's severe weather event. At the same token, ladies and gentlemen, we also have our event right here. This is tomorrow. We also have a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale right here. So we need to also monitor that very, very closely as, this goes into, more than just 12 hours. This could be a 24-hour, 36-hour style of event. So it's just one of those things to where my job is to try and make sure people are informed. And, I don't want anyone surprised.
Tornado warning for West Central Panola County in northeastern Texas, Central Rusk County in northeastern Texas.
Alright, so now I'm fixing that. Boom. Alright. I think I have fixed my stream deck. I think I have. That's a new tornado warning, by the way. And unsurprisingly, it is for the Laneville area that's south of Henderson, because I was looking at that just for a brief second. It was over near Cushing. Now it's near Laneville, and you can see we do have some pretty strong rotation on that. Your greens are moving away from, or greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And just to kind of quantify how strong the rotation is, it's about, middle, moderate levels of rotation. We're in that green area, which if you take a look at the legend on the left-hand side, anything above this black mark indicates how strong the actual rotation is. So we have our blues, then we also have our greens, yellows, reds. We've seen red one time today. And then, of course, we hope that pinks and whites don't happen ever. But we do have some rotation within this area. It seems the radar is actually having difficulties trying to quantify as to what the rotation could actually be doing at this point, because we clearly see we have some stronger rotation right within here. Greens and pinks, once again, the counterclockwise spin. But if we go on to the normalized rotation, it's missing half of the rotation. So this storm right here is kind of mischievous a little bit. Also could be masking itself based off of its presentation. But you can also see here on reflectivity a clear hooking characteristic. You have your rain wrapping around completely just like that, inflow coming in unimpeded. That's where the moisture goes in, all the energy in the atmosphere to feed the shower and thunderstorm. So right about there on the front part of the hook is where the tornadic rotation could potentially exist. If we go, once again, back to the actual velocity signature, that is indeed the case. So definitely something to watch out for if you're along US Highway 259, Brockfield, as well as Clayton and Highway 179. Let's actually see if we can get more towns here with Omega. If you're near Minden, Brockfield, Pine Hill, Long Branch, as well as Chapman and Fair Play, you guys need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So guys, we need to share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. That way we can continue to spread this stream out to more and more people on social media who may need it. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, subscribing, turning on notifications and whatnot, by interacting with my channel in general, this does help me spread this stream onto more and more people's recommended feeds on YouTube. That's how some of you guys actually came to my stream, is the recommended feeds that, are always popping up. That's how you see new videos. All that stuff is being recommended because people are interacting with those videos. Same premise for live streams. If you do that, that will really help me exponentially in my job in trying to get the word out to more and more people who may need it. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. I also want to... Oh, what in the world? It still can't quantify it. It's not even near the rotation now. This is interesting. Very interesting. A lot of heavy ZDR over there, too. This is definitely a very interesting storm. I'll have to continue to watch that very closely. It looks to me like the cell that's approaching Jefferson, although it doesn't have a tornado warning anymore, it still is somewhat of a supercell. It is somewhat still of a storm that actually can try to produce a tornado. So I would watch out for it. It doesn't have a tornado warning right now, but Jefferson along this would probably be County Road 134 heading up towards 43 and 49, Highway 43 and 49 near Smithland. I would watch out for the potential of something tornadic that could be up there, but if it doesn't happen, then it could just be me trying to be overprotective. Once again, this refuses to not do anything. Okay, that's the reason, because it's de-aliased. It is, the data is starting to fold. It is starting to become slightly corrupt near that rotation, and I don't know how to take that. That could either be this storm intensifying significantly, or it's not intensifying significantly. So let me actually do this real quickly. Let me see if I can fix it. Just slightly. No, I haven't been able to fix it. That's unfortunate. But it is what it is. This still gives us a general idea. We still have some good rotation over here, now approaching the US Highway 259 area near the Brockfield general vicinity. Guys need to get, into your safe spaces right now if you haven't already. How far are we from the radar? Realistically, I could 3D this. Realistically. I think I am going to do that. I'm going to take a 3D of the storm to try and see as to what exactly is happening with this. Now, this is a little small thunderstorm, a little small supercell, and of course, supercells can come in all different shapes and sizes, but it doesn't really help all too much if it actually is, Oh, this thing continues to corrupt itself. That's unfortunate. Let me do that. There we go. Look at that. Wow, there's our cave. You see that, guys? So this is the mouth of the thunderstorm right here. This is where it takes in all the moisture, all the energy and stuff like that. If I use this analogy all the time to try and kind of describe how thunderstorms work. Think of a thunderstorm as Pac-Man, right? So the thunderstorm's moving across the screen. It's trying to eat up the moisture just like how Pac-Man eats the dots to try and win each floor, right? It's the same premise. This thunderstorm is trying to eat up all the little dots in the atmosphere, which is the moisture and energy levels in the atmosphere. And that's how it works. Now, you might be asking, well, what are the ghosts to Pac-Man, or the ghosts to this storm in this instance, if Pac-Man has ghosts? Believe it or not, the ghost to a thunderstorm is other thunderstorms around it. Because usually whenever they merge with each other, and they start hitting off of each other, they lose organization, and they also are trying to fight for more and more energy, more and more moisture. There's only enough moisture to go around, especially in this, there's not enough moisture, I should say, to go around, especially in this environment. So that's kind of what the main thing here to take away from that is. But yeah, we do have still this very gnarly supercell. That is range folded. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to see that. Jefferson cell still looks kind of interesting. Yeah, it does have a little bit of a hook. You can kind of see little appendage just like that. So maybe something on the leading edge of that could be possible. Ooh. Maybe something over here in the future towards Smithland. That could be something to watch out for. It looks to me like it's trying to recycle, but like very much so on the northern side. And I'm not sure how well that can go over for it, because it's all surrounded by rain. And as I just mentioned, if you have a bunch of thunderstorms that are trying to fight over the same thing, it's not going to go over well. So, that's kind of how that is. May you ask why there's no caps allowed? Partially because it can be distracting. Otherwise, caps can be interpreted as yelling. And if people are doing all caps the entire time, it emphasizes their words a little bit more than it really should. And if it's during a significant situation, it could also install a little bit more panic than it needs to. So we want to try and create a chill atmosphere for the most part for people who may want to actually, be here. We don't want to scare anyone. We want to make sure that all the information you're getting here is accurate, reliable, and efficient. Notice how I said efficient, because I want to try and make sure that if I find something, I'm going to be, out with it as quickly as possible. I'm speaking my mind the entire time I'm on this stream. So. This cell over here near Converse and Benson is starting to get its act together a little bit more. And the rotation is still there to the point to where that actually is true. It has a very good updraft here according to ZDR, which could mean that this could actually be intensifying. And if that's the case, it's in a very good environment to kind of do whatever it wants. Because there's no other thunderstorms really around it. There really aren't. If you're just tuning in here for the first time, we are currently covering tornadoes. We're currently covering tornadoes. There is the threat for them here today. We have 2 tornado warnings that are ongoing as of right now. Some of the tornadoes that we could see today could be strong ones. So we want to make sure that for the people who are impacted out in front of it, and you guys can see here on the Outlook, anyone that is inside this red circle, or not red circle, I was thinking of the actual boxes here, and I was thinking, well, maybe I should say the red boxes, but anyone that's in the orange circle, you guys need to watch out for severe weather here today. You guys have the potential for some tornadoes, maybe even strong ones. How many tornadoes has there been here today so far? That is a good question. Let me pull this up. And there's been 2 tornadoes officially reported here today. Now, there could definitely be more. But there was a tornado over near Fort Worth that had 5 injuries associated with it, unfortunately. And that was over near Grapevine. Hey, listen, J-Rex. I've always wanted to have a bunch of storm chasers and stuff like that I could constantly talk to. I mean, for me, I love seeing what's happening on the ground to try and watch it unfold. Any way that I can, understand what's currently happening. And I do believe that, having live pictures and or videos can actually influence decisions a lot more efficiently than just me showing people a bucket of spilled paint on radar and expecting them to believe me. So, having that would be great. Unfortunately, though, it also, you would also need a very high budget. PDS in Decatur. That could have been last night, though. Actually, technically, that is last night, because it was before 12Z. This cell in Brockfield and Clayton heading towards Carthage really is starting to get interesting. Very high ZDR values across the board. Although KDP doesn't look like there's very high stream-wise vorticity values over there. Yeah, watch out Smithland, Vivian, and McLeod. This right here might be what is called a left flank velocity enhancement, or ELF for short, as to what I call it. And what can happen here is when you have a lot of reds moving away from the radar and this green track that's moving towards, this right here is essentially a current of air that is trying to wrap around and produce a tornado. So usually when you have a left flank velocity enhancement like that, that could potentially identify or indicate, I should say, a tornado being possible. So Smithfield, Vivian, McLeod, over here along the border of Louisiana, Arkansas, and Texas, you guys, in my honest opinion, should probably watch out. You probably should watch out. Yeah, the Brockfield cell. This definitely... Oh, now the normalized rotation wants to function. There we go. Now you can see the normalized rotation, and that's in the moderate levels of rotation in that yellow. Not too surprising there that we have as strong a rotation as we do with this storm. That is not a debris signature. Not a debris signature. So, easily... you can easily tell as to it not being a debris signature, because if you look at the lower values of correlation coefficient, well, that just updated, so isn't that lovely? Okay, it still applies. If you take a look at the lower values of correlation coefficient, you kind of circle it just like that, or even just kind of cut it out, and you go over to reflectivity, all of it is in low values of reflectivity. And so in order for you to get a CC drop for a tornado, for tornado debris, you need to have the radar to pick up stuff because you need it to see debris. And in order for us to see if there is stuff there, you got to take a look at reflectivity. If it's a low value of reflectivity, there's no stuff. So the good news is that that is not a debris signature. Bad news is, obviously, I mean, you still got a storm that's got a heck of a rotation, on it. So... And a big ZDR arc. Look at that. Huge ZDR arc on that. Let's actually take a look and see KDP. Centroid. Oh, yeah. That is a storm that has a lot of streamwise vorticity. I just did a manual calculation of how much vorticity is in this storm to try and produce a tornado. And let's just say it's pretty high. So, there it is. Watching this very, very closely. What about this storm up here? Still looks like it has the potential to try and produce a tornado. We are now starting to get an arcing characteristic just like this within the thunderstorm. And that is a ZDR arc. You see that? That is a ZDR arc, which tells me that this storm is tornadic. It's not producing a tornado yet, but it is tornadic. Cell near Benson and Oxford hasn't really congealed quite yet, and it's also kind of losing structure. I'm actually curious. Zoom out and see what's actually happening over here. So there's only a little bit of vorticity near it, which is the reason why it's not producing a tornado. So actually, I'll retract this statement from this thing doing a whole lot. There isn't a whole lot of vorticity at this moment for that storm, that tornado warning in Louisiana, to really do much right now. However, you see a lot of these blue contours here. This is vorticity. And anytime it overlaps with the red contours, that tells you that you do have good ingredients for potential tornadoes. And we do have that. We have an overlap right within that area. So we're expecting those blue contours to increase over time, which is kind of the concern. You know, it's the reason why this event is what it is right now. But, oh yeah. Yeah, that is a ZDR arc right there. That is probably some potential intensification here soon. So Smithland, Gray, and McLeod over here in Texas. That's a tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
extension.
Northwestern Panola County in northeastern Texas, east central Rusk County in northeastern Texas.
They issued an extension for this. Still not on the ground quite yet, fortunately. Yeah, no debris signature quite yet with that storm. No debris signature with this storm either. So yeah, that's good. That's good. Once again, it really does help if you guys would spread this information. This is something that I do quite frequently here on YouTube. I try to provide information and analysis to people who probably may need it. And, you know, if you know anyone who may need said information, or, you know, if you just want to help me spread this information with more and more people, please be sure to do that. It really does help me out a lot. So copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. That way we may be able to spread this out with more and more people outside of YouTube. And then on YouTube, if you guys actually, you know, hit the thumbs up button down below, hit the subscribe button, or turn on notifications, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube through YouTube's algorithm. YouTube has an algorithm to where if they see a channel or a stream or a video that gets interacted with on a frequent basis, then it actually recommends it to more and more people. So I would really appreciate it if you would. As I said, the closest, or I should say the closer you get to 1,000 likes, the more and more the stream will actually be recommended. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. It would be greatly appreciated, to say the least. But we have 3 storms right now that I'm watching, potentially 4 if that does anything. I don't anticipate that one to do it, but we have 3 storms that I'm watching right now. One of which is not tornado warned, but probably will be relatively soon over here near Smithland, Gray, and McLeod over here in Texas, as well as Rodessa and Vivian in Louisiana. It's right on the border, and just a little south of the border of Arkansas with that as well. And then we also have another storm over here near Carthage and Beckville in Texas. This storm has been rotating quite significantly for quite some time. Now, it doesn't look like a side lobe to me. It's pretty wonky, I'll tell you what. The radar here in this area is still pretty wonky. But I wouldn't say it is, I wouldn't say it's side lobe. Or at least, I think actually this probably would be side lobe. Probably not the actual rotation in itself. Or it actually could be side lobe. It very well could be. But we also have another storm, once again, as I said, near Carthage, Clayton, Beckville, heading off towards the north and east here in Texas. It's south of I-20, and it's about to cross over Highway 79. So if you are over here near Fairplay, Holland Quarters, Delray, Beckville, Arbor, Ryderville, as well as Sterrett Hill, Harris Chapel, Grand Bluff, and Walnut Grove, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. We also have a tornado watch that has been issued for this area. The National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center has mentioned that there is the potential for a couple strong tornadoes within this style of event, and it won't be just over here in eastern Texas and western Louisiana. That will continue to actually move off further towards areas like Alexandria, Monroe, potentially Vicksburg and Natchez, as well as Jackson and Macomb, maybe Baton Rouge and Lafayette, especially as we get into the overnight hours. So we'll need to really watch out for this. I'll be on for probably up until midnight, maybe even a little past midnight Central. So, you know, for the people who may want to watch this coverage, especially as this gets closer and closer to your area, if you guys live here, I will be here. I will be here. All right. So please be sure to, come back if need be. And, for tomorrow, this even extends into tomorrow as well. We also have a risk for severe weather here tomorrow. So before we get into tomorrow, we'll talk about what this currently looks, what we're looking at, I should say. We have our severe weather scale here. We have a 1 out of 5 in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. So if you're in the orange, that's where you should be. That's where you should be paying attention to the weather the most. Followed by the yellow. I think you should actually just be at the same level of paying attention to the weather as orange. If you're in the green, not so much. I don't think you guys really should look at it all too much. But if we actually take a look over here at tomorrow, you see we also have something very similar. We have another 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here for portions of southeastern Louisiana, central to southern Mississippi, as well as southern Alabama and western Florida. So if you live in those areas, come back to this channel tomorrow as well. You will be watching me live as I talk about the severe weather in your area. So please be sure to come back if you would like to. But once again, we will be covering this event for quite some time. So don't move. Don't move from anywhere. Or at least don't close the applications on your phone if you're watching this, or if you're on your computer. Don't exit out from that tab, as I will continue to be watching this very closely. It looks like the McLeod and the Smithland cell might actually be trying to produce a tornado here relatively soon, so that's going to be something to watch out for. If it doesn't produce a tornado, it's going to produce some strong damaging winds and upwards of 70 miles per hour. So I would just get indoors if you're in Rodessa, Ida, Mira, and Vivian over here in Louisiana. Mezzolo with an eye-like feature off the shore of the Florida Panhandle. I did see that a little bit earlier. Thought I had finals tomorrow. I do, but it starts at like 11:30 Eastern. So if I get through it quick enough, which who knows how quickly I get through it, then I probably will be able to stream like a little bit earlier. But I'm going to be streaming regardless. It just might be a little teeny tad bit late, but who knows. Jacob with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, what are the risks for Jonesboro? Jonesboro, believe it or not, is not even in the dark green. They are actually in the light green, which is the general thunderstorm and the rain risk. So don't worry about it too much. Not really too much to worry about with that. So. What am I getting my degree in? So right now I'm currently getting my general education classes done before I actually transfer to a meteorology school. So I was originally in Penn State. Then I left Penn State for the time being because it's super expensive. And now I'm currently at a local school that's a lot cheaper. And then a lot of my friends actually want me to transfer to OU, to Oklahoma. So, you know, to go with them. So if I do that, then I'll be over in Oklahoma then instead of Penn State. But it's just, college is a lot of money, man. College is a lot of money. Everyone's going to have debt as soon as you get out of it. It's just a matter of how much. So if I can kind of limit that debt a little bit, I'll be fine. How does Anacacoa look in Louisiana? Let's take a look. Do you have a larger town or city nearby that I might be able to look up? Because it's not there on Google Maps. It's not on my screen. How's Ohio looking in this? They're fine. Ohio's not in the risk. It didn't go. That's the good news. Storm in Clayton and Beckville starting to weaken. I don't know when that... Oh, it happened over the past 2 frames. So that's the good news. It's not doing as much anymore. That's good. Nacogdoches, there's a storm over near you that has some rotation, though. So I actually wonder why... I mean, obviously, this isn't the main event quite yet. This is when we would start to see a couple tornado warnings try to spawn off. Are the low-level lapse rates not there yet? They aren't. And they're expected to increase a little bit later on today, so that's the reason why they're not sustaining as much. Understandable. Understandable. What do I do for your tornado watch in El Dorado, Arkansas? Just stand by. You go about your normal day like usual. And if something does happen, you know, tornado warning, if it does occur, then you go to whichever predetermined area that you have determined would be safe from tornadoes, which is in your lowest innermost part of your building. So that'd be like a basement or a bathroom or a closet, something like that. Do I think Pontotoc County in Oklahoma could get any more storms? No, I don't believe so. I think Oklahoma is completely done. They could get some snow. There is a chance. Oh, that... Okay, that is side lobe. That is 100% side lobe. There is... Something tells me we're not seeing the full story underneath this. So we might actually have to watch this a little bit more. Might not be completely dead yet. Contrary to the storm over here in Mansfield, what in the world is this? It still has rotation, but I mean, like, what are you doing? It's not... It's still got a decent updraft, I'll tell you what, but it's just... It's not having fun right now. It really is not having fun. When will Natchitoches, Louisiana see bad weather? I mean, you guys are going to start seeing some scatter showers and thunderstorms here within the next half an hour. When it will start to get bad will probably be an hour to an hour and a half from now, maybe even further than that. That's what I would probably have to say about that. Convent, Louisiana. What time can we expect anything tonight and tomorrow? If you're where I think you might be, it could just be a whole overnight event into tomorrow. And that is kind of the case. I really expect you guys to see the majority of your activity tomorrow, though. Probably an hour at, well, nah. It would probably be 1 o'clock Central, give or take. Maybe a little bit earlier, maybe a little bit later. Something like that, though. Almost went down to chase this event, like the last one, but too far southwest for the trip from Louisville. Nocturnal for areas. Yeah, I get that. I really do believe that this event, if you did chase it, it would be a very much so hit or miss event. You could be on one storm that might actually produce a tornado, and then you might be on the next one where you think it's going to produce a tornado, and then it just like falls off a cliff. So, yeah, Peter, I probably wouldn't have made that drive. But I mean, of course, if you did drive that, you're always welcome back on the channel as a chaser. Always welcome. That storm that's over near Nacogdoches actually is still rotating some more. Once again, if this continues to move northeast, we could be talking about something tornadic here soon. So, don't be surprised if I mention the towns of Mount Enterprise, Timpson, as well as Gary City, and maybe even Carthage here relatively soon. Once again, do not be surprised. College is vastly overrated these days. I mean, yeah. But I mean, at least for scientific fields, historically, you tend to have a higher credibility if you have a degree on your shoulder. And even though I don't have a degree yet, I'm in the, a college field for meteorology. But there's still going to be people that aren't going to take me seriously because I don't have that said degree. And so, whether I continue to do this on YouTube or not, I still want to strive for that official title so that way I can be taken seriously by more people. Because at the end of the day, I want my voice to be heard so that way I can try and make an impact on people. And hopefully it's in a good way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's side lobe too. I'm pretty sure that Storm is ingesting, well, not ingesting, but it is encountering some side lobe contamination. So really what's happening here, guys, when I mention side lobe contamination, it essentially is when the actual dimensions of the radar, the dimensions of a weather radar, actually can impact how it perceives data. And in this instance, the radar is actually thinking that it is seeing something else when it really is not. It's seeing... It thinks that it's at the ground when in general it actually is quite higher above them. So, that's what side lobe contamination is. It's pretty bleh. It's not very fun for us analysts. I appreciate that, Robin. Thank you so much. Centerville, Texas, getting bad weather. Let me take a look real quickly. What's up, Aqua? Nice to see you. Is Tyler, Texas in the clear yet? Tyler, give it another 15 to 20 minutes. Once that's the case, then yeah, you guys are good. Centerville, Texas. That's on 45. I mean, Once again, something similar to Tyler. Give it about 15-20 minutes, maybe a half an hour at most. Once it stops raining, you're good. But you are going to get some rain. Home is definitely going to get some activity tomorrow. Anyone that's near New Orleans is going to get activity tomorrow. So, I'd watch out for that. Sounds good, Peter. Thank you so much. So we only have one tornado warning right now. Of course, we can't really see the rotation all too well because side lobe contamination is splendid, isn't it? Splendid. But if you live near Highway 59, that's a new tornado warning, actually. As soon as I mention anything about, hey, there's only one.
For South Central Rusk County in northeastern Texas, northwestern Nacogdoches County in eastern Texas.
Well, I can't say I didn't warn you all. I said more than likely this was probably going to continue to be a thing. This cell over here in Nacogdoches. And yeah, Trawick, Garrison, Mount Enterprise, Timpson. This one actually has some pretty strong rotation for how wide it is. Very large rotation right within here. So yeah, once again, new tornado warning for Rusk and Nacogdoches County. And that'll be until the top of the hour, 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you're over there near Highway 259 or Highway 59, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible. Big ZDR arc on this one. This is a classic supercell. You can see this hook formation just like that, which is, something into which supercells usually take the shape of. The kind of comma head type style of storm. So yeah, we do have a supercell here that is capable of producing a tornado from both the reflectivity standpoint, from the rain standpoint, and from the velocity standpoint. So as I said, green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where you could anticipate it, just to the south of Trawick, and just to the north and west of Nacogdoches, moving to the north and east. So I would really appreciate it if you guys could help me spread this information out to as many people as possible. Once again, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, copy the link to the live stream, put it out there. And by interacting with my channel, all right? And, for the people who've been here with me for a while, all right, I'm starting to get sick of him saying it. But for people who interact with my channel, whether it's by liking, by commenting in chat, by subscribing and hitting notifications, which, as I said, I'm going to live stream tomorrow because there's another severe weather event that's somewhat similar to what's happening today. You actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. And for the people who may not have local news coverage, they're going to want to go to the internet to try and figure out what's going on. And that's where I come in. I'm going to want to try and make sure that if no one else has an idea as to what's going on, I'm going to have an idea of what's going on, and people can just come to me. So please be sure, if you haven't already, please try and get the word out that this stream is here. Nader on the ground near Carthage. There's a tornado warning. It's not on the, or at least I don't believe it's a tornado. Yeah, it's not a tornado on the ground, but it's a tornado warning north of Carthage. That one has some side lobe with it, which is just contamination that is not allowing me to see the rotation normally. But there is still a storm here, regardless of that fact, that could potentially produce a tornado. So if you want to treat it like it's on the ground, please be sure to do so. Please be sure to go ahead and have a plan of action to head into a sturdy structure and get safe. You want to put as many walls in between yourself and the outdoors as possible. So that way, if flying debris flies around, it gets slung into your building. It only has to go through 4 or 5 walls instead of 1 if you're watching it from your window. So that is something to note. Once again, tornado warning north of Carthage. This is for, this would be Panola County until 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. The cell near Trawick and Appleby as well, or Appleby. Probably Appleby, though. As well as Garrison. This is, once again, a tornado warning for Rusk and Nacogdoches counties until the top of the hour, 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you live in these areas, you need to watch out for this very, very closely. There you go, April. Fixed it. Don't worry about it. I got a place for that. Love you, mods. The cell over here near Ida and Mira over here in northwestern Louisiana still has characteristics of it being supercellular, which is essentially just a strong thunderstorm. Whether or not it produces a tornado, I do believe this warning has a tornado possible tag on it. So, you know, the potential for a tornado is there. But primarily here, I do see strong damaging winds being the main threat. Yeah, I'm trying, Rocket Fan. I'm really trying to remember some of these names. You know, of course, the more and more I do these streams. So I've been doing this for over 3 years now. So, you know, it was 3 years from the end of June. You know, I've been going over these areas a bunch of times, and you know, communication is key to me. Communication is key. And if I'm pronouncing people's town names incorrectly, they're not going to think that I'm talking about their area. They're going to think that it's something else, and they're going to ignore me. That's the last thing that I want. So, you know, when people actually correct me in the chat, I really do appreciate it. You know, and it's not something that I purposefully do. I'm not purposefully trying to pronounce people's town names incorrectly. It's just, you know, I'm trying to sound it out with what I think it could potentially be. And if it's not correct, it's not correct, and I've hopefully fixed. Hopefully. Does that CC drop? I doubt. Oh, wait. Yeah, I doubt. I wouldn't think that would be a tornado on the ground, although I'm going to watch that very closely because that looks something like it could be. I mean, there wouldn't be just low values of CC like that, pixel to pixel to pixel together right there, unless if two things happened. So, I'm going to watch out for that very, very closely. But that's a good call, Daniel. It could have potentially been a CC drop. We'll have to see. I also want to go ahead and scout out these storms out in front, because we mentioned in my video yesterday, these storms right here could potentially be the ones to try and be tornadic, be a bit of an issue. And so I want to go ahead and scout out some of these storms to see if they have potential. Try and see if I can get a hit on some of these before they actually become significant. That was the old storm, I believe. Or no, that was the old storm up there. That's a new storm that has formed. Doesn't look like it's doing too much right there. There's a storm down here near DeQuincy, but that's too far south. that might be something to watch out for in the next half an hour. So I'll keep that in mind. Tornado on the ground near Carthage? Is there? There's the rotation. No, I wouldn't say there's a tornado on the ground. I think... Yeah, it doesn't look like it to me. There is rotation with it. The side lobe is starting to kind of veer out a little bit. But you can still see the very strong reds moving away and then a little bit of the grays moving towards. So there is still rotation with it. It's just not on the ground right now. And it would... Ways for me to tell if it's on the ground would be paired with a high reflectivity, a low correlation coefficient, and a negative value of ZDR. And because none of those actually align, I can officially say it is not. This is in Texas right now. This is in Texas. It's moving into Louisiana, however. So we're right next to the border. Right next to the border. CC is still there. I am very interested in that. Huh. I don't see anything that would tell me it's on the ground right now because we have high values of ZDR, so it doesn't match up. I would have to say it's still some strong rotation. Small funnel, you're right next to the rotation? That's interesting. We would probably be getting a spotter network report then if that was the case. Because there's a bunch of spotters on that. So it's time to fact check, fact check, fact check. But please refrain from misinformation in the chat if you know you're actually putting in misinformation. Because I'm not saying people actually are putting in misinformation. I'm just saying, yeah. You'd like to help support my education? Just by either A, sponsoring the channel through becoming a member by clicking the join button, or by just hitting super chats and stuff like that. That helps out my channel. It helps out my education. And if you can't afford anything, you know, no money, which I get, a lot of people, you know, these days, you know, we're all running out. So, you know, it really just does help if you would continue to spread the word of the channel and the stream and stuff like that. That's all it is. So once again, 2 tornado warnings right now, and then another storm up to the north in northwestern Louisiana has a tornado possible tag with that severe thunderstorm warning. But 2 tornado warnings right now. One for Panola County in northeastern Texas until 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. That'd be north of Carthage. Do have some pretty, I wouldn't say strong rotation. I'd say moderate levels of rotation over here. Maybe a little bit little lower than that here from a visual perspective, approaching DeBerry. So if you live near DeBerry, Texas, I would go ahead and get into your safe space. Same thing with Wascom and Scottsville, an area south of I-20. Let me actually take storm motion from this warning to see if I can get a little bit better with that. And yes, that does make things a little bit better. Yeah, this will be heading towards the Wascom and the Greenwood area. So if you know anyone who lives over there along I-20, along the border of Texas and Louisiana, please go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into a shelter now. New tornado warning, and it's an extension.
Tornado warning for West Central Caddo Parish in northwestern Louisiana, southeastern Harrison County in northeastern Texas, northeastern Panola County in northeastern Texas.
All right, so that's D-Berry. People in the chat are saying it's called D-Berry. That's what we shall call it then. So I appreciate the people who are correcting me in chat. Once again, I fully encourage that because I want to be able to pronounce town names correctly so that there's no miscommunication. So D-Berry, Greenwood, and Wascom over here in Texas and Louisiana, right along the border. You need to get in your safe space right now. Caddo Parish in Louisiana, as well as Harrison and Panola counties in Texas. You guys need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you're in a mobile home, please be sure to get into a sturdy building, because a mobile home is not a sturdy building. I've seen mobile homes be tossed by just general winds, and it's not safe for you guys, especially if you're in a tornado warning. So please be sure to get into some form of building that is anchored down towards the ground, and that will at least make you a bit safer, quite a bit safer than in a mobile home. We also have our other tornado warning down to the south near Garrison and Mount Enterprise, north of Appleby. That is for Rusk and Nacogdoches counties. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. We do have still some rotation with this as well. It's not as tight as it once was, and I don't believe because of that it is on the ground. And that would be the case. We don't have some very low correlation coefficient values, and we don't even have very high reflectivity values within the inflow notch. So I don't believe the storm is currently on the ground as of right now, which would be the good news. But because of the fact that it is still rotating and that it is still existing in general, the threat for it to produce a tornado is still possible, and we want to make that known to the people who live near Garrison, Tipson, and Highway 84 and 59. If you're in those areas in Texas, you guys need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But yeah, Arlem, Concord, Caledonia, Garrison, Pleasant Hill, Holly Springs. Guys need to get in your safe space right now. Tornado on the ground near Carthage? Is it on the ground though? Because it hasn't been... If it was on the ground, the National Weather Service probably would have reported it, but... Interesting. We're gonna ISP. Well, prayers up for Ryan for his internet. I know how that works. Internet's it's a funny thing. It's a funny thing to work on, isn't it? It either works or it doesn't work. There is no in between, isn't there? But I could take the reins for right now. Ryan does a good job. Let's see. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to fill in his shoes from a reach perspective, but from a science perspective, let's see if I can fill in. Let's see what I can do here, huh? So yeah, once again, 2 tornado warnings. And then we also have the potential for some of these other storms that are out in front that are going to be in central Louisiana within the next few hours. They might be the ones to watch out for in the future that can try and produce tornadoes. So that is something to watch out for. I also want to mention that this storm that's right here, this one that's over near DeBerry, this one still is rotating. You can clearly see reds moving away, greens moving towards. That's the reason why they issued the new tornado warning. I do believe that this thing might have a chance to try and produce a tornado. And if it does get closer to Shreveport, we do have traffic cameras that actually are on video. They are video cameras that are right along that area. We'll be able to watch it. And we might be able to see if there's a tornado on the ground. Now, if I were to try and see if a tornado's on the ground it would be somewhere right here, right where I just circled. This is the outflow boundary, the boundary that it creates naturally through the natural thunderstorm processes that it has. And then this is kind of like the top part of the storm right there, or at least that's kind of where the forward flank downdraft and or streamwise vorticity band kind of is. Whew. Trying to look to the side. Couldn't find too much. Oh well. Yeah, the cell over here near D-Berry. I mean, the normalized rotation obviously is not super high, so you can kind of see how it quantifies it with, how strong the rotation is. And, I actually don't really use normalized rotation to kind of tell as to what specifically is happening. This is more for just a general thing for you guys to kind of understand. But you see we have a lot of low amounts of rotation here indicated in this blue, but it's right within like an elongated strand, all right? You got this general area of where it could be. But if we actually take a look at the upper levels, it's actually not really upper levels. This is 2,000 feet above ground level. The rotation's a lot stronger. It's moderate levels of rotation right within that area, which means that, this thing above the ground, 2,700 feet above the ground, it's rotating pretty rapidly. So if this thing can translate to the ground, and there it is, that's the translation to the ground, that's a tornado on the ground. That is a tornado on the... Yep, everything is checked off. Everything is checked off. That is a tornado in progress right now. Tornado on the ground near D-Berry and Greenwood. That is indeed a tornado on the ground. So if you're in D-Berry, Wascom, and Greenwood, right here on the border of Texas and Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I want to pull Omega over here to the side, because I can't, even though I can't show these chasers due to copyright reasons, I do want to try and see if some of these chasers can see anything, because it is 100% on the ground. His feed is currently down. I can't see anything. That's unfortunate. But this is a tornado on the ground, and how I can tell that this is a tornado on the ground is, number one, we've identified that this is a supercell. You can see the hook right within there. At the bottom part of the hook, right down here, okay? So we have all of the moisture that's coming in through the inflow, and then you have the rain that is wrapping around just like that. Where that all meets together is right about here. Now, correlation coefficient, I'm going to give you guys the short, sweet, simple way of explaining how this thing works. It looks at the particles in the atmosphere, and it tries to determine if it's similar or not. Rain is obviously nowhere near similar to trees and, dirt and stuff like that that's being slung into the air. So therefore, the particles are not the same. That's the reason why when you look outside of these storms, so you see out here in the middle of nowhere, new tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for South Central Panola County in northeastern Texas, southeastern Rusk County in northeastern Texas, north central Nacogdoches County in eastern Texas, northwestern Shelby County in eastern Texas.
So we'll get to that tornado warning here in a second, but that's the reason why when you look out in front, you can see a lot of low correlation coefficient values, or those blue values, and that's just more or less because, the particles in the atmosphere that it's seeing, they're not exactly the same. We can take a look here, and we see that we have a big blue ball right here. This, if you go over to reflectivity, this will show us, reflectivity shows us there's a lot of stuff that's being lofted into the atmosphere, or it's just there in the atmosphere. It sees it, okay? If you look at correlation coefficient, you notice the stuff around it is all red, and that's because those particles are all the same, which means that all of that is rain, more than likely. But it sees that blue particle in the middle, and with the amount of stuff that is being lofted in the atmosphere, it's non-meteorological, which means that it is more than likely debris. And because of that, we have a tornado that is currently on the ground right now. It is heading towards Greenwood and Wascom, right along the border of Texas and Louisiana. If you're in this area right now, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. So guys, please, we need to share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible, outside of YouTube and on YouTube. Please be sure to hit the thumbs up button down below, hit the subscribe button, stuff like that. Just interact with the channel in any way that you possibly can so that we can continue to get this out to more and more people's recommended feeds. This is a strong tornado. This is more than likely one of the first strong tornadoes that we are going to have here today. And let me actually take a look, because people have told me to try and check Twitter. That's from Live Storm Chasing. Unfortunately, I can't see any of that. Oh, there it is. PDS. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Caddo Parish as well as Harrison and Panola counties in Texas. This will be in effect until 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 3:40 p.m. Central Standard Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Elysian Fields, or 17 miles southeast of Marshall, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This was a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Caddo Parish in Louisiana, as well as Harrison and Panola counties in Texas. That'll be in effect until 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Once again, very strong velocities. There is no reason why they would be wrong about this. We do have a big debris ball right within here, indicating that we do have a strong tornado in progress right now. This is heading north of DeBerry, so this is paralleling Highway 79 here in Texas, and you can see this white line that just kind of crosses right here. That is the border of Texas and Louisiana right now. This is heading towards the Wascom areas and the Greenwood areas. If you're over there, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's see. Oh, Ryan Carty. Yeah, that is a wedge. Someone just sent me a picture. This is from Ryan Carty's channel. I'm going to retweet it on Twitter. This is on livestormchasing.com. So please be sure, if you want to watch the chase, go on to livestormchasing.com. You'll find Ryan Carty, and he has a very large tornado right here, as you can see. It's just clear as day that this is a large tornado. So this is one of those things to where we're not trying to scare everyone. We're not trying to make it so that this is the end of the world. We want you guys to be safe, all right? We want you guys to heed the warnings of the National Weather Service, so that way you guys can be safe. And in order to do that, we need to show you these pictures and these images on radar and on Twitter of what's currently happening right now, so that way we can influence your decision on what to do and what you should do if you're in this warning. Once again, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for Caddo Parish, as well as Harrison and Panola counties in Texas. You need to get into your safe space now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. Once again, if you're new to the stream, please be sure to help share this information by copying the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way more and more people can actually tune into the stream. And if you want to help us spread this out into more and more people's recommended feeds, please be sure to actually like and subscribe to the channel. All right, you can actually unsubscribe afterwards if you want. I don't care. All right, because at the end of the day, I'm not caring about the subscribers. I'm caring about the people inside this particular warning box. By interacting with my channel more and more, YouTube's algorithm interprets it as a thing that needs to be watched or something that can be shared with more and more people. And that's what we want to try and do. We want to try and share this stream with more and more people, especially if they live in the, in the vicinity of Wascombe and Greenwood. They need to get into their safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of their building. So once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued. This is right along the border of Louisiana and Texas, just to the west of Shreveport. All right, so for people who may know where Shreveport is, there's the warning. There's Shreveport. All right, there's I-20 that goes along on the northern side of Louisiana. Up there is Texarkana somewhere. It's a little bit off the screen. Right here is Texarkana. This is Shreveport, and there is the warning box right there. So please be sure, if you haven't already, need to help me spread this information with as many people as possible. All right, this is big, big storm that has the potential to continue to be on the ground for quite some time. We've talked, oh, is that a debris signature too? No, it is not. Thank the Lord. I was going to lose my mind if that one was too. These storms today, even in general, have the potential to try and become significant. Let's actually take a look here real quickly, just for a brief moment, to show you guys the actual area into which this severe weather event is going to unfold. And if you live here within this orange area here, anticipate the chance for some severe weather. That can include strong damaging winds, large hail, and even some tornadoes, some of which could even be strong, similar to the one that we just looked at. And so, if you know anyone who lives within this orange area, you need to be monitoring the weather today. It doesn't have to be just, this stream, that you can be on this stream. You can have the National Weather Service on in the background. You can watch the Weather Channel, stuff like that. But be sure to monitor the weather because of the ever-changing conditions that can occur today. So, that's the reason why people need to watch out. All right, we see such a large area here that can potentially be impacted by severe weather in this 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale within this orange. Even on the outside of it, the yellow area, 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. You guys probably could watch out for this as well, because I wouldn't be surprised if stuff even leaks out of that. Probably not as much for the green, though. If you're in the green, maybe some strong damaging winds is possible within your area. I don't anticipate too much within your general vicinity. But, when we talk about all this stuff, we want to emphasize this so that way we can look at what's already happened, all right? And we can associate it to what could potentially happen as well for the rest of the day. And that's what we're going to want to do. We're going to want to try and continue to spread this with more and more people because of what's been happening. And believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, before we really get into the extensive detail of what's currently happening with the tornado that's currently on the ground, once again, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued. This is for Caddo Parish in Louisiana, as well as Harrison and Panola counties in Texas. That is in effect until the top of the hour, until 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. But just to go into a little bit more with this as well, I want to inform you all that we also have the risk for severe weather tomorrow. If you live in southeastern Louisiana, as well as southern Mississippi and Alabama, as well as western portions of Florida, please tune into my channel tomorrow. I will be doing the same exact thing that I'm doing right now and live streaming for the people who may need it over here. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. By the way, 10 a.m. with the 2. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate it. I don't want to discredit, the people who actually support the channel. Because, I'm talking too much. I really want to shout out the people. Thank you so much, 10 a.m. Really do appreciate it. But we're back on the tornado warning right now, and let's get full into the extensive coverage. Once again, this is officially from the National Weather Service. Tornado warning remains in effect until 4 p.m. Central Standard Time for Caddo Parish, as well as Harrison and Panola counties, right along the border of Texas and Louisiana. At 3:45 p.m. Central Standard Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Wascom, or 17 miles west of Shreveport, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely.
Eastern Nacogdoches County in eastern Texas, central Angelina County in eastern Texas, northwestern San Augustine County in eastern Texas.
Interesting. 10 a.m. Thank you so much again for the 2. I really do appreciate it. That's another one. Keep me updated on Brad, because, you know, that's obviously not something you ever want to hear. That's a new tornado warning for Lufkin, Huntington, Chireno, as well as Melrose here in Texas. That's Nacogdoches, as well as Angelina and San Augustine counties here in Texas until 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. There is a numerous area of rotations. There's actually 3 of them. One near Melrose, one due east of Lufkin, and one south of Huntington. I'm not saying that all of them are going to produce tornadoes, but they do all have the potential to try and do so. So I would continue to monitor that as this continues to progress northeast into an environment that is favorable for tornadoes, of course. The Wascom cell is still on the ground. Tornado is on the ground still. I want to actually see, because if we do have a camera over there, I might be able to get a view. No. Ooh, actually, yes. We have a picture. It's not a camera, it's a picture. But it does help. This is the picture that we are looking at right now. That's right along the border of Texas and Louisiana on I-20. And you can clearly see, I mean, on one side you see a lot of the light precipitation. That's probably from the main core that drops some of the higher values of rain and maybe even hail. Over here is where we'd be watching. Over here is probably where the tornado could potentially be. I'll continue to watch out for that with this camera here in a bit. If you guys have any sky cameras that you guys may have, please be sure to at me, at Nate_Snyder on Twitter, or even send it to me on my Gmail, hockeyboy8@gmail.com. That way I may be able to try and show you guys what's going on and stuff like that. But yeah, this is Arnold saying large wedge tornado. Yeah, I'm not too surprised with that after the picture that we saw earlier. And once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. You can still see the rotation right there. Right there is where the rotation actually is at. You can still see the correlation coefficient drop. There is the debris signature, which means a tornado is still currently on the ground. And until that actually fans away, if we continue to see some consolidated blues right within that area, I'm not going to be too surprised if this thing continues to stay on the ground. But I will say one thing, if there was anything good to take away from this, the ball of blue has shrunk. Before it had about 4 or 5 pixels right within this circle. If we go down to what it is right now, the pixels are about 3 to 4 pixels wide. So the tornado has definitely shrunk. That is the good news. But of course, the bad news is, and it's still, once again, you know, the worst type of news that you can get, a tornado is still in progress right now, and you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So Wascom, Greenwood, please get into a shelter and stay away from windows. Once again, underground, lowest innermost part of your building. No message is currently displayed. I don't care much about that. Picture is updated there. Check Vince's stream. I'm checking it here. Oh, that's a new tornado warning. New PDS tornado warning has been issued. They haven't caught up yet. Brad is... Oh, he's fighting through the rain right now. He's still there. That's good.
Tornado warning for West Central Caddo Parish in northwestern Louisiana, West Central Bossier Parish in northwestern Louisiana, East Central Harrison County in northeastern Texas.
Miss Pac-Man with the 2, thank you so much. And Shenanigans with the 20, thank you so much for supporting my channel. I really do appreciate that. Really does mean a lot to me. Once again, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has now been issued. This now includes Shreveport. So this is Caddo, this is Bossier, or Bossier Parish. I remember someone actually telling me it was Bossier Parish before. Trying to remember that. But Bossier Parish and Caddo Parish, as well as Harrison County in Texas, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for those areas until 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 3:54 p.m. Central Standard Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Wascom, or 14 miles west of Shreveport, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So once again, a particularly dangerous situation has been issued for the city of Shreveport, specifically the northern portion of Shreveport, as well as the central portions of Shreveport. You need to get into a sturdy structure right now. If you can't get underground, which I know some people have been saying you can't go underground in Louisiana, lowest innermost part of your building, and do not be in a mobile home. All right, lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, or in this case, large tornado, as possible. The debris signature has started to fan out just slightly. That's the good news. No longer see a whole lot of bright blues as we saw before. If that continues to maintain, that would tell me that the tornado would no longer be in progress. But we still have to watch out for this as of right now. Yeah, it looks like the rotation is starting to fan just slightly. We still got to watch out for it, though. We can't be too premature in saying if a tornado is not on the ground at this time. But with what I just said, that could lead to potentially there not being a tornado on the ground. So that is something to consider. That might be some good news. We also have other tornado warnings down to the south. Gary City, Timpson, as well as Tenaha over here in Texas. Tornado warning for your area for Panola, Rusk, Nacogdoches, and Shelby counties until 4:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So Gary City, Tenaha, as well as Highway 59. If you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We also have another tornado warning down to the south. This is east of Lufkin, Nacogdoches, as well as Angelina and San Augustine counties. That'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you're in any of those counties that I just mentioned, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly around the Chireno, as well as the Melrose, the Martinsville, and the Huntington areas. If you're over there, get into your safe space. Back to the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Once again, Blanchard, North Highlands, and Shreveport, as well as Greenwood and Wascom. You need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I understand that we may not have underground facilities here in Louisiana, so essentially you would just need to get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. By the way, if I mispronounce your town names, please tell the moderators in chat. That way I can try and fix it, because I do have some type of memory. I'll say type because who knows if I remember it the first time. But I will try to actually, you know, doing it. Still can't get Brad's stream up. He's moving around, so I don't believe he's like majorly impacted in a way. Or at least that should hypothetically be the case. I hope that isn't the case, that he's impacted. It's a good question. Temporarily, I want to do this here. Keithville is south. Yeah, you guys are gonna be fine for right now. You might see some more activity later on, though. So I'd be mindful of the weather still around them. You know, around you. Geesh. Once again, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Shreveport. So if you know anyone that lives, if you know anyone that lives in Shreveport, please be sure to tell them to get in their safe space right now, regardless if the tornado is on the ground right now or not. Please tell them to get in their safe space, underground, or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, or what was a significant tornado. I don't see a major debris signature right now. I still see lingering debris around, which means that it could still be there. But I think it could be potentially trying to recycle. And if that's the case, North Highlands and Shreveport are not out of the clear at all. And for people who don't know what recycling means, it essentially means it is trying to produce a new tornado. So that would also mean that a tornado is not on the ground right now. It would be greatly appreciated, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys would help me spread the information with more and more people, especially if there are those who are without cable or without word of how to get these warnings. That way they may be able to monitor my stream, so that way we may be able to tell them what's going on. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for West Central Natchitoches Parish in northwestern Louisiana, East Central Sabina Parish in northwestern Louisiana.
Well, we knew that was going to happen sooner rather than later. New tornado warning for Natchitoches here in Louisiana. Notice how I said Natchitoches because I actually remembered it from the last stream. It's not Natchitoches, it's Natchitoches. So we have a tornado warning for your area. So if you know anyone who lives over there near Natchitoches, Provençal or Provencal, as well as Bellwood, and then the surrounding areas east of Many, you guys need to get in your safe space as well, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It would be greatly appreciated, you guys, if you guys would help me spread this information with more and more people. As I said, spread it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. But by helping me out and interacting on the channel, hitting the like button, subscribing and stuff like that, that sounds very self-centered, but you can subscribe or unlike it after the stream, okay? That actually helps me get onto YouTube's algorithm and is allowing my channel to continue to spread the information with more and more people. So the fact that we have a storm here that has already produced a significant tornado and it's heading towards a populous city, that's all the more reason for us to continue to try and spread this information with more and more people. So once again, the closer we get to 1,000 likes, the more and more we will actually be able to get this type of content out to more and more people on YouTube. And that's what we're going to want to do. So if you haven't already, please spread the information with as many people as possible. Once again, Shreveport is under a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here by the National Weather Service at 3:54 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's the last time they updated it, which was 10 minutes ago. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Wascom, or someone said in the chat actually earlier. Let's see how they pronounced it. Wascom. All right. Was located near Wascom, or 14 miles west of Shreveport, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to businesses and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So once again, A particularly dangerous situation has been issued for Shreveport and the surrounding areas. You can see here within this pink polygon, this is the tornado warning right within here. And so if you live near Blanchard, Shreveport, let's actually see if we can get some other towns here, other cities here, so that way we can try and see. Hidden Harbor Estates, this would be Indian Hills Estates, North Shreveport, Gas Center, Twilight Meadows, as well as Hidden Acres, Larry Gardens, Con, North Highlands, Airline Park Estates, Vanceville, or Vanceville, probably Vanceville, not Vanceville, Vanceville, Dukedale, Willow Chute, Pickett, Centel, and Benton, as well as the areas south near Bossier City. You guys need to get in your safe space. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If I called your town, your neighborhood, your city, you need to get into your safe space right now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you could put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And I understand that some people may not have underground facilities. You know, I've actually heard that Louisiana doesn't have underground basements or even structures at all. So the emphasis then turns to getting into a sturdy structure. A mobile home will not do it. I just read from the National Weather Service in their official text that mobile homes will be destroyed. You need to get into some form of building that actually is anchored to the ground somewhat, so that way you can actually have a chance at being safe from the storm. That is all it is right there. We want to continue. They just updated. It's still a PDS tornado warning. They still have it there. You've got to heed the warning and get into a sturdy structure, regardless of what happens. We also have the tornado warnings a bit further south. We have a total of actually 4 tornado warnings, one of which, as I mentioned, is the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. We have this tornado warning down here. This is for Panola and Shelby counties until 4:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you live north of Tenaha, you guys need to get in your safe space, particularly around the Highway 59 areas. Beyond that, it doesn't seem to actually be hitting too many people or too many residential areas. The only people that would really need to watch out for it would be Old Center, Woods, Shady Grove, Deadwood, Galloway, Antioch, and that's pretty much it for right now. Maybe Centennial a little bit later on. Then we also have another tornado warning a bit further to the south. This would be near the San Augustine, the Chirino area, what seems to be Chirino. And this right here is more than likely going to be one of the other storms that could potentially try to produce a tornado. We've seen a bunch of these style of storms that have tried to do so already. I'm actually looking at CC to try and see if I can find any other debris signatures. I don't see it as of right now, but we'll check other radars to see if that's different. But Chirino right here, as well as areas along Highway 21 and Highway 7 heading off towards center, you guys need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Once again, if you don't have an underground facility, if you don't have a basement, or if there aren't any storm shelters over there, do not fret. A sturdy structure, something that is not a mobile home, something that is anchored to the ground somehow, that right there, as long as you get into one of those and you get into the innermost portions of that building, you will actually have a safer chance than being in a mobile home. So please heed those warnings. You know, go to a neighbor, knock on their door and say, hey, you know, I gotta sit here for a little bit until this storm is done. 9 out of 10 times they'll let you in, as long as you haven't, you know, made enemies out of them in the past, you know, and hopefully humanity strikes even if they were, you know, if they were enemies with you, they'll still let you in. But you gotta put yourself in a position where you have to be safe from these storms, because there's the potential for them to produce tornadoes, some of which, once again, can be strong. We also have the other storm over here near Natchitoches. The actual rotation there is north and east of Florian, as well as west of Bellwood. This is approaching the Provencal and the Hagewood and Robeline areas. So if you know anyone who lives over there, please tell them to take their proper precautions, get into their safe space. And maybe even as it gets towards Natchitoches and Campty, you guys probably should also get into your safe space. And let's go to the closest radar to that, see what's happening there. Still is some rotation, even some weak moderate levels. Weak to moderate levels of rotation here, according to the normalized rotation. So that'll be something to make a note of with this cell, especially in the future. I'm not sure if this actually was super strong before, and it actually kind of was to an extent. I guess they've just warned it because it's held its consistency for quite some time. So yeah, that's a storm to monitor, especially as it gets closer towards Interstate 49. Let's go back to the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Once again, that has been issued for Shreveport and areas north of Shreveport in Louisiana here. This is specifically for Bossier as well as for Caddo Parish or Caddo Parish. That'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So once again, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Greenwood.
Tornado warning for northwestern DeSoto Parish in northwestern Louisiana, southwestern Caddo Parish in northwestern Louisiana.
Oh, for good reason.
Southeastern Panola County in northeastern Texas.
Yeah, for good reason. Look at the normalized rotation on that, chat. It's starting to get into the higher levels of that moderate rotation, that moderate line. So this is probably, if you take a look at the left part of your screen, you see the legend on the left-hand side. Basically, the green and the yellow, that's kind of the moderate levels of rotation. And once you get above that, that's what you get to strong rotation and stuff like that. So we do have that. We do have moderate, on the higher end of that moderate rotation, I should say, within that storm that's north of Tenaha. So if you live near Longstreet, Keachie, and Stonewall, as well as maybe even Keithville in the near future, you guys might need to go ahead and get into your safe space. Deadwood, Bell Bower, as well as Highway 172 or Route 72, as well as Route 169 and Highway 171. If you're over there in those areas that I just called out for, you guys need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Provencal. Fluorine. Interesting. Robaline. Okay. This is Nacogdoches right here. Or Nacogdoches. Nacogdoches. That's how that's pronounced. Okay, so it's shish instead of chesh. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to remember these town names just on the off chance that if I have to call them again, I don't have any miscommunications. I'm trying to make sure that, you know, I don't confuse anybody in the future. Now, once again, don't expect me to remember them, like, instantly, all right? I'm trying to just get the hang of it a little bit, so I might forget. I might. But I am trying. Chirino still looks like it's still going. Still got a lot of rotation with that. No debris signature, fortunately. That's not a debris signature, fortunately, as well. That cell that's southeast of Carthage, that still is going to be the one to watch as it approaches the Keachie and the Longstreet areas. That will be something to watch. All right, let's go back to the Blanchard and the North Highlands area. I think this one actually is probably going to produce here within the next 5 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing reproduces. And with that being the case, we can actually take the traffic cameras over there in Louisiana and we can use them to our advantage. So with that being said, let us see if we can use him. That camera's out. That's not nice. Oh, that's a heck of a video, but it's nowhere near it, unfortunately. That's eastbound. Westbound. Show video, please. It's not going to show the video. Westbound. That's not going to show the video either. That's nice. Okay. Well, scratch the idea of me having cameras, because they're not going to want to work at the moment. Please leave a message after the beep. I do think the cell near Blanchard is going to produce. I do think it is going to produce here relatively soon. The left flank velocity enhancement, something that is a little bit more advanced to some eyes, is starting to intensify a little bit further, which means that our air current that is bringing in the actual shear and rotation is starting to intensify. Okay, so that's good. Just pulled that from the side just to try and watch that. So the immediate danger, the people in immediate danger right now, this is going to go north of I-220. I-220. This is going to go north of I-220. And more than likely, anywhere along Highway 1, State Highway 1, and US Highway 71. You guys are probably going to get hit. So Greenwood, as of right now, you're actually in the clear of this thunderstorm. Notice how I say of this thunderstorm, because there's more thunderstorms behind that might actually try to, come up as well. So from this thunderstorm here, from the PDS tornado warning, the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, you guys are fine. It's areas that are near Shreveport and north of Shreveport. I could actually say that Shreveport, central portions of Shreveport, near I-20. If you're from I-20 and south, you guys are in the clear as well. 220, I think 220 and south might also be in the clear as well. But it's areas that are north of 220. If you're north of 220 by any stretch, you guys still need to be in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. More than likely the lowest part of a sturdy building. So yeah, State Highway 1. This will be US Highway 71 and State Highway 3, as well as the surrounding areas near Benton, North Highlands. Let's actually go and see. This would be Dixie Shreveport Road. One North Place, Northwoods, Alpine Estates, Indian Hill Estates, Pickett, Centel, Cash Point, Willow Shoot, Con, Highland Square, and north of Highland Square, as well as North Highlands. You need to get in your safe space right now, because that's where the storm is heading off towards. Once again, guys, it would be greatly appreciated if you guys would help me spread the information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible on social media. And by interacting with my channel, whether it's liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell, whatever, any way that you can do it, even by commenting in the chat, you guys help me spread this information with more and more people on YouTube. So if you guys can actually help me with spreading this word of the fact that there could be a tornado over here in a populous area like Shreveport or north of Shreveport, Louisiana, that would be greatly appreciated. We also have 3 other thunderstorms here that are currently tornado warned. Look to the south a little bit, and we have areas near DeSoto Parish, Caddo Parish, and Panola County in Texas. Tornado warning over there until 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. We do have some rotation here. You can see the greens are moving towards the radar. The reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. You can look at the normalized rotation, and you can see that that is indeed where the rotation could potentially be. Not very significant rotation, but there is some of it, which is the reason why there is a warning on that storm. And there actually was a report, a spotter network report here. This is 4 minutes ago. Actually, it's 3 minutes ago. Tornado touchdown approximately 6 miles northwest of Tenaha at 4:09 p.m. So about 10 minutes ago, there was actually a tornado. 10 minutes ago, that would be right there. There was a report from a spotter, a storm chaser there, that there was actually a tornado on this storm. So that's another storm that could potentially, could be tornadic down later on along the line, and that the National Weather Service could actually confirm that. And then we also have, to a lesser extent, another tornado warning out in front of it. Over here near the Natchitoches area, Hagewood. New tornado warning. Camp T.
Tornado warning for Central Shelby County in eastern Texas, North Central San Augustine County in eastern Texas.
So that's an extension for this cell, San Augustine. Area north of San Augustine. Check south of Beauregard Parish. Where is Beauregard Parish? Beauregard is... Oh, that. Like DeQuincy area. It's fine. There is a storm that's heading towards Sugartown that might be very interesting, though. That might be something to watch out for. Heading towards Alexandria. Yeah, that might be a cell to watch out for heading towards Alexandria. I'll watch out for that very closely, because that might be the next batch of storms that try to do something. Good call, whoever that was. Daily. Good call. So yeah, once again, that's the extension, new tornado warning here. This is for Shelby and San Augustine counties until 5 p.m. Central Standard Time in Texas. Take a sip of water here real quickly. Let me actually move my coaster up. If I move my coaster up, it might convince me to drink more water. Okay, now we're starting to de-alias. So we cannot correctly see some of the values over here. This storm looks very similar to what it was before when it actually started to produce, doesn't it? Slight arc with a little nub right within here. So this is definitely still a storm that can try to produce a tornado. We're still going to watch that very closely. I do want to go... That one's a little displaced. So really it's the cell that's northwest of San Augustine that probably has the strongest velocity signature out of all of them. Heading towards the Newville and the Shelbyville areas here in Texas. So if you're over there south of Center, or even the center areas if you live in Center, Texas, you need to get into your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Is it heading still near Shreveport in Bossier City? It looks like the storm is heading north of Bossier City and Shreveport. So I think if you guys are over there temporarily, you guys are in the clear. There are more showers and thunderstorms that are going to be moving on through. And I'm not saying that they are going to be tornadic, but they could potentially be severe, you know. So I would watch out for that a little bit later on. But for right now, Shreveport, the city of Shreveport right now, anyone that is south of 220. So if you're from 220 and south in Shreveport, you guys are in the clear right now. It's north of that, that's near Benton, as well as State Highway 3, as well as Route 162 and 157. That's where you guys could potentially be impacted further along the line by this supercell up there. Farmer Matt with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Really does mean a lot to me. And it helps out with the channel. Because I'm going to be honest with you, memberships is the best way to support my channel. So thank you so much for help funding this channel. Also, if you want to receive gifts from people, including myself, I'll be giving away a membership at the end of the stream. Click the gift at the top. If you do that, it'll allow you to accept gifts and stuff like that, so you can be randomly selected to be a part of the channel. But you do also have to be subscribed, and you do also have to, you know, be here. Or you may not actually have to be here, I think. Actually, I don't think you have to be here. You just actually have to subscribe. So long way to go here, 100%. You are actually hitting the nail on the head here, and I'm actually very curious. I want to see what the latest model said about what's going to be going on here. So don't mind me as I try to figure out what's going on in the future. I have an idea as to what could be going on, but I haven't looked at it in a few hours because there's just been so much stuff. Okay, next couple of hours, it'll begin to uptrend from the looks of it. By 7 p.m. Central, things could be, or could have a little bit of an issue. Shreveport continues to be impacted. 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11. There's midnight. There's 1 a.m. Yeah, so this is definitely something. Yeah, all right, so that tells me that the event is still online. It's still on track. I want to look at one more thing to see if things have amplified, and it kind of has. We're starting to see more vorticity out in front of this. So what can I assume from that? Those prefrontals that are over in Texas. Okay, okay. So these storms that are over here, right here, these ones probably are going to be the ones that I'm going to be watching the closest as of right now. Obviously, you know, we still have the tornado warning that's north of Shreveport, and then we also have the cell that is approaching southern Shreveport near Stonewall and Keithville. But from a parameter standpoint, significant tornado standpoint, this one over here near Newville, south of Center, and north of San Augustine, that one's probably the one that I'm going to be watching out for the most for rapid development. So I'll watch out for that. This mesoscale discussion has been here for quite some time, but I actually did not read it. It says the threat for discrete supercells capable of all severe hazards, including tornadoes, continue. Number of discrete storms is expected to gradually increase, resulting in an overall increase in the tornado potential. Okay, so that's good to know. At least for me, not for everyone else.
Tornado warning for East Central Nacogdoches County in eastern Texas, South Central Shelby County in eastern Texas, Northern San Augustine County in eastern Texas.
Okay. So that's another storm that is south of the Newville cell. That got warned as well. So many tornado warnings right here within the same spot. yeah, once again, I'm going to be here for quite some time, guys. I'm going to be streaming this to try and make sure everyone knows what's going on. I'm trying to cover every single storm. The tornado warning north of Shreveport just got, actually, it expired, I believe. But I'm going to make sure everyone knows what's going on with these storms. If I call out your area, your town, your city, your county, something like that, make sure you guys pay attention. But if I don't call your county or town for right now, should be good. Unfortunately, I also have the automated sound bit for, whenever new tornado warnings come in, it tells me through the automator. So, once again, this is a new tornado warning for Nacogdoches, as well as Shelby and San Augustine counties. That'll be until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah, if you click the gift, if you click it, it'll say receive gifts or allow gifts or something like that. You click that again, and then you'll just have to switch on the thing to where it says allow me to receive gifts. And if it doesn't, I think there's another way to do it. Someone mentioned it earlier in the chat, but I can't remember. I'll have to think about it here in a little bit. I think it had something to do with hitting the 3 dots and then allowing to receive gifts after, or hitting the money sign and then seeing the 3 dots and hitting it, something like that. We still have some decent rotation over there near Benton, but it looks really linear, with the exception of up 2,300 feet. So I think the supercell is going to continue to linger. I think it's going to linger here north of Shreveport. The question is, will it actually produce a tornado? That is the real question. Has anything happened in Leesville? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. There's the report of the tornado here that went near Wascom. It says damage at Old Town Road and 451 north of DeBerry, I should say, DeBerry. Large outbuildings damaged, several trees shredded, fire clearing trees off of 451 just east of Old Town. What I might actually do is I think I'm going to probably pull up the police scanner. Go on to broadcastify.com, which anyone can if you want to. This is in Harrison County, Texas. It's going to play an ad, so let me just put it down for right now. There's the ad. Kind of knew that was going to happen. That is what appears to potentially be some de-aliasing. De-aliasing and side lobe. There's a lot of side lobe that has been ongoing as of recent, which means that it's just very difficult to see the data. It's not actually its true form of data. The radar thinks it's something else when it really isn't. So that's what we mean, or that's what I mean by side lobe. All right, there's the fire dispatch. I'll play it on in the background if you guys want to listen to it. The link that I got it from will be put in there. So if you want to listen to that, feel free to do so. Thank you, Holy DCE. I really do appreciate the 5. And then JT with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It doesn't even matter if you, provide money and stuff like that. Just by continuing to help me spread the information to more and more people. That's all I can really ask for. hitting the thumbs up button, subscribing, and stuff like that.
370, 355.
Cassidy with the 8, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Evansville, Indiana here.
Hey, 370,
Yeah.
355. Hey, past these two trees that are down on Old Town, doesn't look like there's any damage past it.
Wascom just had trees down. That's what they reported. It's probably good. It probably would be a good idea if we also had a scanner for... This would be Panola County as well. So we did Panola County. Don't want to do Carthage. Well, what's the closest one actually? Actually, it would be Carthage. Let's play that.
Membership fees apply.
No, we'll turn that down for right now. We'll have those scanners on in the background. That way you guys can listen to what's actually going on in the field right now. Okay, this storm right here near Keechee and Stonewall, as well as Keithville. This one is definitely starting to really go. We're getting a very nice ZDR arc, which essentially indicates intensification within the thunderstorm. Tornado warning has now been modified. Let me turn this up so that way other people can listen. There we go. We'll leave that at that. But it has been modified, so now it is only DeSoto and Caddo parishes.
Department 35. 4754, you have traffic.
Let me actually turn this down just a little bit, so that way I'm not... My ears don't die completely. There we go. I know it's going to be a lot lower for you guys, but I don't want my ears to completely just, you know, disintegrate. So once again, Keithville, Stonewall, Keechee. Oh, it's going to produce a tornado. There's a good shot this thing has a chance to produce a tornado. Oh, that's a left flank velocity enhancement. Yeah, that's an elf. Yeah, that's a lot of spectrum width, a lot of turbulence there. Tornadoes cause turbulence. Velocities, very strong velocities. This might be another strong tornado. This might be gone.
4753 to Harrison County.
Holy DCE with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. This might be, if this thing does go on the ground, guys, this one probably is going to be a strong one as well. I'm actually going to turn down my overall sound. And I'm going to turn this down again. You guys will be able to hear it, but it's just... I'm going to purposefully have it lowered on my end.
4690.
But Holy DC with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you for supporting the channel. Oh, there's the normalized rotation. Look at that. Look at that. We were talking about how normalized rotation, when it gets to the red and the pink and the white, that's when we're starting to get into some strong rotation. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've gotten to that point.
73 Harrison County.
Let me turn this off here for right now. Just enough chance of that stuff happening.
707, turn on a right there on Old Town Road, and that's going to be the house that sustained most damage.
Oh, that's a debris signature, I think. Yeah, that's a debris signature. That's a tornado on the ground. That is a tornado on the ground. It has weakened, though. That is the good news, but that is a tornado on the ground.
4753 to command. Go ahead, 4753.
That is the fortunate thing. It has weakened, but it is a tornado on the ground. So once again, if you're in Stonewall or if you're in Keithville, Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space right now. Lowest innermost part of your building, if you don't have a basement. Lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Or in this case, tornado. As it does look like we have a tornado that is on the ground right now. There's the debris signature, verifies slightly with the ZDR velocities. Interesting updraft, I'll tell you what. Yeah. We're gonna have to see the definite verification here in a second within the next frame, but that is a tornado on the ground from the looks of it. That is a tornado on the ground. Once again, if you're just tuning in here right now, we've been covering this for about, what, 4 hours, a little over 4 hours. We've been looking at tornadoes here this evening. Yeah, that is a debris ball. That is a massive debris ball. That is a tornado on the ground. Yeah, it just hit something. It just hit something. Because that is a big debris ball right there. Yeah, previously that was the radar velocity signature. And now here's where it is right now. So this is a tornado warning. It will more than likely be updated, but it is now for DeSoto and Caddo parishes. All right, they are called parishes in Louisiana and not counties. So it is DeSoto and Caddo parish until 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. You have a tornado warning in that area. That is a tornado in progress. Big debris ball right there. That is a debris ball. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please be sure to spread the information with as many people as possible. All right? Copy the link to the live stream and put on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way, if there's anyone who lives in these areas out in front, like Keithville, Stonewall, Keechee, that want coverage for severe weather or tornadoes and they can't get it from news sources, I'm your guy right here. I'm going to try and help you guys figure out what exactly is going on. In order to also help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, please interact with the channel, all right? By just commenting in the chat or by hitting the like button down below. The closer we actually get to 1,000 likes, the better it actually is to try and help out get this information to more and more people. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already, all right? We're actually so close to 900 likes right now. If we can get to 1,000 and even beyond that, it helps me get the word out tremendously. So please do that and even subscribe if you want to try and increase activity. But once again, this is a tornado right now that just occurred. It is heading towards the Keithville and Stonewall area. This is for Caddo and for DeSoto parishes. And that'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're just waiting for the confirmation from them. Because you can clearly see that's the debris ball right there. Circle that. ZDR is low, CC is low, so that verifies that something was hit. What was hit over there? Lot of trees, maybe some residential areas right here. And it starts to get more and more residential as you head northeast, which is obviously where the storm is going. Keechai? Keechai? Perfect. Thank you. North of Keechai. North of Keechai, near Stonewall and Keithville. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, You need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Brad Arnold is actually on that, so I'm not sure if he has a stream on YouTube or not, but he's right next to that tornado warning. If you live near Stonewall, Preston, Spring Ridge, Colquitt Road, Highway 169 and east all the way over to, that would be Mansfield Road on Highway 171, you need to get in your safe space right now. And this will eventually head off towards the southern portions of Shreveport too. Yeah, that's unfortunate that it hit something. It really is unfortunate. Go back to the radar here. So that was the debris ball. Now we're at this stage. The debris is still being lofted in the atmosphere. It's just not tied to the actual rotation anymore. But there's the debris. It's hanging there in the sky. So it's probably now falling down. If the tornado's not on the ground right now, the tornado is now falling down somewhere along 169. It is probably falling from the sky over there, from whatever it hit. Yeah. Let me do that real quickly. Yeah, once again, I really do appreciate everyone helping me spread the information to as many people as possible. This cell near Shelbyville and Newville, as well as Huxley. That storm is also rotating quite a bit. That might be something to watch. I also want to see if these storms out in front, I want to see if they are going to be doing stuff. Fullerton and Pitkin still hasn't really fully materialized quite yet. It probably will eventually. Sam, the event hasn't even started yet, and that's saying something, or at least the second wave that is going to have a lot more significant wind shear. Backdora with 2 says, hey, I'm really scared. Will Winsboro get hit? Where is Winsboro? Let's see if I can find. Thank you for the 2, by the way. I really do appreciate that. And then Becca with the 12 months. Thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to my channel. Winsboro. I'm gonna say Louisiana. I think she might be talking about, or he. It might be talking about. If you're talking about Louisiana, I do believe at some point here today you could. Oh, that's a PDS.
Tornado warning for North Central DeSoto Parish in northwestern Louisiana, southwestern Caddo Parish in northwestern Louisiana,
What?
southwestern Bossier Parish in northwestern Louisiana.
Why did they issue it right now? Okay, well, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for southern Shreveport. This is DeSoto, Caddo, and Bossier Parish until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 4:48 p.m. Central Standard Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Stonewall, or 13 miles southwest of Shreveport, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for DeSoto, Caddo, and Bossier Parish here in Louisiana until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So this includes Keithville, Stonewall, Forbing, Caplis, Sligo, and southern Shreveport.
No, we've still got 451 blocked. 10-4, picks up, send notified.
Let's see if I can get...
I'm just letting your deputies know if they're coming this way, we still block.
Let's get Louisiana. Caddo Parish. We'll play this live. We'll have this in the background instead of the other stuff.
You guessed it, free donuts. Now through December 24th.
That's going to be another
donut with any beverage purchase. Join Dunkin' Rewards today. Save them, stack them, use them.
another ad. If you guys are willing to listen through this ad of Dunkin' Donuts, feel free. If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder, as well as please be sure to at the local National Weather Service office, so that way they may be able to see it as well. But once again, particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning has been issued. This is for DeSoto, Caddo, and Bossier Parish in northwestern Louisiana until 5:15 p.m. That is 4K. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
it's up
northwestern
there.
Webster Parish in northwestern Louisiana, northeastern Bossier Parish in northwestern Louisiana.
I appreciate that. Food. More food. Report of a wedge near Shelbyville? Jeez. That's from Helix. I'll look at that then. I'll monitor that very closely. But that's a new tornado warning up near the Sarepta areas. Very interesting that they issued the tornado warning on that. Maybe a small, brief tornado was possible within that, too. I wouldn't be surprised. But once again, just to confirm with everyone here, we have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued for southern Shreveport. The storm, I mean, we witnessed it earlier. We saw it produce a large tornado on radar with a big debris signature. You can see right there is the debris ball. Right there. And reflectivity was relatively high. You can see it is circular, similar to a tornado. And the velocities on the previous scans was actually pretty strong until it dissipated. So more than likely a large tornado occurred earlier. And now the National Weather Service is really monitoring for the potential of that to occur again, as they have issued a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for South Shreveport near Keithville and Stonewall. So if you're in Keithville right now, you need to get in your safe space. All right? Right now, you need to go now. You need to go now, as there could potentially be a huge issue on your hands around that area. Shelbyville. I'm not sure if that's a debris signature. That doesn't look like it. I don't see a debris signature with these storms down here. Getting some unconfirmed reports of a potential tornado down near Shelbyville and Huxley. So that would be something to watch out for as that moves northeast. Ooh. Maybe this is trying to re-intensify. Let me take a look at the upper levels of this storm. I mean, it doesn't look as strong as it once was. To be completely honest with you guys. But I mean, if it's trying to re-intensify, then of course, you know, I mean, regardless of whether or not it produces a tornado, it has the chance. We don't know. False alarm seems looked like it was Scud. Don't know what he was seeing. See, that's the reason why I say it's unconfirmed reports. But Keithville, you're in immediate danger right now in Louisiana. You need to get in your safe space. Oh, someone's saying Twitter. As I said, if you guys find anything, please be sure to @ me on Twitter. By the way, Wendy, thank you for watching. I see you on Twitter there. And that's pretty cool. Oh, what in the world? Four Forks. I think they're talking about the cell that has the PDS on it right now. This right here. All right, by the way, love me some Brian Emfinger, does always best stuff. I can't show his stuff, though, because obviously it's licensing stuff. So if you want to go on Twitter real quickly and do the stuff, or actually, you know what? I'm just going to send the link. I'm going to send you guys the link so that way you can look at it. It looks like there's a horizontal vortice with just a giant bowl, either wall cloud or giant funnel. Huge stuff right there. But that is a heck of a storm right there. So if you want to click the link that I just sent you guys, I mean, that's the picture that he just sent. And I mean, man, oh man. So once again, if you guys continue to find some more stuff, please be sure to continue to send it my way. That way I may be able to kind of show you guys what's going on. So keep sending it in, guys. NROC can't even find it anymore. It's having some big difficulties trying to find where this rotation actually is. And that also could be because it's relatively close to the radar. South Caddo Parish Highway 169, a spotter reported debris falling. Among it is 2x4s. That's not very surprising in my honest opinion. I mean, with how large the signature was of that tornado, I would not be surprised if there was a lot of things that was falling from the sky. Yeah, that's fine, April. I mean, I'll be back here. Hopefully, my exam doesn't take too long because it starts at 11:30 Eastern. And usually I always try to start streaming at 1 Eastern to 2 Eastern, sometime around then. So, I mean, who knows, honestly, if I'll be able to. I think I probably will, more than likely. We're only a couple likes away from 1,000 likes. Please be sure to keep racking that up so that we can continue to spread this to more and more people. I really do appreciate what you guys have done so far. If we can get more of that, we will be able to get this information out more and more. Yeah, it's having a big issue trying to figure out what's going on with that. It looks like the cell near Sarepta, though, the northernmost tornado warning here for Webster and Bossier Parish, might be trying. It might be trying. Bossier City or Bossier City. I'll probably play that so that way I can actually hear what's going on.
Days of donuts Duncan gives to us. You guessed it.
So I'll pull that up here in a second. But yeah, Sarepta looks like some rotation that's starting to get out of that that contamination. And now we're starting to be able to kind of see it. At least it's starting to come into decent view. Iron Jedi with the 5, thank you so much. Says, I'm in Northeast Atlanta area. How are things looking for you tomorrow? You guys should honestly be alright if we pull up SBC. Yeah, Atlanta, you guys are not in the main risk for severe weather, so you should be fine. But thank you so much, Iron Jedi with the 5. It really does help out my channel. Really does. That's the SVC and not just any horizontal vortex. That could very well be true, honestly. The SVC right there, maybe some form of vorticity band, streamwise vorticity band, which is essentially the SVC, isn't it? Yeah. So I actually would not be surprised if that was the case too. And that would also make, if that's the SVC, then that bowl was probably the wall cloud then. And it wasn't a funnel. They're probably going to issue a new tornado warning for these cells down here. It just expired. These cells, as it heads into Louisiana, it'll head towards Mansfield. See you, Furry. I'll see you around. Thank you so much for coming out. Do you see a PDS tornado warning? Yes, you do. Why they have a PDS tornado warning at this moment? I don't know. Before it had like a strong tornado, a large tornado, and then it lifted. They waited 5 minutes and then they put the warning up. So I'm kind of like, huh. But we do have a couple storms. There's the new tornado warning, as I mentioned. They probably would do that.
Tornado warning for southwestern DeSoto Parish in northwestern Louisiana, northwestern Sabina Parish in northwestern Louisiana, eastern Shelby County in eastern Texas.
So there's the new tornado warning. Once again, Shelby County in Texas, and then Sabine and DeSoto Parish in Louisiana. That's, you know, good reason why they issued the tornado warning. Just on the off chance that this thing does produce a tornado. Mansfield is a populous area here in Louisiana. Not super populous, but it's, you know, it's a junction between a lot of different roadways. So if you know anyone who lives near Mansfield, I would tell them to get indoors. And get into a sturdy structure at that. That way, they may be able to take shelter from these storms. And they do still have some pretty strong rotation with it. So it's not completely out of the realm of possibilities for this to try and produce a tornado either. I was really anticipating some of these other storms to start doing stuff here. Let's see what they are doing. Why is that a TVS signature? I have no clue. No clue why. Rose Pine here. That might be a cell to watch for. Taking Flight with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, is this the end of storm season in the southeast? Technically, no. Technically, no. In the southeast, usually storm season is from November through April. So technically, November was the start of your new storm season. Yeah, maybe the cell near Leander. Oh yeah, that makes a lot more sense. That storm, it looks like it's split. The left split, yeah. Shreveport is under another warning? Yeah, it's the southern portions of Shreveport at least. Why did that sound like the Star Wars Hoth robots? Jeez. I need to turn that up.
Okay, we got one patient that was buried underneath the house. Chief Damon got out. We're fixing to start working on her.
Excuse me?
4360 Roar Road. 4360 Roar Road. At the corner apartments, have a fire alarm activated from the Building 5 water flow detector. Fire District 1, Fire District 7 need you to respond. You'll be responding on District 1's frequency, Cross Street, Amber Lane, and Northport Boulevard.
Someone was buried under debris in her house? Is that what I just heard?
116, 122.
Can someone rewind, if they can, to try and fact check that? Because I honestly have no clue if that's what I just heard. Like, I thought that's what it was. I can't rewind this, because this is a live frequency. And this is Caddo Parish, so this is
751 en route.
this area over here, Keithville, Greenwood, area south of that. I chose the scanner here because that's where the significant tornado actually did damage. It was over here in the southwestern portions of it. If that's the case. That's what the... Jeez. I hope they're okay.
Go around this loop. Copy. You do have extensive damage.
Extensive damage.
Copy. Where are you at right now, Damon? I'm with Temp Hall and I'm with your pump. I'm trying to make my way around these power lines. Yeah, what road are you on, though? The road, I'm on Pecan Road leading to Loretta. We have not made it to Loretta.
Where is Loretta? Loretta.
Joe, are you on our channel?
4, 5, and 16.
Go ahead. We're in the Willis 9 North.
I cannot find it.
What's that for?
There's 4 Forks. So there's 525. 169. So it'd be right around this area right here. That's where it would be. Buried underneath. Wow. That's absolutely insane. Once again, we hope that she is okay. That might be a cell to watch near Colfax. This cell near Leander also might be a cell to watch. Smaller cell. Rose Pine. That's also a cell to watch. Over the past few scans, that's been intensifying too. ZDR arc and everything. So probably within the next 30 minutes would probably be when this wave here, these showers and thunderstorms right here, those ones would probably be prominent. Loretta is a street? Oh, cool. So Loretta Drive No, I don't want to go to Los Angeles. About Colfax? Let me take a look real quickly. You guys are getting a lot of showers and thunderstorms. Between now and probably 30 minutes from now would probably be when the storms are going to start to ramp up. So now's probably the time for you to start monitoring the weather. That's what I would probably have to say for the people who live in Colfax. Lower Jefferson County, Arkansas. Jefferson County, Arkansas. Real quickly. And then we'll get back to looking at the other storms. We do have 2 tornado warnings. Or 2 main tornado warnings and then 1 PDS tornado warning. That are active as of right now. Jefferson County, that's Pine Bluff. I think you guys are going to be fine for right now. Yeah, you guys could probably get some more strong damaging winds though 30 minutes from now. I will say that much. There's also severe thunderstorm warning in southern Arkansas. Oh, that was Brett Adair? Hold up, I gotta take a look and see. I gotta watch this on my side screen. So, let me just watch this. Oh yeah, that is Brett Adair. 169. That's the tornado that caused the PDS. So I'm not sure if I'm able to share this. If I can't, then oh well. But this was from Brett Adair. Brett Adair, veteran storm chaser, does a phenomenal job. Let me see if I can. There you go. So now you can see it's from Brett Adair. So go follow him on Twitter if you need to. I'll put a link to this actual picture here in a bit in the chat. But look at that. You can see clear tornado right there from his drone. That is indeed a clear tornado. So I will put the link to that here. I'm putting the link to that right now in chat. So that way you guys can look at it yourself. 4250 Viking Drive, Dr. Michael Thomas Veterinary. Call advice that a male subject is the employees. Yes, that is a PDS tornado warning. It was for what was happening before the storm came into view. Storms are about to exit that area, or even that warning in general. It also expires in 2 minutes. So, I think if you're in that warning right now, that is for Shreveport, you guys should be fine. You guys should be fine. But yes, that was another PDS tornado warning for Shreveport.
Being advised, is getting in a vehicle tag is 940 Frank Echo Oscar 940 FEO. It's a Honda passenger car, black in color.
Thanks, you two. Back in April in our mods chat's doing some good work.
It's gonna be a black Honda Accord.
Thank you so much. I might not actually show it because of the language, but...
Right out of the parking lot.
Or actually, I think I probably can. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it without
974 Maze Street.
No. There we go. All right, we're just gonna do it without the audio. That was the tornado earlier in Fort Worth. It was from Daisy Hand. And you can see the tornado ripping up a lot of things. That's a pretty powerful tornado. Sheesh. It's absolutely insane. So we've had tornadoes all day. Now we only have one tornado warning. That's the good news. That does not mean that the event has completely diminished, though, because there is going to be a second wave here, more than likely 30 minutes from now. It'll start to kind of set up 30 minutes from now. And it has to do with the storms out in front of the line. So originally, it was all of these storms over here, the main organization that had your tornadoes. You see that right there. But what has been steadily increasing is these storms out in front of it as well. And these ones could potentially be the new storms that could try to become significant. And that's our second wave that I was talking about in our video yesterday and on Saturday. So something to watch out. Which, by the way, for people who don't know, I also upload videos to talk about weather events ahead of time to try and make sure you guys understand what's going on. So if you guys also enjoy that, that's another reason to subscribe and stuff like that. But I appreciate what everyone has done so far. You guys have been helping me get this information out to more and more people. We're almost, believe it or not, we're over 1,100 live viewers right now. So every single one of you guys, I really do appreciate what you guys have done. For my subscribers, I do really appreciate you all. And at the end of the stream, I will be giving away a membership. Of course, I don't have a whole lot of money right now. So assuming that my channel continues to grow more and more, I will continue to give away more and more memberships after every single stream. But
Chief, me, Jonathan Craig, and Joseph Duncan are at the corner of Rosalie Loop and Pecan. Which way would you like us to head? Okay. All this, I don't know if there's anything over on the other side of Pecan Farms. We're on Pecan Road, so you can check over there and see if there's any damage.
yeah, this is the only time I'm going to mention it, but unfortunately, Ryan's internet, he's saying it doesn't look likely that he's probably going to stream the longer and longer it goes. He'll try to, of course, if he fixes it. So for right now, I'm not saying that I can replace him, all right? Because number one, he has his own style of doing things and stuff like that. I have my own style. But I will hopefully be someone else that you can look towards during this time period. And, afterwards, you guys, if he does stream, or even for tomorrow, if he streams for that event, you guys can go back to him if you want to go watch his channel. But for me, I've been doing this for 3 years, so longer than Ryan has. I would like to say I'd have some form of experience here on YouTube. So I think I can be a decent replacement. But that's all I'm going to say. And let's probably not talk about Ryan for... or even any other YouTubers for that matter, so that way there's no conflict in chat. Because everyone has their own favorites, everyone has their own preferred stuff. So, because we don't want to start fights here. We want to make sure that everyone just gets information. It's a whole lot better if people come together than try to, fight against each other.
Sitting here right now trying to figure out. We're trying to find this one trailer.
Looks like a storm's gradually approaching Leesville. Maybe if this thing intensifies and gets larger over time, that might be something to watch. I think that was actually the cell that was over... Wasn't that the cell that was over near Rose Pine? Yeah, it was. It was near Rose Pine earlier. So yeah, that's going to be something to watch. And then the cell that's north of Colfax and Dry Prong. near Winfield and Georgetown. That one also has some rotation on the southern end of it too. So that is a new mesoscale discussion, ladies and gentlemen. A new mesoscale discussion. I'll read it. It is as follows from the Storm Prediction Center. Quote, a severe threat is expected to increase across southeast Louisiana and northeast. Why did they put Louisiana twice? I'm not joking you. It literally says increase across southeast Louisiana and northeast Louisiana. So they just could have said eastern Louisiana. And will likely affect parts of western Mississippi later this evening. Wind damage, tornadoes, and isolated large hail will also be possible with the more intense storms. Weather watch issuance will likely become necessary to the east of the current watch later this evening. The tornado threat will be greater further to the south along this band near the Arkansas-Louisiana state line, where the combination of low-level shear and instability is favorable. The tornado threat should also increase as these discrete cells move eastward across far northern Louisiana over the next few hours. The potential for wind damage and tornadoes may also increase as the band in north-central Louisiana moves northeastward this evening. In areas to the east of the tornado watch 583, the severe threat is expected to increase sometime after 1Z. So that means that second wave that we were mentioning earlier is probably going to come into fruition, at least according to the Storm Prediction Center. There's also another mesoscale discussion that they issued quite a while back. Localized corridor of greater tornado potential appears to be evolving. Low-level mesocyclones with an attendant risk for tornadoes, some of which could be strong. So they're still watching this Mansfield cell, which honestly I am too. Number one, it's approaching Mansfield, which is like right next to it. What is a mesoscale discussion? It's essentially a little thing, it's a little, I don't want to say a blog post, but it's like a little statement that the Storm Prediction Center issues that kind of updates everyone on what's going on. So yeah, it looks like Mansfield's the only cell right now, with the exception of maybe the one to the southwest of it, that could really do something. Michael Canales with the gifted membership was given to Matt. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That's what gifted memberships can do. It actually, it really does help not only myself, because, memberships are the best way to support my channel, but it also allows other people to actually experience more stuff about, what my channel's about. Also, the different cool stuff. So I really do appreciate all the people who do memberships and whatnot. It really does mean a lot to me. And enjoy, Matt. How many tornadoes so far? Well, last night we had, 3 or 4 overnight, and then we had another probably 3 or 4 this morning, and then we've had 2 from what I can remember as significant tornadoes. Not sure if there was any other weaker ones that could have been incorporated with these, but we definitely have had 2 strong tornadoes here today so far. Is this similar to last December's outbreak from Mayfield? Worse or not as bad? It's definitely not as bad. Mayfield was way worse from that standpoint. It's really unlikely that another storm like Mayfield occurs. It was that historical. Kilo Charlie with the 8 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And then Dazzle Dazzleite with the Dazzleite 22 with the Weather Watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well.
This is 425. Chief, I'm here with Lieutenant Cowden. He's wanting to get in touch with you.
And then Kilo with the 1 gifted membership. Let's see who it's giving it to this time. Xavier. There you go. There's a membership. Thank you so much for helping other people get memberships too. It really does mean a lot to me. And then Daz Elite with the 5 gifted memberships. Wow, really does help. So let's see. Sarah, Jerry, Austin, Elva.
It's going to be between the 169 and 153 exit, 949 southbound.
Enjoy, guys. Enjoy your memberships. Felicity with the 17 months. Thank you so much. And then Josh with the 100. That really does mean a lot to my channel. Thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Josh for the very generous donation. And I actually do remember that tornado. I remember the Farmington, Missouri tornado. I remember covering that live last year. So it's nice to see you back. It really is nice to see you back to the stream. Once again, thank you so much for the very generous donation. Really does mean a lot. Pickles with the 11, thank you. Alright, let's get back to weather, shall we? Let's get back to weather. Once again, 1 tornado warning at this time, but as the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center has previously mentioned with their discussions, their public discussions that are known as mesoscale discussions, the activity is going to increase again a little bit later on, a second wave, and a new tornado warning extension for actually the storm.
Tornado warning for Central DeSoto Parish in northwestern Louisiana, northwestern Red River Parish in northwestern Louisiana.
So that's a new tornado warning, an extension for Mansfield, Carmel, as well as Naborton, Westdale, and Ninook. The reason why you have a green box next to your name, Jerry, is because someone was generous enough to buy you a membership. Oh, wow, the bot. Wow, I'm going to put the bot in timeout. And then hide it. Or actually, no, someone else hide it. Hit it. Good stuff, good stuff. But yeah, someone has bought you a membership for this channel. So you have all sorts of emotes and stuff like that, and you even have exclusive videos and exclusive content that you can watch on the channel. Storm Chaser, KST with the Tornado Tracker, thank you so much. I also really do appreciate that. Yeah, the bots are back. So once again, new tornado warning here. This is for DeSoto and Red River parishes until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So the top of the hour here. Carmel, Westdale, Mansfield, Naborton, and Interstate 49, all of those areas. So practically from Mansfield and northeast. Now, if you're in Mansfield right now, you should be in your safe space yesterday. You should have been in your safe space yesterday. Florida Skyview with the Weather Watcher, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that too. Yeah, it only lasts for 1 month. So, contrary to what people who actually buy memberships on their own do, gifted memberships only last for 1 month. All right. So if you want to continue that membership, you would have to actually become a member yourself. You would have to go through that way. But
405, 553. Hey, go ahead. I'm headed back towards the engine. Hey, Sam Hall, I'm checking a patient out right now. I don't think he's going to want to be transported. He was involved in one of these houses that got torn up, and I'm at the back of 411. I'll be tying up with this for the moment.
Oh, you, Cassie, are a genius. You're a genius. Hold up. Is there a camera down here?
Where are you at now?
Greenwood Road. No idea. Oh, it's all the way over there. It could have worked. It could have worked. I didn't see a debris ball on Mansfield. Although that does look kind of interesting, but it's not there. Still some pretty good rotation within that. Is that CC drop near Mansfield? Yeah, someone was asking me that earlier. It is not. So the reason why that is the case, if we circle the low correlation coefficient, well, technically it is a CC drop, but it's not a debris signature. Go to reflectivity. There's no high values of reflectivity. And because you need, oh, that's a new scan. All right, so same thing. Because there's no high values of reflectivity, that means there's not a whole lot of stuff that's being picked up. And in order for you to get debris, you need high values of reflectivity. And you would also need all this area here under the blue to be gray in ZDR. And that isn't the case. So it's not on the ground right now. That's the good news. That's the reason why I'm not super worked up at the moment, like I usually am for significant situations.
Or do you want me to get one of these Valentine units headed this
But this thing is starting to try and continue to get organized. So Carmel, as well as Westdale and Ninock, as well as areas along Interstate 49 here, north and east of Mansfield, you need to watch out. Mansfield, you guys should be starting to get into the clear. You got another set of thunderstorms that are immediately behind this one, so don't think you're in the clear for too long, and then it'll get a little quiet for a little bit, and you'll be in the clear from those set of storms. I'm not saying you're in the clear from the entire event. Just for a short time period, you guys could be in the clear temporarily. Do a recap of what's happened since now. So last night, this is the recap. Last night, there was a cold core event, which is essentially a weird severe weather event that occurred, to where there was a couple of tornadoes that occurred over in Oklahoma and northern Texas. From there, those storms have moved off over into this area, but before then, those storms were actually in Dallas-Fort Worth earlier this morning, and they actually produced a few tornadoes right within that area as well. So we've had, over the past 12 to 18 hours, we've had a lot of activity from the Severe Weather Department of just tornadoes that have spawned. And because of that, well, we can assume that we still got some more activity to go. And even then, we also have the risk for severe weather tomorrow, too. So we'll take a look. This is what it is for today. Just for the people who are new to the stream and they're trying to figure out, all right, well, what's going on? Here is our convective outlook for today. It's been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. It'll update again here in an hour and a half. We have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, and 3 out of 5 in the orange. So everywhere within the orange that is on the eastern side of this line, you still have severe weather anticipated within your area. And so if you live in those orange areas, you got to watch out for severe weather for the rest of tonight. Whether it's strong damaging winds, spotty hail, even the chance for tornadoes, they are possible. So we have that, but then we also have, if I actually move over to this, there we go, fix that.
139, 128.
We also have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale too, and I will once again be live streaming that as well, so that way you guys may be able to see what's going on with that. Now, I might be a little teeny bit late because I do have a final exam tomorrow for my chemistry class tomorrow. But after that happens, I should be able to be live sometime around noon to 12:30-ish Central. Hopefully. Keyword hopefully. Light in the Dark with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Really does mean a lot. And it's nice to see you from Tampa. That's pretty cool stuff. I've been to Tampa once or twice because I actually had an uncle that lived there. Now he lives in Australia. What a twist of events. You live in Florida, specifically in Tampa, and then you go all the way around the world to live in Australia. So, but yeah, I've been down to Tampa. Tampa's a cool place. Even went to see a Lightning and a Buccaneers game when I went there too. Pretty cool stuff. Love the city. And then Patty with the 20 says, thank you, watching closely from Houston. I have not been to Houston, but I actually do want to go to Houston. I've got a couple friends that live over there, and I might want to go visit them. So, Houston, I've heard, is a great city with the exception of the traffic. Traffic can be miserable, and that's all she wrote, right? But thank you so much, Patty, for your generosity. Thank you so much, Light in the Dark, for your generosity as well. Really does mean a lot to me. All right, back to the cell. It's over near Carmel. It looks like the actual storm is starting to go down a little bit. The rotation. The normalized rotation before was in these greens, you can see. So it was in the moderate levels of rotation right here. Now, as we've progressed northeast, it started to decrease. Maybe a little bit more of a strong damaging wind threat than a tornado threat with that one. Although we do have a couple cells. This one over here near Winfield. Let's actually take a look at Fort Polk's radar, see if... Yeah, that Winfield cell, that is rotating. Leesville is rotating as well. That one's not really too much. Oh, look at that. We've got some of the hooks over here and some rotations developing along Highway 165. The Congo line is starting to... gain a lot of traction here with these severe storms. Yeah. So these will be the ones to watch more than likely. Going for meteorology, I would assume. Yep, that is the case. That is the case. Looks like Shreveport is starting to get that last blast of that line of showers and thunderstorms. So as soon as this line passes Shreveport, should be smooth sailing. Jeez, smooth sailing from there.
600 is in service from District 4. 602, you on our frequency?
Is Blanchard safe? Let's take a look, because I remember saying Blanchard like
command post set up on Pecan Road.
1 to 5,000 times possibly. Blanchard is the northern side, right? That is Blanchard. Blanchard right now, they should be fine. Just wait for the showers and thunderstorms to move on through, and you guys are done for the night. You guys are done for the night as soon as it passes through your area. That's not good. I can't show this on stream because I need to purchase this in order to show you guys. So I'm going to send it in chat. I'm going to send it in chat so that way you guys can see it. Of some big destruction over in Four Forks, Louisiana. Like, very big time destruction. Probably the type of destruction that would be classified as a strong tornado. More than likely. By the way, if you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to at me, at Nate_Snyder on YouTube. N8_Snyder on, not YouTube, on Twitter. Sheesh, I'm losing my mind. There's the link to my channel in the chat as well, or my profile on Twitter. Also, if you have any questions, please be sure to ask me there as well, or even in the comments on YouTube. This usually answer. But that house is, or those houses, I should say. I mean, I'm looking on my side screen. It's just, it's bleh. It's not good. This is some of the other damage over here. This is in Grapevine. So this was the tornadoes this morning over in Fort Worth. Look at that. Sheesh.
400 on your channel.
Alright, so yeah, it's this cell near Westdale, and even then that's starting to deteriorate. So the good news here, ladies and gentlemen, good news here is for right now, until the cell that's near North Fort Polk and Leesville does something, because that's probably going to be the next one to do something, honestly. That one will probably be the next storm to try and produce a tornado. At least just based off of me looking at this, either Leesville or Oakdale and Glenmora, heading towards Hutton, Simpson, and then, of course, Woodworth, Forest Hill, maybe even Alexandria further north. For right now, seem to be in a lull. Let's hope that this continues. Let's hope that this continues. Let's hope that these warnings, you know, obviously we're going to get more, but let's hope that these warnings don't come into fruition. That's all we can hope for. But we're still going to be here anyways. We're still going to be here anyways because the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center, I mean, we mentioned in our past 2 videos that we uploaded on the channel here. Which, by the way, if you haven't had a reason to subscribe to my channel, I make videos that are practically forecasts telling you guys what's going to happen. Alright? So, if you guys want to watch videos of me, you know, telling you guys what could potentially happen with significant weather events, whether it's snow, ice, tornadoes, hurricanes, and stuff like that, this place is here for it. This is where we're going to be letting you guys know what's going on. So subscribe and turn on notifications, especially since tomorrow we're going to be streaming here too, since we got more severe weather.
Valentine unit here.
Unit on Charlie.
658, can you show me out at a meeting at Town Hall?
10-4.
And I also do appreciate, by the way, everyone who's been liking the live stream, because it really does help me spread this information out to more and more people on YouTube. So thank you so much. Please be sure that if you guys are still going to be in the stream and you're going to be watching later on, if things do turn out like what the Storm Prediction Center does say, and we will get an uptrend in activity, please be sure to help me by telling other people to do the same thing. Just subscribe, like the stream so that we can share it to more and more people on YouTube. If we do that, you know, that way it doesn't sound completely insensitive whenever I do it. Because let's be honest here, you know, saying, hey, please subscribe to my channel while a gigantic tornado is ongoing, that sounds pretty insensitive. And I don't want to like appear like that guy to hurt anyone's feelings and stuff like that, because I really don't want this stuff happening. All right, the last thing I need is for these tornadoes to be hitting people. And, you know, as unfortunate as it is, you know, it is going to happen at some point, you know, in life. A tornado just happens. May not be in your lifetime where you see it. I mean, I've seen it happen before, you know, where it's happened in front of me. But, you know, a tornado will occur. And,
I'll be on a traffic stop at
you know, it's just more about how you plan for it, how you prepare for it, so that way you can be safe as to how we can respond to it. So, that's the reason why I say that. What is the tornado threat for southern Mississippi? Southern Mississippi will really be tomorrow's event, but it could also be overnight tonight as well, that you guys can get something. I do believe it'll be overnight tonight into tomorrow. If it doesn't happen then, it'll happen tomorrow afternoon into the evening. Is there going to be an uptick? According to the Storm Prediction Center, which is what they said with their mesoscale discussion, there will be. Let me pull up their mesoscale discussion just to make myself look smart. That way I don't sound completely like an idiot. A severe threat is expected to increase across southeast Louisiana and northeast Louisiana and will likely affect parts of western Mississippi later this evening. Wind damage, tornadoes, and isolated large hail will also be possible with the more intense storms. Weather watch issuance will likely become necessary to the east of the current watch later this evening. So, that's what they said. It appears as if we have no warnings right now, chat. There is a storm that's heading towards El Dorado in Arkansas. I know someone in my chat is from El Dorado. So don't be surprised if that becomes severe warned. That could potentially create some strong damaging winds. Maybe the chance for a tornado, but it's not, you know, I can't tell too much. Yeah, Reed Timmer's even saying that the nocturnal portion of the outbreak is going to be in central Louisiana. So they're thinking that these storms, Dr. Reed Timmer, he's thinking that these storms is also going to be the ones to really go off too. And that's what we're watching. These storms right here, once again, the one near North Fort Polk and Leesville, as well as the areas near Oakdale and along Highway 165. That's going to be the ones to really watch out for. Yeah, definitely not a bust day. You can't say this was a bust if this was an enhanced risk, because number one, we're not even done with this event. And number two, you know, we've had a couple tornadoes across the area as well. Yeah, he is a doctor. He's a doctor and running into tornadoes, and a doctor from Oklahoma University. But yeah, this event isn't even over, so now we just gotta kind of wait. Yeah, this kind of feels like what I was doing in the beginning of the stream, to where I was like, all right, I always want to stream before the event happens, to make sure that, you know, I don't miss anything. I want to make sure that I get everything. Definitely not a bust. Definitely not. I like the fact that they did enhanced as well. I really do like the fact that they did an enhanced risk for this event so far. Obviously, that could change, but I really do like the fact that they did an enhanced risk. Supposedly there was a wedge earlier? Yeah, there was. It was the D. Barry cell north of Carthage that went to Wascom. It was that one.
Do you know if anybody's contacted Rick?
Sluggo, what's up? How do? EF2 or greater for NOLA Metro? Yes, that is correct for tomorrow. That is correct. You bring up a good point because this is the risk for today. I talked about how orange is a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. And if we pull up the convective outlook for tomorrow, you can see that we have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. 10% chance for tornadoes indicated in the yellow, but the black lines, the black dotted lines within that, also is an indicator of a hatched area. 10% chance or greater probability of EF2 to EF5 tornadoes within 25 miles of a point. So, similar to today. Very similar today, because you can see very similar setup. 10% with the dotted lines in the middle, and then tomorrow, 10% with the dotted lines in the middle as well. Okay, for tomorrow, it's supposed to be a little higher than it was today, which is the reason why I'm like, tomorrow's not being talked about enough. Tomorrow, I think, could potentially be very interesting. Very interesting. So about 2,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, maybe a little bit less. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm looking at Arkansas. I don't see too much right now besides just some general showers and thunderstorms. That's kind of the good news. Maybe some large hail that's heading towards Monticello, though. Large hail. Alright, let's go back to Shreveport. Yeah, that storm that went near Mansfield, that thing has kind of deteriorated a little bit, so that's good. That is very good. I'm running out of things to talk about. I can't really stall too much. Slaggle. So that storm that was northeast of Leesville. South of DeRidder too. That might be something interesting, question mark. Some values of ZDR. Oberlin. Yeah, it's doing stuff as well. So we're really relying on these little thunderstorms over here. These little hooks to do stuff. Yeah, we can recap. Hold up. Let's actually look through. This is a good thing. Slagle, appreciate it. Let me go back to see. When was our PDS? We can watch that. All right, here we go. Boom. We'll watch a little bit of cameras that are right along that area. We'll be able to watch it. And we might be able to see if there's a tornado on the ground. Now, if I were to try and see
Preferably not mid-south transportation. Preferably not.
Here, right where I just circled. This is the outflow boundary, the boundary that it creates naturally through the natural thunderstorm processes that it has.
Well, I want it
And then
full
this
screen
is
for
our
me. This is
top part of the
great.
storm, right? Find too much in that area, which means that, you know, this reasons.
There we go.
If this thing can translate to the ground, and there it is. That's the translation to the ground. That's a tornado on the ground. That is a tornado on the. Yep, everything is checked off.
Let me turn this up.
Checked off. That is a tornado in progress.
There you go.
Right now, tornado on the ground.
That's what we were looking at earlier. We're recapping what we did earlier.
On the ground. So if you're in DeBerry,
while I'm at it, I can also eat a little bit of food.
Greenwood, right here on the border of Texas and Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm gonna pull Omega over here to the side, because I can't, even though I can't show these chasers due to copyright reasons, I do want to try and see if some of these chasers can see anything, because it is 100% on the ground. His feed is currently down. I can't see anything. That's unfortunate. But this is a tornado on the ground, and how I can tell that this is... We'll copy the link to the live
Move it
stream,
up a little bit more.
Texas and Louisiana. If you're in this area right now, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet.
It is a Nateception, isn't it?
So you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. So guys, please,
look at the debris ball.
Share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live
Well, the
stream.
tornado threat tomorrow will be a more embedded or discreet threat. Believe it or not, it's going to be something similar. It'll be semi-discreet.
You know, outside of YouTube and on YouTube, please be sure to hit the
stand up and stretch your legs. That is true. I could very well do that.
Stuff like that. Just interact with the channel in any way that you possibly can, so that we can continue to get this
Probably
out to more
will.
and more people's recommended feeds.
I'll be back.
This is a
I'm
strong
gonna be in the
tornado.
room
This
here.
is more
I'll
than
be back
one
in
of
the
the
chair
first
here in
strong
a second.
tornadoes.
And also
that
turn
we
my
are going
lamp
to have
on.
here today.
Lamps.
Let me actually take a look, because people have told me to try and check Twitter.
Stretch.
And that's from live storm chasing. Unfortunately, I can't see any of that.
Stretch. I can
Oh,
feel
there it
blood
is.
running down my
PDS.
leg now.
PDS.
I've been sitting on it for like...
Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Caddo Parish as well as Harrison and Panola counties in Texas. This will be in effect until 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 3:40 p.m. Central Standard
what was
Time,
that?
a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Elysian Fields, or 17 miles southeast of Marshall, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now.
Okay.
You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter.
There we go.
Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction
Good
is
stretch.
possible. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Caddo Parish in Louisiana, as well as Harrison and Panola counties in Texas. That'll be in effect until 4 p.m.
Let's
Central Standard Time.
look back
Once
at these
again,
storms real quickly
very
just to
strong
see.
velocities. There is no reason.
Oh,
why,
that one's gonna
they
go.
would be wrong
All
about
right.
this.
Well,
We do
enough
have a
stretching.
big debris
Enough.
ball.
Enough. You know, messing around. We're back. We're back. It's gonna try and come back again. So let's try and put that there. Let's mute that. Because we got the cell north of Slaggle. That one's gonna start to try and go again. There it is. So, if you're over near Hutton, Gorham, and Flatwoods, looks like this cell is more than likely going to try to produce. Keyword try. No debris signature quite yet, but that does seem to be a cell to really watch out for. I'm hiccuping now. That's nice. Another cell near Glenmora as well. I think it's going to be this one. This one right here that's heading towards Hutton and Gorham and Flatwoods. This one's probably going to be the one to watch. Once again, no debris signature quite yet. That's the good news. We'll see how this is going to start to progress, but this does look like this might be the start. Might be the start of the second wave. So much for the brief, you know, brief break. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's starting to get better. We'll go up and tilt. This is 1,800 feet, and you can clearly see the rotation right there. And the normalized rotation actually is pretty high, too. So that in itself might actually be... Okay. That's some strong rotation right there. What was it like earlier? Yeah, that is... This is going to be a storm that we're going to have to watch very carefully. So I might as well finish my dinner now before stuff happens.
415 is home scene. Chief, where do you need us? Just stay down that way somewhere and walk up here to Rosalie and Pecan.
Night, Becca and Julie. Thank you so much. High normalized rotation bad? Very. Very bad. If you ever see red or pink on the normalized rotation, know that's some very strong rotation. Especially if it's white. If it's white, it's very strong. What am I eating?
Sure, Chief.
It's a sausage dog.
It's going to be...
As the bun of a hot dog bun? As a sausage. Oh, yeah. Barring the fact that this thing just did a split, still is rotating quite a bit. It's also got a more well-defined left flank velocity enhancement. Well, actually, I think that left flank velocity enhancement just split off. Or that could be new initiation. The storm is actually... Huh. Yeah, I was eating Mickey D's earlier, and now I'm just eating this sausage dog. You hear me talking about ZDR a lot, but what actually is it? Good question. So, ZDR. It's a radar product that looks at the actual sizes of the particles that it scans. If the particle is more horizontally stretched, so if it's a larger particle that is this way, you know, instead of it being spherical, it'd be more of a horizontally stretched particle, it'll go up as a high ZDR. If it's circular, it's 0 as ZDR, and then if it's vertical, it's a negative ZDR.
I'm in Central. You need anything?
So.
Negative, not this time. Someone else trying to call me?
Potential for this to be upgraded to a moderate risk for tomorrow? Huh. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Greensburg flashback. Did it really left split before it produced a tornado? Huh. Oh yeah, that rotation's starting to get better. Not on the ground quite yet, but it is definitely... It's getting there. If it does produce a tornado. I'm trying to finish this as quickly as possible so I'm not appeared to, you know, as ignorant. Not far from El Dorado, Arkansas. There should be a couple storms that are moving through your area here soon. Strong damaging winds expected. So as long as you stay indoors, you should be fine. Keyword should. Yeah.
I have a question. Given the rotations and strength of the radar, how strong will this tornado potential be? Are you talking about with this storm or the storms in general? If you're talking about this storm, I mean, this one, based off of what has happened today, could have the potential to be one of the stronger tornadoes that we've had. Maybe not the strongest, but definitely has the potential to be a strong tornado. New scan. No debris signature. Thank God. And the velocities kind of died a little bit too. I'm very interested as to why that is. You know what? Now I know. Now I know. Storm is not super high up in the atmosphere quite yet. It's not that dominant. I mean, it's there and it's rotating. It's rotating quite effectively, but it's not there yet. Oh, this cell near Glenmora also can be something to watch too. Yeah. That one would be the one to watch. Glenmora.
What's up, Vic?
So we got two. What about the cell near DeRitter? It's trying. It's got high echo tops with it. So if it can sustain, I mean, that could be one of the ones to try and do something later on. We'll have to see, though. We'll have to see. I know I keep saying that over and over again, but it's, you know, it's true. How do you do the command? Nightbot's not working at the moment, so the command doesn't work, unfortunately. And now all of a sudden it tries to fix itself. Yeah, this clearly makes sense. Hypothetically, yes, Will, but it'll still be very compressed. I'll take a 3D of it anyways to emphasize my point. So look, notice how small it is because it's so small. The data is, you know, there's not really much to look at. I mean, yeah, it has an inflow notch, but I mean, it just hasn't really done it yet. It's not there. There's a lot of inflow that's coming into this storm, though. A lot of inflow, actually. There's your storm relative winds. The rotation seems to be at the surface, though. So it might not be. Oh. It's kind of displaced. But it still is kind of at the surface, so I mean, it's kind of, It's trying. The little storm that could. Here's Glenmora again. Yeah, our two supercells right now. Mini supercells. DeRitter continues to look very interesting in my honest opinion. I do believe that'll be something that we'll have to watch out for later on. Not DeRitter in itself, but like areas northeast of it, like Leesville and Simpson and Hicks. Stuff like that. No debris signature, once again. Velocity's still there. Well, thanks, range folding. Very cool. Range folding loves to help me. Check CC and Glenmora. It's definitely not down. Yeah, no, not on the ground. Actually, technically, I could just circle this entire stuff because it's low CC. Yeah, no dice. Not completely yet. That is pretty funny.
Ringgold? Again? Wait, Ringgold. Where is Ringgold? Ringgold, Ringgold, Ringgold.
District 6, Firecom.
Oh, what is that? Dry prong. Excuse me? Where did you come from? Glenmore got issued.
Tornado warning for Southeastern Rapides Parish in central Louisiana.
Yeah, not a debris signature. It's not on the ground.
2137.
Could see some strong damaging winds with that, but that is a new tornado warning. That is a new tornado warning, ladies and gentlemen. We have waited, we have waited, we have waited for the second wave to start, and bing, bang, boom.
Respond on Pack Channel 1 to 585 14th Street, 585 14th Street. Have a fire alarm activated. Engine 1 respond hot, engine 5 and truck 1 respond cold. Respond on Track 1.
Yeah, excuse me. I'm still watching the cell up here near Hutton and Gorham. I still think that one could have a chance as well. I actually think it has a really good chance. Maybe not right now, but in the near future, it definitely does. We'll watch that very closely. Ringgold is near Shreveport? Oh, there it is. I knew it was over there. No, I didn't. I completely forgot. Oh, yeah. The rotation is starting to get a little interesting. Not as strong, though. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to look at that every now and then. Where are these? Can I go over to the photograph map? And will it be able to tell me what the photographs are like? Oh, that's kind of meh. Over here. It's pretty good down here. Anything out in front, obviously, it's going to be the best. Huh.
205, being right to minor incident, 4006 Barksdale. Circle K. It happened on Shady Grove. It's going to be a red passenger car and a Chrysler Pacifica, white in color. They pulled into the parking lot of...
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, the prediction for this event here later on tonight still says it's going. So I can't discredit this completely. I do believe this is... Oh, what is that up there? I have... Oh, that could be something tornadic. You know what? That could be something tornadic. Yeah, maybe. Might be something near Haynesville up in northern Louisiana as well. So that could be something to watch. Nothing right there. Ringgold. Let's go back to the tornado warning because there is one. And it's south of Alexandria. So for the people in the immediate vicinity of Alexandria, you guys need to watch out because this storm could potentially try to produce a tornado right within your area. So this would be... I was trying to check to see if there was a tornado on the other cell. So Forest Hill, Woodworth, LeCompte, Willow Glen, Chambers, Lamourie, and the surrounding areas along Highway 165, Interstate 49, 71, Highway 71, all of those stuff, all those areas over there, you need to take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Believe it or not, by the way, just a little bit of history for you all about my channel. The first tornado emergency that I ever covered on stream was in December of 2019. And the tornado emergency was for Alexandria. It was also like near noon.
which is kind of interesting. Yeah, no tornado emergencies, only 2 PDS tornado warnings. Both of them were significant tornadoes. As I said, we've been, we've been on this for quite some time. We're going to try and, continue to make sure you guys get everything you may need. All sorts of information and whatnot.
One's on scene. We got nothing visible. Going in to investigate. We're establishing reports in command.
Copy engine 1 on scene. Nothing visible. Going in to investigate. Reports in command.
Trying to look on Twitter here if there's anything else here that I may want to show you guys. I don't see too much. Yeah. There you go.
Officer 117.
Forest Hill and Glenmora still look alright. Gorham starting to become a little bit more linear. Might have to recycle. Dry Prong still has some rotation on that. Everything just updated.
I'm on scene.
Yeah, Gorham still shows something. Forest Hill still shows something. No debris signature quite yet. Once again, this is a tornado warning here, south of Alexandria. Now, someone said it's not Rapides Parish. I'm not sure if it's Rapides Parish, so someone help me out here so that I can try and remember this.
So somebody's got to come over here and reset it.
Did the PDS tour ever recycle in Greenwood? No, I don't believe it did. At least it was trying to.
Dispatch engine 1, you can put all other companies back in service. We're going to go ahead and make a block structure just to check on it, make sure.
Copy engine 1.
Rapides. Perfect. So Rapides Parish. If you live in Rapides Parish here near Lecomte, Chambers, Woodworth, and Forest Hill, you guys need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm actually going to close the two feeds in the background. I don't think I need them anymore. At least not right now. Yeah, Lake Comte. Lake Count. LeCount. LeCount. So it's just LeCount. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, it is. It is what it is. I still haven't fixed it. I've been too lazy to fix my background for that. West Tennessee's in a marginal risk, but will we get anything bad? Damaging winds most likely. Those in higher risk hopefully stay safe. Yeah, Cezo, I do believe it'll be just strong damaging winds for the most part. Like count. Okay. By the way, guys, if you know anyone who lives within these areas, once again, just a gentle reminder. Probably a good idea to, tell them to get indoors. Stay away from windows.
Yeah, like Count and Count. Count Dracula. Velocities have weakened significantly. It was there and then it wasn't there. So it's over near Heflin. Not as strong. Haynesville. Could be. Could be something over there. Heading along Highway 15 in Arkansas, as well as Highway. This would probably be 161 in Louisiana towards El Dorado. That's probably the storm that I would watch if I'm all the way up there. What do I think Opelousas, Louisiana will have? I think they will probably get a lot of rain first off overnight. But tomorrow, you guys are in a really interesting predicament because how far the line actually goes and stalls will determine as to what you guys can actually get. Yeah. Checking the upper levels for this storm. There's no way this thing hasn't developed mesocyclonic rotation quite yet. If it hasn't, then I don't know. There's just no way it hasn't. There's another storm all the way over here near Church Point. What are the models saying for this event? What are they saying? 23Z is what's happening right now. 6 p.m. 7 p.m. 8 p.m. 9 p.m. I really gotta wait that long? Thanks, models. Very cool. You are so helpful. So helpful. The Tornado Watch, the original Tornado Watch has been expanded. At least from the looks of it, it has. Oh, and there is a new Tornado Watch. Couple strong tornadoes possible. Until 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah, that's nice. So I guess we'll take a look and see where it pops up here in a second. This is going to be a long night. Driving across the Mississippi Bridge on I-20 westbound. Well, there's a chance for tornadoes in your area, so watch out. Rising Arc. Oh, that's over there, I think. Is it? What's happening over there? Little Rock. Oh, they just put out the new Tornado Watch. Gold and Dumas, a lot of strong damaging winds with that. That's probably the reason why they issued that severe thunderstorm warning.
Don't worry, just have some patience. Someone in my Discord server just told me that. Ah. Patience, he says. Patience. There's the new Tornado Watch, by the way. Right there. See the new red box. Big red box. Does not include Jackson, by the way. Does not. All right, let's guess what the probs are of this. So essentially what I mean by probs, every Tornado Watch, or actually every watch for that matter, has a probability of 2 or more tornadoes to form, and then a probability of 1 significant tornado to form. All right? So I constantly put out 2 different sets of numbers, such as 40-30, or 60-20, or 80-60. Now the first number is always bigger than the second number, or the same. So the first number is bigger or equal to the second number. So let's guess, what are the odds? Well, what do we got here? I see 70-50, 70-40, 50-30, 70-60, 60-30, 70-50, 60-40, 50-50, 80-60, 70-50. A lot of 70-50s here. 70-30, 70-50. 69-31. There it is. So they're all the numbers can be multiplied by 5. So it has to be in the 10, multiplied by 10 or divided by 10, divisible by 10 or divisible by 5. 100, 0. Yeah, okay. All right, let's take a look and see. Ready? The answer is 50-30. 50-30. Few tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes possible. 50-30. Sheesh. 50% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and 30% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes. Now, just for reference, ladies and gentlemen, the old Tornado Watch that's going to continue for another, 3 or 4 hours? That one is 80-60. So, within that environment near Alexandria and stuff like that, you still have a high value for tornadoes to form. But over here near Vicksburg, Notches, and Greenville and Greenwood, Yazoo City, 50-30. So they're thinking it's a little bit less than what was in the original tornado warning. And it still is there. I mean, the Tornado Watch. And the Tornado Watch still is there. It's still going to exist until 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, which for me, that's 3.5 hours from now. For you, it's 3.5 hours from now, too. Must be a Common Core watch? Probably. That's pretty funny. That is pretty funny. Yeah, it doesn't contain too much of the enhanced risk, but it still is something like, you know, you'd think. The tornado warning that was for the cell south of Alexandria, that has now expired. Or actually, it's been canceled. So, let's go on to what's currently happening right now. Cell near Derry in Gorham just crossed the interstate I-49. That still has rotation. So, I wouldn't give up on that one quite yet. Cell near Rose Pine. I think I've said Rose Pine how many times today? What, 5 or 6? That one, a lot more promising in regards to structure. Interesting ZDR arc too. So this is a more of a classic supercell. Has it developed any rotation over time though? The answer is yes, just weak ones. So it still needs time to develop. But that is a classic supercell. That is not a debris signature. For people who are curious. Yeah, I don't. I'm assuming what they think the peak probably is what these thunderstorms are right here. For Alexandria, Dorritter, Natchitoches, Jenna, and Monroe. All those areas over there, that's what I'm assuming is the peak. Although, I still think, you know, I do think that this probably is going to be a good second wave for just storms. I'm not sure if we're going to get as many strong velocity signatures, though. To be honest with you, might not see as many strong velocity signatures on radar, but we still could see some strong tornadoes. Maybe 1 or 2. Probably 1. Probably 1. There's a decent chance for 1. Especially the further east you go. HRRR isn't showing anything tornadic developing until at least 10 p.m. EST. Yeah, I saw that. I'm very sad because that means I have to wait for 2.5 hours until it to do something. You know, until it does something. That wasn't English. But you know what? We're here. We're here. What are my plans for the holidays? I don't have any plans for Christmas, but after Christmas, I have a tournament, a regional tournament for hockey. I gotta coach that. My dad's going away. My mom and dad are actually going away this weekend. They're going to Jacksonville for my uncle. Their wedding was last week. About Evangeline Parish? Is it Evangeline or Evangeline? But yeah, I'll take a look at that here. That is south of Alexandria, so you guys are actually going to still see some showers and thunderstorms. That storm south of Fort Polk or near DeRitter. That cell still looks very interesting. I'm really curious to see how that thing evolves over time, but we'll see. I do believe that Evangeline Parish, or Evangeline, however way it's pronounced, Evangeline. Okay. I do think they can get some more showers and thunderstorms. Now, depending upon what happens tomorrow, they could also get some activity tomorrow, too. Assume that you guys are going to get some strong damaging winds. That's the one thing I can say. What about Homa? Homa's in a really interesting predicament tomorrow because I do believe they actually will see some activity. Maybe something tornadic. Definitely strong damaging winds at minimum, though. I do believe you guys are going to see some showers and thunderstorms. But whether or not it becomes tornadic, that's going to be really interesting for me to see tomorrow. Nothing up there. Party at Nate's? Yeah, for real. Moderate risk upgrade is likely now. If they haven't done it already, if they're not going to do it tonight, they might not do it tomorrow. But there is a possible for them to try. Oh, that sounds delicious, Jerry. That sounds delicious. Yeah, this storm right here. Oh, it's starting. Oh, it's starting. Oh, it's starting. It's starting. It's starting. It's starting. It might try. It might try. It definitely might. It might be relatively weak, but it's definitely going to try. With this storm, it's starting at least. Yeah, there it is. It's starting. It's starting. It is 100% starting. You can see how the winds are starting to become more significant as you go further away from the radar, and there's some grays that are developing on the southern side compared to what it was a second ago. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, that is going to be one right here. There is not a CC drop. It is starting to intensify. Potential for a tornado could form here in a second. What is Donaldson, Louisiana going to look like? It's a good question. Let me take a look. Fordyce, Arkansas? Got a friend out there? Isn't Fordyce like on the western side of Arkansas? If it is, it's not going to do a whole lot. Donaldson? Oh, Donaldsonville. Yeah, you're definitely going to get stuff tomorrow. I would definitely pay attention to the weather tomorrow. Fordyce. No, it's on the southern side. I'm a donut. Let me take a look. Yeah, I'd say strong damaging winds. I don't see much more. Yeah, it is mid-south, isn't it? Yeah, slowly but surely, it is starting to try and organize. This is, We're getting close to it to potentially produce a tornado. We are getting close to it to try and do so. Normalized rotation still is there. It exists. The tooth pulled in the morning. Unfortunate. Oh, what in the world? That is pretty funny, Logan. Never again. What about the cell coming into Alexandria? It's not tornadic anymore, so it's fine. There's a cell that's over near Fullerton, though. Fullerton, northeast of DeRitter, heading towards North Fort Polk. It's actually just east of Fort Polk. Gnarly looking ZDR arc. It's right there. Let's do 4 panels. Four panels it is, and we'll be able to watch it intensify over time here. Has the line stalled? No, it's not expected to stall until like tomorrow morning. Mm. 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 Dusting out? Not on my screen. Unless if this newest velocity scan indicated that. Survey says. Oh, that's a new reflectivity scan. It hasn't gusted out yet. If it did. But could you see tomorrow? You're in Mobile. Definitely some strong damaging winds at minimum, but I do believe that you also have a chance to potentially see some tornadic conditions. And for people who are also curious about what's going to happen tomorrow, I kind of go over it in the video that I created yesterday, so if you want to watch that, you can. But essentially... Oh, what is this? Because of this uncertainty, along with some timing uncertainties and the location where the line stalls tonight, it's the only reason there's not a moderate risk. Severe weather in place for the region. If you wake up tomorrow morning and there is only thin clouds and a decent bit of sun, severe risk will likely be increasing. If an upgrade to the moderate risk does occur, likely won't happen until the first day 1 issuance tonight, but more likely with the 13Z issuance tomorrow morning. So yeah, potential upgrade to moderate tomorrow morning. Potential. Interesting. I told you guys, I said Wednesday is not being talked about enough. It hasn't really gusted out, but it hasn't really done much either. It's just kind of there.
Tomorrow night. Or tomorrow afternoon. That is pretty funny. Oh, geez. Possible tornado in Decatur, Texas. I haven't seen this video. But this was over here in Decatur, Texas.
What the fuck?
Language. Appreciate the consideration. Totally. Definitely looks like there's something there, isn't it? Day 1 does stay enhanced, and it is much smaller. Wind risk also decreases, same with the hail. Tornado risk still stands. SIGTOR risk still stands as well. Very interesting. I would like to say we're all adults here, but believe it or not, there actually are kids here. So even though I can say this stream is not meant for kids, I still gotta make it somewhat family friendly. Somewhat. Somewhat. You did remind me something, Mythic. I forgot. I gotta see the latest Euro model for the Mid-Atlantic. Let's see what their nor'easter is. How much snow are we talking 10-1 wise? I'm not gonna get any snow. Am I surprised? Nope. This always happens. This always happens to me. That's a lot of freezing rain, though. That is a lot of freezing rain. So what about the GFS? What does the GFS believe is going to happen? 10-1. I still don't get any snow. Thanks, GFS. Very cool. I barely get any snow in the next event. Oh, that is a giant side-swiping storm, though. On the 22nd to 23rd of next week, if that is the case. It's a lot of snow for much of the area. Total ice. Let's see. How much ice am I supposed to get? The answer is some.
Now, the real question is, would it be cold enough for me to build an ice rink in my backyard? I would have to start on the 17th. Oh my... What? What is that? -5 as your temperature in... Excuse me. I swear I didn't know that was gonna happen. I swear. What is this cold front? It's like 40 degrees over here. And it's 20 degrees over here. 50, 25. What is this? Well, if I were to build my ice rink, yeah, I mean, I would have to start it on Saturday. On Saturday, I'd have to start it. And then, I mean, if that thing comes into fruition, my goodness. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. GFS is kind of just, you know, it's special sometimes. No, that's not -Celsius. That's -Fahrenheit. Let's see. Oh, it still comes again. It really does think that it's going to cool down. That's a big low pressure. It swirls in temperatures. That's your low pressure. Your warm air. What in the world? Is that an ice supercell? An ice supercell with your dog leg characteristic? Is that an ice supercell? That... Oh my gosh, why? This is... I'm going back to severe weather. Maybe I could bring my sanity. Bring me back my sanity. So cell over near Verta. It is trying. I think that's the same cell that was over near Derry, honestly. Yeah, it looks like it is. Is it going to produce, though? Guess we'll see. This girl Americans. Is that the day after tomorrow that you're talking about? Twitter, what Weather Central sent me? Oh boy. Oh boy. What happened? Yeah, I am considering the following. I am indeed considering the following. What is that?
What? Hold up. I'm going back to severe weather. But I just got shown something that could equate to utter blasphemy. So let us witness this chaos together real quickly before we go back to severe weather. That's some really cold temperatures in Canada, I'll tell you what. Oh my... Excuse me! This is Fahrenheit. That's freezing temperatures for Dallas, Houston, Corpus Christi, Mobile, New Orleans. Atlanta, Tallahassee. What is... This is some day after tomorrow type stupid stuff. What is that? Hold up, I gotta see the reflectivity from this. What did I just look at? Oh my gosh. Oh, and there's a little tropical system, little mini tropical system that forms over there in the Gulf of Mexico. You'll have, a tropical system the one day, and the next day you'll have below freezing temperatures. That sounds swell. That sounds fun. Doesn't that sound fun to you guys? Good news is it doesn't look like Texas is going to get too much besides some cold temperatures. You know what? I gotta see this, and then that's it. That's all I'm gonna road. That's all she wrote after this. Wind chill and heat index. We gotta see the wind chill. I'm sorry. The fact that it becomes so organized just like that. Like, look at the drop off. It goes from 40 to negative 14. That is one of the stupidest things. And if this happens, by the way, I'll eat my words. I'll consider the following. But what in the actual... What's so funny? This is the wind chill, according to the GFS,
for the next week or so. So right here is the time. You see it's 22, so 2022, 12, 17. Really just focus on the 17 number. That's just what day it is. This is the wind chill expected from this coming Saturday. And actually, let's go backwards in time. This is what it is right now. And let's go forwards in time with wind chill. Dude! The entire United States, with the exception of the coastal areas, is below freezing. Listen, I'm not saying this is true. I'm not saying this is true. Okay? Because first off, models do some weird stuff sometimes. But if this happens, I'll tell you what. That is, that'll be crazy for everyone. Like, everyone in the United States in some fashion, with the exception of the Southwest, is going to be impacted. Now, this is highly unlikely. All right, I'm going to say it's highly unlikely right now, even though we're a week out. A gradient like this never happens, to where it goes from 47 degrees to -6. All right, that never happens. We're 200 hours away. I mean, that never happens. It never really does. So I kind of doubt it. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. That's the Climate Prediction Center's forecast. This is from the 21st to the 27th. That's the 21st to the 27th. This is your above and below normal temperatures. There's your probability for above and below normal temperatures. This is from the 19th to the 12th, the 19th to the 23rd. Excuse me? This is the Climate Prediction Center. This is an actual governmental office. They do the flash flooding stuff as well. It's... There's almost a 100% chance that Illinois is going to see below average temperatures. Once again, this is a probability outlook of above and below normal temperatures. And the blue is below, the orange and the red is above. Now I gotta see. This model, never use this model to do anything. This model agrees too! What? The can't forecast blank model or the CFS model. What? Now I gotta see the Euro. I'm sorry. Gotta see it. Gotta see it. I'm on my way. Look at California. It's cold. New MCD. It'll take me away from whatever pain this is. Risk for supercells and a few tornadoes is expected to continue next couple of hours. Development and intensification across central and southern Louisiana is expected later this evening. That's very nice. So far, organization within warm advection confluence bands farther east has been limited. Stronger forcing for ascent is expected to arrive from the west in the next couple of hours beneath the 40 to 50 knot low-level jet. Recent HRRR runs suggest additional warm sector development and intensification is possible across mainly the eastern half. This evening, with strong shear and sufficient buoyancy forecast to persist, few tornadoes is expected to continue. It's colder in LA, according to this model, than it is in Ontario, Canada. I mean, I know how that works, but make that make sense. It's colder in Montreal and, well, it's colder than Montreal and Ottawa. It's colder in Los Angeles, according to this model run, than it is in Ottawa and Montreal. That's according to this model run. I'm not saying this is true, although with all the models saying that there's going to be some cold air coming in, it probably is true, which means we're going to see some big-time cold temperatures somewhere, probably in the Central Plains to the Midwest. I'm not sure about the East Coast quite yet. I really don't know. If that does happen, though, I'm going to be able to create my ice rink. I'm going to create my ice rink. Check the 500 millibar. Don't tell me. Yeah, this is what I do every single day, Carl. I go to the models. I literally look at it every single day. Pivotal Weather is the best place for every normal person to go look at models if you want to go do so. What? What? 141 knots at 500 millibars. 6 kilometers above ground level. This is your jet stream, ladies and gentlemen. That's your jet stream. It shouldn't be yellow. It shouldn't be dark yellow. I'll tell you what, if we saw this in spring or in summer, we probably would have the worst tornado outbreak ever recorded in history. We really would. And unironically, it would be for Mississippi, Louisiana, and Alabama. I gotta see a photograph. Oh my gosh. The photograph. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'll polite pass. I'll polite pass. I'll polite pass. I don't need this right now. Wind gusts. Oh boy. Oh boy. As I said, if that happened in spring, that probably would be the worst tornado outbreak ever in recorded history. Lot of wind for I-10 over there near El Paso. It's probably because that's where the low pressure is. $40 knots. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. That was the GFS. Oh, no, I didn't check the GFS's 500 millibar. That's a good point. That is a very good point. What is this gonna say? Oh boy. Let's go see. For the memes. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, wait, this is the 12Z. We gotta go to the 18Z. Because the 18Z is the meme one. Dun 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 dun. Oh my gosh. What is that? Excuse me. That's right over my house. 140 knots. That's right over my house. I'm losing it. I'll tell you what. I don't even know. Welcome to weather. This is... My goodness. It's right over my house. Now, because that's over my house, realistically, what are the sustained winds over my house? The 12Z is not as much of a meme as the 18Z, I'll tell you what. So realistically, according to the GFS, what? Oh my... It's actually not bad over my house, believe it or not. I guess I'll just see the wind scream like I've never seen them scream before. Like, they'll just, like, move so fast. I'll have to keep my eyes in the sky during the 23rd. Essentially, yes, it will be cold next week. The middle to the end of next week, it will be cold. Lieutenant Sorrell, with a 1, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. 10 a.m. with the 2, thank you so much. I also really do appreciate that. I don't know. I really do not know. What happened to these other thunderstorms? They're currently hitting the radar right now. They're not doing much either. I mean, that's been a great way to kill time, I'll tell you what. Me looking at the idiocy of the GFS. Negative 72 degree on the 12Z. That's probably up in Canada. But I mean, even for Canada, it's still like... Yeah, I agree. Regardless of the legitimacy of that actual event, I mean, the fact that it's showing up as a scenario is still something to be like, huh? I mean, that was just absolutely crazy. I think I've lost my brain. Send me some damage pics on Twitter. Yes, I will always accept stuff on Twitter. Please be sure to send stuff to me. Gotta explain this ice supercell? Don't worry about it. I got a place for you. You'll see it when it gets there. Don't worry about it. Negative 12. Oh, my thing keeps falling off. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that. That sucks. Yeah, I don't know how that GFS run could actually exist. But I'll tell you what, if it does, I am going to be making an ice rink in my backyard. The last time I had negative degree wind chills, there was a lake that froze over that I know about. 10 a.m. with the 2. Thank you so much. Says, will Houston get 18 degrees or 20 degrees? That's a good question. Honestly, I'm going to have to wait until we get there a little bit closer. Probably towards the end of this week when I'll actually have an answer for how cold it actually gets. That's 150 knots. Okay. Well, you know what? I've seen enough. I've seen enough. That's what you get for getting the polar Arctic air. Odd request to your radar is better than you have access to be able to look at the UK to see if there is snow nearby right now. Don't trust any weather apps. So unfortunately, this radar that I have right here actually is only for the United States and dual pole radars. Dual pole is essentially the more advanced version of weather radars. There is a way to see weather radar up in the UK. Isn't there like Met something? I remember when I was talking to my friends who do meteorology, or don't do meteorology. They actually follow meteorology from the UK. They had met something. I can't remember. Really can't. Yeah, that is not nice. Snoracho confirmed. Oh my gosh. That is a Snoracho. Met Office, that's what it is. Didn't look like there was a tornado in El Dorado. Looked like some strong damaging winds. Elysian Fields, Texas. Oh, that is some very... Where was that at? Thank you, Casey, by the way, for sending that in to me. That was... Oh, that's north of DeBerry. That was the first PDS tornado warning of the day. Let me do National Weather Service Shreveport. As well. Yeah, look at that damage here, guys. Look at that tree. Look at a lot of these buildings. My goodness, that was a significant tornado. I've been seeing this a number of days now. 2 days ago, it was negative 80 degrees Fahrenheit in Siberia, and it's heading straight down the Canadian Rockies. Well, from what I've seen, the main reason why that cold air is not staying up in Canada is because there's some blocking in Greenland. Like, Greenland is literally preventing it to continue. Excuse me. Stay there. Excuse me. But, I mean, man. Yeah, Met Office is, I will admit, Met Office is pretty, they don't really have radars over there. Like, in Europe, they don't really have radars unless if you're in Germany. They really don't. Yeah, that tree is pretty crazy. U.S. hasn't seen bad winter in a long while. That is true. That is true. They don't have any radars in Asia except Japan. I thought there was another radar over in like the Philippines. And then of course you have dual pole, the dual pole radars in South Korea, and then Okinawa. Yeesh. Discord again? Oh, is that another? No, it's not another MCD. Interesting. I just said interesting for the second, count it third time if you really need to. Yeah, South Korea has radars. Let me pull up. Let me pull one up. I'll show you guys. Site. Live data is currently not available. What do you mean? Did they shut these radars down? Really? Oh, that's not okay. There we go. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Hey! Look at that! Weather! It's got dual pole. Now, the northernmost radar doesn't function correctly, but, you know, it happens. Alright, and then they also got one dual pole radar in Japan, and then they also have one in Guam. Look at that! Radar. You can see right there is Japan. Over here. Okinawa. Fun. Now, I'm curious. If I move the radar to Sterling, and I move it over. KULM works! Hey! We've got a radar in Monroe, except it doesn't really function correctly. But we don't want to talk about that. Don't worry about it. It's just an extra radar, just in the off chance that something happens. Oh, don't look at its ZDR, though. Don't do that. Don't look at its EHI either. Don't do that. Don't worry about it. That's kind of funny. Oh, that's pretty cool. How's Farmerville, Louisiana looking for tornadoes for the rest of the night? That's a good question. By the way, I needed Iowa State feed for people who wanted to know about how I got that on GR2. So if you wanted to do that, Farmerville, Louisiana. That is north and west of Monroe. I do believe you guys are going to see some activity overnight tonight, so I would be cautious of it. And it's actually going to be approaching you. You actually are going to get it a lot sooner than I thought you would. Maybe the potential for something tornadic along the line right here. That might be something to watch. This is near Freiburg and Ringgold. South of Arcadia. You're pretty much self-taught until you started meteorology school. How did you learn all you know before you went to college? There was a couple weather classes that I went to when I was younger in Penn State, and then a lot of YouTube videos from YouTube, as well as research. A lot of research and stuff like that I did. I read, research papers and whatnot, and read up on a lot of the recent data to try and, keep up with everything. So... yeah, that's what I did. Watched a lot of YouTube videos. And when I mean a lot of videos, I mean a lot of videos. Like a lot. Yeah, Louisiana. Back a few scans. Oh, Spearsville. Don't worry about it. Anyways, I'm listening to what's happening outside the door. It's freaking hilarious. Anyways, don't worry about it. I don't know what's happening out there, clearly. I'm not familiar. Anyways, back to the subject at hand. I just, you... That's pretty funny. Am I gonna pursue being a meteorologist? Yes, I am. Check Twitter? Yeah, that's right. A bunch of people wanted me to check Twitter. Let me do that. That is pretty whack. Oh, Lake Charles, current sounding, you can clearly see some drier air aloft. Possibly one of the factors limiting updraft maintenance at this point. Otherwise, lapse rates are not an issue. Out of the sounding as many people thought. This is Lake Charles, though. Lake Charles is a lot closer towards the Gulf of Mexico, which means that your surface temperature is usually a lot warmer. A lot more humid, too. But just to show, this is what Sean Paul said earlier on Twitter, and this is a good point. This is the observed sounding from Lake Charles. So yeah, we've got a lot of dry air here, according to the dew points here from our observed sounding. Usually when you have dry air, obviously not as much moisture, which means probably not as many showers and thunderstorms, or even just rain showers in general. So a lot of dry air in the air aloft. You still have a good profile here, temperature-wise. So your lapse rates are pretty good here. The only issue is that can this style environment move north? If it can, then you'll get your tornadoes and whatnot. Let me pause this here right now. Are you gonna be live? Are you gonna be a storm chaser, just a guy in a TV studio? I mean, I've chased a couple of times, honestly. But I want to chase. I'm not sure I would chase for other people unless if I'm actually chasing. But I honestly really want to build this YouTube channel. I really do. I mentioned earlier in the stream I was actually going to talk about this. I might as well do it right now. I'm pretty sure for everyone who is 25 years or younger, they've grown up watching YouTube. All right? They've grown up watching YouTube, whether it's games like Minecraft and stuff like that, you know, or Smosh and stuff, whatever. All right, you've watched whoever, whatever on YouTube. And the people that you watched, your favorite creators, showed this play button. All right, silver play button. Or even a gold play button. And the fact that you see a 1 with a bunch of zeros right next to it, and that is identifying that that is how many people are a part of your community. That right there, I'm sure everyone has imagined having a play button in their lifetime. That's a tornado warning. What?
Tornado warning for Central Union County in south central Arkansas.
Slippy strikes again. Tornado warning. There we go. We finally talk about weather for once that isn't in the future. But everyone in their life has thought, probably, if you're 25 years or younger, of holding a play button, actually having a play button. Because the creators made it out as if it was this massive achievement. This massive achievement. And I've always thought it still is a massive achievement. I mean, I'm working on it right now to try and get a play button. It's a massive achievement. So having 100,000 subscribers and getting a play button, being able to show it proudly whenever someone steps into my house, it's something I can take pride on. So. Anyways, tornado warning, Arkansas. This is for Union County until 8:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you're in Urbana, New London, Strong, or Lawson, you need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. How was today's event? We had 2 PDS tornado warnings that were probably strong tornadoes. What software do I use for radar? GR2 Analyst, but that's not the audio sound bit. That's GR Earth. Could there be tornadoes in Denham Springs, Louisiana? Good question. I don't know. Let me show you guys what we're looking at here with this radar thing real quickly. Reds are the winds moving away. Greens are the winds moving towards, right in the middle. Once again, Lawson, Urbana, New London, and Strong. We're pretty far away from the radar for this one. But still, I mean, you can clearly see that there is a velocity couplet right within there. And how strong of a velocity couplet? Well, it's in the greens, so it's somewhat moderate. There is definitely something there within that general vicinity. All right, so you said to check the Denham Springs area. Denham Springs, Louisiana seems to be a part of I-12. Okay. You guys are expected to get your things tomorrow. If you would like to come back to the channel tomorrow, feel free to do so. Because there is the threat for severe weather within your area. Just to kind of break things down, the green is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. The yellow is a 2 out of 5, and the orange is a 3 out of 5. All right, so all those areas within the yellow or in the orange, they probably should watch out for tomorrow, especially with the chance of there being significant tornadoes. So, but yes, tune into tomorrow's stream. We'll be able to talk about it. And they are considering a 4 out of 5, as someone said in the chat. Yes, they are. What did you miss before the tornado warning? Me freaking out about the GFS because yes. Miss anything over the last 2 hours? Not exactly. Besides me freaking out once again about the GFS. But that happens. Oh. Alright, well, there is a prefrontal right here. There's your prefrontal. That is a classic supercell, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. It's got a ZDR arc. Interesting KDP with it. Yeah. Huh.
That is a supercell, it appears. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. Boyce, Creola, Lena, Colfax, areas along Highway 71, Interstate 49, and areas west of Alexandria. Probably should watch out for this. Any nadir confirmed? Not as of right now. We did earlier today, though. 2 strong tornadoes. And a couple other, or actually numerous other tornado warnings. Oh, there's side lobe. We can't see what's going on. But it has some good rotation, especially at the surface. There's side lobe, it's masking it. The real question is how much inflow is this thing ingesting? If it's ingesting a lot of it, this thing's going to produce a tornado. Let's go back to the tornado warning up north. El Dorado, you guys are fine. It's the areas east of you near Urbana, New London, and Lawson. There's a tornado warning over here. Once again, this is for Union County until 8:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Is that even warned? No, it is not warned. The one that was over near Alexandria. Not warned, but still tight rotation near Hemphill. Yeah, there is. There is. It's relatively weak at this time, but there is rotation there. So yeah, I'll look at that. I'll watch that. Sheesh. I'm going back to this prefrontal right here. I'm actually half tempted, honestly, to take a 3D of it. And I think I am. Woo! Look at that. I mean, it's cut off by the radar beam not being able to reach the upper portions of the atmosphere, but look at that. Look at that. That is a heck of a cave. Yep. Maybe if it's a little bit further away from the radar, we might be able to take another 3D. What is that? What is this? You know, I hate side lobe contamination with a passion. Side lobe contamination is not exactly the nicest thing in the world. 1060 on that cold shot? Oh boy. That is pretty crazy, I will admit. Oof. Yeah, I'm glad that was it too.
think Oklahoma needs to be left alone from severe weather for a little bit. Just a little bit. Did it detach itself? I don't know. A lot of side lobe, obviously. Let's go back to the tornado warning up north. Let's figure that out later on. Once again, tornado warning here for Urbana, Lawson, and New London in southern Arkansas. This is Union County in southern Arkansas, south central Arkansas until 8:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Some lightning with this cell, too. There is definitely some lightning. Looks like the rotation is starting to weaken. Before it had some pretty decent rotation north of Lilly, Louisiana. And across the border, and now it's obviously over here near Urbana and New London. Winding down, looks like? Yeah, I would have to say so. What about northwestern Alabama for severe weather? They'll be fine, honestly. I don't believe that there'll be a whole lot from it either today or tomorrow. Tomorrow there is expected to be a strong severe weather event for southern Alabama. But not northern. Northern's way too far north. Way too far. Still got a pretty strong ZDR arc. I really don't want to give up on this supercell quite yet. I think that supercell still has the potential for something. Heading towards Boise, so I'm going to continue to watch that. Is there any other cells that I really should watch out for? The answer is no. Man, yeah, I really am watching that pretty closely. Louisiana get ugly tomorrow? Southeastern Louisiana specifically. Storm west of Alexandria going to hit Pollock. Where is Pollock? It's there. It has a chance to. It might miss it to the west by a little bit, though. Oh, it's trying to create rotation. It's very weak, though. Wow, that's got to be one of the weakest rotations I've ever seen in my entire life. I am not joking. That has got to be one of the weakest rotations I've ever seen in my entire life. And it's actually legitimate. Which is the funny part. What time will the event start tomorrow? Like noon, maybe 1 o'clock, something like that. That's what I'm thinking. I've got an exam at 11:30 Eastern. So who knows if I'll be on time or a little bit late, but yeah, Tennessee's clear tonight. Don't anticipate too much from them. Oh, geez. Urbana, New London. Oh, is that a debris signature? Oh, that could be. That, well, could also be hail. I'd have to see the next CC scan, honestly, to say if that's a tornado on the ground or not. Treat it as such, honestly. If you're near New London, Arkansas, south of Morro Bay, Arkansas. You should be underground or in your lowest innermost part of your building. Tornado warning has been issued. Extension.
Tornado warning for central Bradley County in southeastern Arkansas, southern Calhoun County in southwestern Arkansas, southwestern Drew County in southeastern Arkansas.
That's hard to say if that actually is on the ground or not. That really is hard to say. We're so high up in the sky. That is a new tornado warning that includes Morro Bay, Ingalls, Vic, Hermitage, Wilmar, College Heights, Liddell, areas near and north of Fountain Hills. So if you know anyone who lives over there in Arkansas, they need to get in their safe space. Bradley, Calhoun, and Drew counties. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you're in southeastern Louisiana, so like that would be from I-49 and east, you guys are going to get some strong severe weather tomorrow. To what extent? I don't know. I think you could see some strong damaging winds at minimum, with a chance of maybe a couple tornadoes. But I can't say specifically because, yeah. It's not like I can tell where tornadoes are going to land. Just only know if the environment is favorable for them. Alright, the supercell is trying to be a supercell again. So that's good. I mean, it's not good, but it's good for it. It's doing its own thing. No storms down south from the looks of it. I-10 corridor? Probably. 10 and 12. 10 and 12. Am I taking calc? Not yet. It'll be next semester. Next semester I'm taking calc. Bastrop, Louisiana, is it gonna be bad? Let me take a look. Give me a second. Give me a second. Bastrop, Louisiana. Where? Oh, you're over there. Right now you should be fine. A little bit later on, you guys could see some strong severe weather, so I would watch out. But yeah, as of right now, you should be fine. Should be. Oh yeah, there's no way we're using this radar for that. For that thing on there. Oh yeah, I've seen that KRZY. It's been, every single time I go to like Shreveport, I go to Velocities and then I look down, I see that, which is the reason why I'm like, nah, I'm not giving up on the cell that's over here near Boyce. I mean, this thing, presentation wise, it's starting to get its act together. Big time. Which is the reason why I'm not giving up streaming. Not yet. Whenever the storms stop being significant, I'll stop streaming. But as I said, tomorrow we are expecting some strong severe weather, so please be sure to tune into the channel tomorrow, as we will be covering this severe weather event as it moves off towards the south and east, towards southeastern Louisiana, central to southern Mississippi, southern to southwestern portions of Alabama, and extreme western Florida. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. So it's got a short-term window. And that's going to continue to advect north. Okay. All right. I see how it is. Don't see much happening anymore. I'm still looking at the cell near Boyce. The cell right here, I'm still... Oh, it's got echo tops over 40,000 feet. I think that's... Oh, that cell up there near Dubois has cells, you know, echo tops over 50,000 feet. That's pretty crazy. But with these prefrontals, I don't think I've seen echo tops that high. Yeah, this cell right here. I'm watching that. I'm watching that very closely. When is it going to get bad in Washington County, Alabama? It's a good question. Yeah, I hope Florida doesn't Florida either. Florida just kind of does that, though. When is the second wave supposed to start? Right now? Maybe an hour from now? Something like that. Washington County tomorrow. Washington County, Alabama is going to see their stuff tomorrow. Check Ruston. I'm assuming that's Ruston, Louisiana. They're going to get some strong damaging winds, but nothing totally severe. So I think you guys should be fine for right now. As soon as the line gets to you, expect strong damaging winds. And then once the line passes, you'll be fine. Do I see anything near Baton Rouge? Not tonight, but tomorrow I do believe you guys can see some stuff. Well, actually, there's the small potential for it to be tonight, but I do believe that you guys are going to get stuff tomorrow. Moderate risk time? What do you mean? What polling am I using? Iowa State for right now. Well, actually, not with this one. With the stuff in Lake Charles, I'm using Iowa State. The other one, that's a good question. I guess I could use Jackson and see what polling I'm using. The NCEP NOAA.gov. Guess I could always put Iowa State up top. Guess I can. What about the Calhoun County warning? That is a good question. So Calhoun, I believe, is the tornado warning. That is. So this storm is currently rotating, but it is weakening at this time as it heads off towards the north and east. Still, it does have rotation, and it will head off towards the Hermitage, the Ingalls, the Vic area, as well as areas north of Fountain Hill and northwest of Fountain Hill, as well as Liddell, Monticello, College Heights, Wilmar, and areas south of Warren. So if you know anyone who lives over there, I would highly recommend you tell them to get indoors, underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So essentially, it's still there. and you still need to take it seriously. When will it affect Monroe? Good question. You've got storms that are going to be moving through into Monroe right now. They even have some slight rotation. That's some slight rotation near Dubac as well. Let me look back and see if this thing actually is doing something. Not quite yet. Monroe, I do believe you guys are really going to start to be impacted. Probably at about, I'd say, 2 hours from now. And beyond that. That's my safe guess. That's some more rotation on the southern side. Huh. This thing is really trying to become a mini supercell. I'm curious. Let's get physical, physical, VWPE, vertical, wind profiles. Da, da, da. You can tell I'm losing my mind. Capo? It's not terrible. Obviously, KDGX is going to be mental, and that is the case. KSHV. That's behind the cold front, figures. KLCH. Oh, that looks pretty sad. So you keep your guard up for Camden, Arkansas. Let me take a look. Camden, Arkansas is there. Oh, you're all the way back over there. I think you guys are fine. Yeah, Camden is behind the line. You guys are good for the rest of the night. Yeah, you're good for the rest of the night. You're good. Is Conroe, Texas at risk? I would say no. I think you guys are starting to get behind the line here soon. So I think you guys are fine. Oh, that's an area of rotation down south near Many in Zwali. Yeah, look at that. Some rotation right there. So maybe the storms are starting to try. Okay, well, while we wait, okay, let me do something real quickly. All right, so here we are. We have Classic Me, right? So I did say I would give away a membership at the end of the stream. It's not the end of the stream, but I'm actually going to do it now because I have come to the conclusion that I'm going to be around for a longer period than I thought I probably would be. And I'm going to want to probably go to sleep after the stream, like immediately after the stream. So I think it's now time to give away a membership. Let us pop out chat. We popped out chat. Pretty cool stuff, right? Oh, I can't give money according to that. Well then, let's do a membership gift. 1 membership. We'll do, yeah, PayPal. Bang, bang, boom. And we are giving away a membership to one of you all. So whoever gets it, it's random.
we'll see what happens. The membership was given to Carl Johnson. Carl Johnson. So congratulations, you got yourself a membership. Selena was the first one to get a gift membership. Of course, if you guys want to get your own memberships, click the join button down below. Or at the end of every single stream, we will be giving away a single membership. But this is just more of saying, hey, thank you for coming out to the stream. Really do appreciate it. So congratulations to you. And yeah, at the end of the stream, I'm probably going to want to go to sleep. But we're not going... It's not the end of the stream quite yet. We're not getting there. It'll probably be another hour or two or something like that. So we'll see. Hell Advocate with the 7 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And if you also want to help people experience some gift memberships, please be sure to, whenever you do like super chats, there's memberships and then membership gifting. You can do that as well. And if you want to receive memberships, right above where I did my membership, hit the gift thing. It says accept gifts, or be sure to accept gifts or something like that, or allow accepting gifts. Do that, and you'll be able to accept gifts in the future for whenever I do giveaways for memberships. So there you go. Yo, Morgan. How do? Is the Alexandria threat over? No, you still got a couple storms that are going to be moving through your area. If not, I think you can, you might be able to, if you go on, if it's on the YouTube app. I'm trying to click here and find out. Okay, so go to, if you guys are on your phone, okay, I'm looking at it right now. Go to the money thing and go to membership, all right? Now, when the membership thing appears, just like this, okay, you want to hit the 3 dots up there. Now, this is only for Android, so if you have an iPhone, you're going to have to do it on your browser. Hit the 3 dots. And then it'll say something called gift settings. I know it's not backwards, believe it or not. But it'll say gift settings, tap gift settings, and then it says allow gifts on this channel. Allow gifts on this channel. Make sure the black dot is on the right side of the oval. You do that as long as you're subscribed to the channel. As long as you have subscribed to the channel, you can allow, or you can accept gifts here as well. So yeah. But that's what that is. And as I said, that's more of a thank you to say, thank you to all the people who've watched my streams. Because, I wouldn't be at this spot without you guys. Colton Freeze with the 18 months of a Weather Watcher really does mean a lot. And same thing with Cliff with the 18 months. Thank you guys so much for being here for such a long time. Really do appreciate it. And by the way, for the people who also want to gift subs, you guys can do that as well. I believe you'd have to do that on memberships, though. Or I can't remember. Memberships. Doesn't look like you can do it on phone. I know you can do it on computer, though. Because that's what I just did. So,
Pollock, you may be in its path. Let's take a look. It looks like you might be a little bit to the east of it, of where it's going, which is kind of what I said earlier. I really did think that you would probably be just a little to the east of the storm. Storm would probably pass west of you. Would I be on here tomorrow tracking tornadoes? Yes. It'll be in the afternoon, though, because in the morning I have an exam to do. I have a final to do. Do I think it might snow in Houston, Texas? Doubt for right now. Could be a time next week to which you get below freezing temperatures, though, believe it or not. I don't know why, but it just, yeah. Welcome to the shenanigans. Yeah, for the people who are here tonight and have to go to sleep, a reminder, I will be live streaming tomorrow afternoon for the severe weather event that is going to be ongoing over into portions of the Deep South and southeastern Louisiana. So definitely something to really watch out for within that. Texas carrying Dixie bus. Love when the predictions are correct. But this wasn't a bus, though. This was an enhanced risk with 2 SIG tornadoes. I don't know where you're coming from. What final? It's a test for college. This is for chemistry. What time will Central Mississippi get hit? Late overnight tonight. There could be first one wave sometime near midnight, maybe a little bit past midnight. And then, oh wow, that's live right now. So it's getting really close to that vorticity. And then tomorrow in the afternoon, there is some stuff. Also, if you guys know anyone who lives within those areas that I mentioned, feel free to share the stream with them too. Feel free to share the channel. And by the way, we're only 18 subscribers away from 34,400. So I really do appreciate what you guys have done with that. It makes me curious. I really do want to kind of see. I am really curious about what our outreach has been so far. This stream has gotten out to 21,000 people. And we are legitimately 1 like away from 1,300, which is kind of pretty funny. Actually, someone just liked it and changed it to that. But yeah, we have that. And yeah, that's pretty cool that we've gotten it to 21,000 people. It's all good, Julie. It doesn't really matter all too much. I mean, listen, if you got stuff to do on the side, it's all good. I mean, it's life. We all got life. It's understandable. Am I taking meteorology in college? Yes. So right now I'm doing my general education classes in a smaller college that's way cheaper than any college that has a meteorology program. And then I'm going to transfer to a college that has meteorology. So originally I was in Penn State. Then I left Penn State because, once again, too expensive. And then I'm going to go back to either Penn State A lot of my friends want me to go to Oklahoma University over in Norman, Oklahoma, OKC, or some other stuff. Drop a 45 and yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, buddy. Okay. Is there any tornadoes in Jackson, Alabama? Jackson, Alabama. Where that? Where is that? Jackson, Alabama. What in the world? Possibly tomorrow, but OU because PA don't get anything good. Yeah, I get that, and that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm like, yeah, I might go to OU, but Penn State is a really good program. It's all good, Jacob. Don't worry about it. Driving to Mississippi tomorrow would be the best way for me to keep up with these storms. To drive there and you don't have a choice. The best way, honestly, if you're driving to Mississippi, is to make sure you have the emergency alert notifications on your phone specifically. If that isn't the case, every single car has, has a radio on it, right? So if you can constantly change local radios, oh wow, that thing is gone. Oh yeah, that's probably going to be a tornado. That should be a tornado warning here soon. The mini supercell near Creola and Bentley is actually going to do stuff. And Pollock, you're going to be near it, so I would get indoors anyways. It's not heading towards you directly. It's actually heading, once again, just to your west. But I would get indoors just on the off chance. There's the new tornado warning. Obviously, they issued it for the storm.
Tornado warning for Eastern Grant Parish in north-central Louisiana, northern La Salle Parish in north-central Louisiana.
Baited, if you are driving in Mississippi and you don't have a choice, change your local radios. All right, every single time. The EAS always says something on there. If you know what county you're in, or if there is a tornado warning that gets issued and something like that, then, you'll be able to know. You'll be able to know. My storm went? Yeah, it 100% went. This thing probably can produce a tornado. Let's see, storm motion from warning. There it is. Yeah, there it is. ZDR still there. Velocity still going strong. So Creola, Bentley, Pollock, I would get in your safe space for right now. I would stay indoors and I would stay away from windows. Just on the precautionary, because if the tornado does go near you, flying debris can still sling into your area. But Bentley, Pollock, Antonia, as well as Little Creek, Searcy, and Jenna, as well as State Highway 524 and State Highway 8. Although that looks to be US Highway 165 as well with it. So just something to make a note of with that. If you're in those areas that I just mentioned, you need to take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And yeah, as Crimson Penguino said in chat, respect the polygon and heed the National Weather Service's warnings. Respect the polygon. The famous James Spann quote. Love it. When will Harrisburg, Mississippi see bad weather? Where is Harrisburg? I mean, I know where Harrisburg, Pennsylvania is. It's north of where I live. Harrisburg. Mississippi. That's Hattiesburg, not Harrisburg. Harrisburg, Mississippi. There is not a Harrisburg, Mississippi on Google Maps, so I'm not sure what to tell you. No debris signatures of right now. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
It's
West
the
Central
Zwally
Natchitoches
cell.
Parish in northwestern Louisiana, northeastern Sabina Parish in northwestern Louisiana.
Look at that! That's the other cell that was over near. It's not Manny. Many? I can't remember. What was someone told me how it was pronounced. I completely forgot. Anyone remember? I'm not gonna say anywhere that's outside of the severe weather risk here. So essentially, if you don't live in the yellow or the orange, I'm not gonna say anything. If it's Hattiesburg, then it'll be tomorrow. That's a new tornado warning, and that's for Farmerville. So
Tornado
for the person in
warning
Farmerville, get in your safe space.
Northeastern Union Parish in north central Louisiana.
Well, aren't I glad that I decided to stay on for a little bit longer, huh? Farmerville, in your safe space. Oh yeah, that thing is... That came out of nowhere. What in the world? Yeah, Farmerville, get in your safe space right now. If you're in Farmerville, Marion, and Hale or Haley, you need to get in your safe space right now. Manny. Alright, it's Manny. Appreciate it. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Farmerville, need to go now. Oh boy, now we're getting a bunch of tornado warnings across the board. Yeah, I'm concerned for the person in my chat who's from Farmerville. They need to get in their safe space right now. For the people who know other people who may live within these areas, please spread the information. Send a link to the live stream and give it to them if they need it, or just tell them to get into their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. That's also another storm out in front. Jackson, let me go to Jackson. This storm might have some rotation. It does. Eudora, that might actually be tornado warned for southeastern Arkansas. Might need to watch out for that as well. But anyone in those tornado warnings that were just mentioned, you need to get in your safe space. And right now, I'm the most concerned about Farmerville, Louisiana, and Marion and Haley, or Haley, Louisiana here. Followed very closely by Bentley, Creola, Artonia, and Pollock, as well as areas near U.S. Highway 165 here in central Louisiana, north of Alexandria. Yeah, I did call that Wave 2 would come. I didn't think it would actually do stuff. Ugh. Still, Farmerville. Oh, that's a debris signature. Oh, that's a debris signature. That's a tornado in progress. Northern portions of Farmerville. If you're in Farmerville, Louisiana, you need to go now. That is a debris signature. Yep, tornado in progress. Farmerville, Louisiana. Guys, we need to share this information with as many people as possible. By interacting with my channel, once again, by liking the live stream, by subscribing and stuff like that. You guys actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. And even by commenting in the live chat. That is a confirmed tornado in Farmerville. Pretty strong rotation at that. Yeah, there's the debris signature. Yeah, someone said they lived in Farmerville, Louisiana. If you're in that town, you need to get in your safe space. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. That is more than likely going to be a confirmed tornado.
You said southern Louisiana? Where? Where is southern Louisiana? Or at least your southern Louisiana storm. Let me take a look at the storm that is heading off near Bentley and Pollock, as well as our Antonia. That one might actually try to be... That one could potentially go on the ground, too. Yeah, I think that supercell could potentially try to produce a tornado here as well. So Antonia, Bentley, Pollock, areas along Highway 524, or US Highway 165, and State Highway 8, heading up towards Searcy, Little Creek, and Jenna here in Louisiana. If you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. That other cell that's over near Fort Jessup and Manny, I don't see a debris signature on that, so that's kind of the good news. I'm going to go back up. Oh, that was updated. Velocity signature updated too. It's not on the ground right now, which is the fortunate thing. But we're going back to the more immediate danger one. Once again, north of Farmerville, tornado in progress right now. And it has some very strong rotation. Once again, here's the debris signature. You notice all the other pixels around it for the majority of your screen. You see you have a lot of reds and even some kind of orange colors. Those are particles that are somewhat similar to each other, which means that a lot of that stuff is mainly rain. It's looking at the rain and it's saying, oh, well, all of it is mainly rain. Well, what it's doing now is once it sees the yellows, the greens, and even the blues, that is saying that these particles are not the same. We have some rain, but we have something else. And that is more than likely tailored to something that is a tornado debris signature.
East Central Ouachita Parish in north central Louisiana.
That's Monroe. That's a tornado warning for northeastern Monroe. Okay, this is a lot of stuff that's happening right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can get our experimental radar out there with the college over there in Monroe. Let's see what we can see. Let's see if we can see anything. The answer as of right now is no. Can't see too much. We'll have to load it up here in a second. I'm downloading some more data. If that isn't, if that's the case though, why do they issue radar indicated rotation? So they probably use Shreveport for that. And yeah, there is some pretty strong rotation on the eastern side of Monroe. Look at that. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. That is definitely some stronger amounts of rotation. So if you live near Swartz, as well as Oak Ridge, Start, and Jonesburg, and areas further east of Monroe, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. The northernmost tornado warning has now been confirmed. You can see the dark red polygon here, and you can see that this is a tornado in progress. Look at correlation coefficient, and that'll tell you that that is exactly the case as debris is being lofted into the atmosphere here by the tornado. So not too surprised that a tornado's in progress. If you're in Marion along State Highway 33, Route 549 and 15 here in Louisiana, north of Farmerville in the northern portion of Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space right now. You guys are in immediate danger due to a tornado being on the ground. Go back down south here to the Antonia cell. Rotation is still evident here. Don't see any debris signature, fortunately. So that's kind of the good news. Looking over to the Fort Jessup and the Marthaville, as well as the Robeline areas. And we still have some rotation with that. Of course, no debris signature. Very strong ZDR arc with that one, though. Might see some intensification with our thunderstorm right there. And especially in the near future. I actually would not be surprised about that.
Yeah, I got nothing. I can't see anything from the Monroe radar. It's not working. It's not helping. It is definitely not helping. Rotation still relatively strong with the Farmerville cell. Still got a debris signature in the air, which means that this thing is still a tornado in progress as of this moment. So Marion still is in immediate danger. You need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. The cell that's near Marthaville and Robeline, heading towards the western portions of Natchitoches, according to the Shreveport radar, actually has some pretty strong rotation. Now, that could very well be side lobe, and I'm actually betting that that is the case. So, we're going to actually use Fort Polk's radar, the one to the south and east, to actually give me a general idea. And yeah, there is some general rotation, not super strong rotation, but there is some that could be enough for something tornadic a little bit later on. So Robeline, Highway 120, as well as Highway 485 in Louisiana, heading towards Interstate 49. This would be just to the west of Natchitoches. You guys are currently in a tornado warning, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. New mesoscale discussion has been issued. It says the severe weather threat for Watch 50, 583 and 584 continues. The severe threat is expected to gradually increase across far southeastern Arkansas, northeastern Louisiana, and western Mississippi. Wind damage, tornadoes, and hail will all be possible with the more intense storms. So that's not really all too surprising, honestly. Back to the cell that's near Antonia. Pollock is really far south of this storm, so give it another minute or two, and I would believe that you guys are actually in the clear. Searcy, Little Creek, and Jenna, however, with this storm, you guys are not. You can clearly see this is our supercell, how it, the rain is starting to wrap around into a hook fashion just like that. And that cell, if it continues on its current trajectory, which is to the north and east, is going to be heading off towards your area. So something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. The potential for this thing to be tornadic is possible. This is in a good environment, a pretty decent environment at that, to actually try and do something. And I would definitely have a plan of action just on the off chance that the tornado actually does go even past that. Enterprise, Extension, Kelly Clark's, stuff like that. Go back over to the cell that was over near Farmerville. Oh, that's still debris. That goes up 11,000 feet. Looks like 11,000 feet it is. Yeah, 11,000 feet is how high the debris actually went up on that storm. Yeah, Kelly Clark's again. I really did think she was going to stick to singing after the last tornado. I really did. But it just happened. What time will it get bad in Jackson, Alabama? Late afternoon. I'm thinking like 3 or 4. Probably 4. Something like that. Once again, if you're just tuning in here for the first time, we have 4 tornado warnings with one that currently has a confirmed tornado on the ground right now. Or at least it has debris being slung around in the air because of it. If you guys know anyone who lives near Marion and Littrow, you guys need to get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Were you the guy that mentioned Farmerville earlier? If so, I hope you're safe. If you're not a part of Farmerville and you're just saying you're from the area, well, then that's cool too. But it looks like the tornado has moved north of Farmerville. It is now approaching the Marion area. Of course, if you're in Farmerville, I would wait until the line of storms actually passes by you, which could be probably another half an hour, if that. And that was a good call, Team 6 Watch. Good call. Credit where credit's due. Good call. Iron Jedi 223 with a Weather Watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. But we still have, once again, the leftovers of what is a debris signature over here near Route 348 and 549. That's where the tornado is. But it looks like there isn't as much debris as there once was, which could indicate that the tornado may not be on the ground as of this moment. At the same time, however, there's a new tornado warning extension for Monroe.
Tornado warning for Central Morehouse Parish in northeastern Louisiana, North Central Richland Parish in northeastern Louisiana, Central West Carroll Parish in northeastern Louisiana.
So Jackson did something about it. Surprising. I thought because the radar was too far away and that the KULM radar was not doing a whole lot. I was kind of surprised they did something. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Yeah. KULM radar is not having a great time, I'll tell you what. Cell near Robeline, Hagewood, heading towards Allen and Powhatan, Campty. Maybe another cell that's going to be heading off towards that area. So it looks like that thing is continuing to intensify. Still got some strong rotation with that, or at least moderate rotation. We'll see if that thing ends up producing a tornado within that storm. We also have the storm that's north of Antonia, or actually northeast of that. The rotation has actually displaced itself, which is kind of the good news. But this is, this and the cell that's west of Natchitoches. These ones are actually, the only real supercells that are this far south. So that might be something to watch later. North of Ruston and Vienna, not as strong. Where is Ruston? Oh, that. I wouldn't say so. This one had rotation from like Vienna and Dubach, the one near Farmerville, and then it started to kind of just go like that. Stayed relatively consistent. Indicator was probably the fact that it was a supercell way back when. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So probably not. It doesn't look like it, at least. These cells that are over near Vienna seem to be more of a gusty. Oh, there's that cell near Jasper and Browndell as well. Vienna? That's what it's pronounced? Sheesh. No debris signature on this storm. Not quite yet. Robeline. Not a debris signature quite yet.
Robaline? That's what it's pronounced? Robaline. Appreciate it. Robaline. Yeah. There's a good reason why they issued the warning now. They can actually see the rotation. If you're near Oak Ridge, Collinston, Marouge, or Mirage, depending upon how you pronounce it. Probably Mirage. Pioneer and Forest. Guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, I don't see a debris signature on the Robaline cell. Jenna is Gina. Thank you. So Gina, Circe, and Little Creek, if you're over there, you need to get in your safe space because this storm over here that came from Antonia, this one still looks like it's still trying to rotate, and it actually has some moderate levels of rotation right here, according to this. Marouge? Good stuff. Good stuff. I knew that this place was somewhat French. I knew it. So I had to just take a guess. Good stuff. Good stuff. Marouge. Can confirm Ruston, Vienna getting mostly rain and wind. That's good to hear. Glad that it's not super serious over there. Make sure you're indoors and somewhat away from windows just on the off chance that some whack stuff happens. Although I am assuming you are indoors. The cell that's near Marion that produced the tornado near Farmerville, not as organized as it once was. Debris signature, a lot of the fallout. So what's happening is the debris is now falling from the sky a lot further north. It is actually behind this. So the debris got lofted up in the atmosphere, and now here it is. It's still in the atmosphere. It's getting carried by the wind, and it'll fall somewhere in between Marion, Oakland, Littrow, Huttig, and even further than that, potentially even into Arkansas, like Cressette, White, Hamburg, and Mist. Just watch for the CC to continue to move further north or even northeast. That's all the debris that literally got brought up by the tornado from Farmerville. You'll see it flying through the sky on radar. But yeah, that's no longer a tornado on the ground right now. That is just debris fallout on the backside of this storm. Go back to Fort Polk. Someone telling me there's multiple trees down in Farmville, Highway 15 near Goldie Street. So obviously, definitely something that went over through there. You know, kind of supports potential tornado thesis. That cell near Robaline. Keep saying Robaline. Robaline. Cell is a very nice CDR arc. Wonder if it actually will produce a tornado. There's another cell over near Antonia. Smaller ones behind it. I'm not sure if that would even produce a tornado, but there is some rotation with that. And then, of course, we have to go back to the cell that's over near Oak Ridge. Very interesting rotation with this. Look at that. Green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. There is definitely some rotation right in there. Also getting reports of mobile homes damaged. Sheesh. That's crazy. When will Opelousas get affected, and will there be tornadoes tonight for Opelousas? There's the possibility, but it's somewhat small. If anything, you'll see it tomorrow in the afternoon.
CC travel rolling. I'm gonna have to say that's hail. I'm gonna have to say that's hail. Did you miss anything big? Been without power for the past 4 hours? I think Shreveport was still under a PDS when you last checked in. You haven't missed anything too big besides probably one of the more significant ice and or cold events that could happen next week that I just realized on models, or I just found. So that'll be next week, middle to the end of next week. That'll be really interesting to see. And these storms have been suddenly starting to fire off across the board, including a tornado that was north of Farmerville, Louisiana. So other than that, not really too much. What are the chances of a tornado hitting you in the in Natchez, Mississippi, right on the river? I mean, anyone standing still and getting hit by a tornado, obviously there's a really low chance of that happening in general. But I am curious about the potential for tomorrow. Notch is going to get stuff tomorrow. I mean, you guys could get some stuff at like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., possibly. I also got to see, what is the models updated for tomorrow's parameters? HRRR says bigger output for lower level lapse rates as well as photographs. Further south you go, the worse it is. The further north you go, the better the... Okay. The further east you go, the more streamwise vorticity there is. Okay. So essentially, if you're on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana, like over near the Macomb, the Liberty, the Woodville, and the Clinton, Kentwood area, that's probably the best chance for tornadoes tomorrow. Just got a report of power lines down northwest of Farmerville. So once again, supports the idea that there probably was a tornado that occurred somewhere over there. Still some rotation heading towards Searcy. Look in the upper levels to see what the rotation is like aloft. Not too... I mean, it's not too bad, fortunately. Roboline, or not Roboline, Roboline. Nate is using STP. That's because I'm trying to cherry pick soundings for the general event. I don't recommend doing that. Yeah, you guys were talking about Carly in chat. Did you guys know that she actually had COVID over the past couple of days? She's starting to recover now, but that's pretty crazy. COVID's still doing stuff. I'm happy she's getting better, though. I'm happy she's getting better. Her and I have talked a couple of times. Good content creator. Good storyteller, too. I am cherry picking. Cherry picking. Oh, that's a new mesoscale discussion. Severe weather threat continues for Weather Watch 583. Severe threat is expected to remain past 4Z expiration. A replacement tornado watch will be coordinated shortly. What? With strong shear and sufficient buoyancy in place through much of the night, the risk for supercells and a few tornadoes will continue past the 4Z expiration of 583. New watch will be coordinated to replace it. Isn't that the girl who used to work with Ryan? Yeah, but I knew Carly well before she got with Ryan. Carly is a very good content creator. Love what she does. Love what she does on YouTube. Where's the tornado? We have 4 tornado warnings, all of which are currently in Louisiana as of this moment. One of which was a confirmed tornado that was near Farmerville, Louisiana, which is extreme northern portions. Will North Carolina be getting any of the severe weather out of this event? Doubt. If you were in South Carolina, though, specifically southern portions of South Carolina, you guys could have actually got some of that, but you guys are a little too far north to really get that stuff. Check Farmerville again. Ruston and Farmerville. CDR. I mean, possibly near like Downsville. If this matures, you could get something. So that might be something to consider. Yeah, Downsville. That would probably be where I would be looking. Roblin, let me take a look here in a second. Union Parish Sheriff requesting multiple ambulances for multiple injuries in Farmerville. Jeez. That's crazy. I might actually be able to pull this up. This was Union County. All right, we're going to hear an ad.
FanDuel Casino is giving you a free chance to spin and win every day. Introducing FanDuel Casino Reward Machine, a free-to-play game giving you a shot to win up to $2,000 in casino bonus every day. Download the FanDuel Casino app and start playing Reward Machine today. No purchase necessary. 21 plus and present in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Michigan, or West Virginia. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable casino-only site credit that expires after 7 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New Jersey, Pennsylvania.
Okay, we get it.
Or visit www.1800gambler.net. West Virginia.
It's ready to go. 10-4 KB. It'll definitely help if we had that. I don't know how bad it is on the Cat Road, but if we can cut them and push them out of the way, that'll help some time.
All of that was, by the way, to make fun of the ads. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, I knew Carly before he was with Ryan. Actually, a very good, very good storyteller and very knowledgeable. Also dedicated.
Do I need to hook this trailer up to my truck, or is it already connected to a truck?
Oak Ridge, Forest, Pioneer, Oak Grove. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that storm is starting to intensify. Look at that. Lot stronger.
25,
Rotation's a lot stronger. Actually, going to turn that down a little bit. What time is it in Jackson, Mississippi? It is almost 9 o'clock. I should seriously consider having Carly on for a live stream. I mean, I could, but I think Carly wants to do her own thing. I mean, I'm always open for collaborations. So, you know, if some person wants to join me on the live stream and try to, you know, help me with, you know, doing stuff, and they're a pretty sizable YouTube channel that is known for weather, I mean, I am okay with that. I am okay with that. I am always down for collaboration. That is a new tornado warning in Texas. Okay.
Tornado warning for northwestern Newton County in southeastern Texas, northern Jasper County in southeastern Texas.
Oh, it's that cell, north of Jasper and south of Browndale. That makes sense. What is Carly's name on YouTube? I believe it's just Carly Weather, isn't it? Carly Anna Weather, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is time for these storms to go to bed. They need to go home. I got a place for them. It's called Over the Water in the Atlantic. Yeah, the only contingency that I would have to say is that the channel would actually be somewhat known to the weather community and stuff like that. Or they don't have to be more well known than myself, but probably would have had to have quite a few subscribers. So that's 5 tornado warnings here. There's the rotation there. South Toledo Bend here in Texas, right along the border of Texas and Louisiana. Am I going to be live tomorrow? Yes, I will. Did I make my own color tables? So kind of. I tried to make them somewhat similar to Radar Scope because a lot of people before Radar Omega came out actually owned Radar Scope, which is kind of the more weather nerd friendly. If you know what you're looking for on weather radar, Radar Scope is practically the radar that you would want to get. And so I got my color table to be something similar to that. James Spann, man making fun of Ryan. I laugh at that sometimes, only because it's kind of true. I actually agree with what he means by the fear and how a title and a thumbnail can actually be used to make money. Because first impressions are everything. You don't click on a video, you don't click on a thumbnail, or you don't click on a live stream, unless if you look at a thumbnail or the title of the video, right? So if you make it sound super concerning and stuff like that, or if you make it completely misleading, you know, that fear or that initial reaction will generate that click, that view. And of course, you have them watch the ad revenue, that's more money for them, and then they immediately click off because they don't think that it's the same. It's, you know, I do not agree with that. I do not agree with that.
But you're just gonna have to check it out when you get up there. But that's where the location got hit.
But yeah.
Dispatch FA-24.
Somerville and Searcy as well as Enterprise. That tornado warning has been canceled. Or actually it expired. So that's the good news. Tornado warning for Farmerville and Marion is also expired. The one that's over there near Forest and Terry, that one might be the next one to really watch out for. Yeah, pretty strong rotation within that. Yeah, if you ask me on Discord, not exactly tonight, but like say not tomorrow either. Or actually, you ask me tomorrow morning, I'll be able to get you the color tables that I use because it's just radar scopes. Radar scopes is not that big of a deal.
I'm here at at the yard now. I can.
What radio are we listening to? We're listening to the Union, or the Farmerville Fire, stuff like that, and safety. Exactly, Baku Flint. Exactly. Oh yeah, that's right. I haven't checked in a while. Wow, we've made it over 34,400 subscribers. Really do appreciate that. Let's keep it going. 34,500. Here we come. We'll continue to grow our channel.
Still gonna be hot up there. They got a crew in route that way to get it shut down.
But I really do appreciate you guys. It really does help me a lot. And we've reached out to, believe it or not, 23,000 people. And we're actually 3 likes away. I want to see if this is actually true. Yeah, we're legitimately 3 likes away from 1,400. So, once again, keep it up if you guys can. Let's help out my channel. The more likes we get, the more subscribers we get, the more we can continue our outreach to people who may need it. See you, Mercedes. Thank you for coming out. Really do appreciate it. Leaders in the dark are the worst. They are pretty... I mean, for the November 4th event, when we had our Storm Chaser out here, he caught the tornado near New Boston in Boston. Got a better look than anybody else on that storm. It was a huge tornado, and that thing was terrifying. I'll tell you what. So, yeah, they are pretty crazy. 35K by New Year's Day? I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure if I can get that far. What was the special number in 8? 72,008 subscribers. 72,008 subscribers. So, believe it or not, we're almost halfway there. Almost. Still got a little ways away, though. A little ways away. Wave after wave. Wave after wave. Slowly drifting away, drifting away. It feels like I'm drowning. Pulling against the string. I cannot sing. Not to save my life, at least. Yeah, 72,008 subscribers is the goal before we get to the play button. Only reason, well, actually, I didn't say I would tell you guys until we get there, so. It still would be pretty cool if we got there. Yeah, copyright strike for real. A jab, we're getting COVID. The jab at this point. That's good. Hope your friends get healthy, though. I remember having COVID when it first came out, and I was just bedridden for a week. Then I started to get better little by little after that. I mean, man, it hit me like a truck. It really did. It looks like the cello was over near South Toledo Bend in Texas. That one's probably going to die off. We're probably not going to see that one be super significant anymore. So that's good. Somerville still looks like there could still be some strong rotation within that, or at least moderate rotation. So, we'll see. Yeah, the tornado warning in Texas did die. That was the South Toledo Bend cell. Also some rotation near Eudora again. Also looks like the rotation near Forest, or at least in between Marouge and Oak Grove and Forest. First off, large hail fallen on that one. You can see on the maximum expected hail size indicator, you see these oranges, which indicate 2-inch size hail and above. That's pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. So large hail associated with this potential tornado. So I would get into a sturdy structure. Sup, Suit? How do? Welcome back. Yeah, it's unfortunate that Ryan and his internet... Yeah, I don't know what happened with him, but I just heard his internet was kicking the bucket, so... Hope we can get that fixed. If you can't get that fixed, I mean, I'll still be here, so... His outreach is insane, so it really does help, you know, meteorologists get information out. But on the other hand, from the evil YouTuber perspective, from me, if he's not there, that means I got everyone to myself. No, I'd rather prefer him being on. As much as I would love to get a bunch of subscribers and a lot of viewers and stuff like that. Realistically, it just wouldn't happen. Not yet, at least.
Dispatch, FD24.
Where are we today? We are in Louisiana. And the surrounding areas, like Arkansas and Mississippi. Don't worry about it. Just forget what you guys just heard. Don't worry about it.
24, go ahead.
We need a couple of guys at 9399 Highway 2. 9399 Highway 2. Packard's on scene. They're upstairs with a patient. They need help getting down.
Alan, is the patient, is it critical? Is the patient critical? Is this a transfer? What's going on here? Or is it somebody trapped?
It's an emergency call. That was one of the first calls we got on the tornado.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
10-4. Give me that address again.
9399.
And confirm my Discord when the description's not working for you. Yeah, for sure. Let me put it in here. We are in a red mode, so to one thing that I do want to make clear to people, please follow the rules, right? So go to the rules, make sure you guys hit the check mark, and then next to that, there's red mode rules that are right next to it. Please be sure to also follow the red mode rules. That way we may be able to have a effective server and a professional server during these significant times. Once the red mode has been lifted, then of course everything can go back to normal with just the regular rules. But, yes, I will send you guys a link here. Generate a new link. Copy, and I shall paste it right there. Oh, I don't want to look at it, Caleb. I'll look at it later. Don't worry about it.
Okay, stay at the Central Fire Station.
I'll turn that down a little bit. Stopped watching the Weather Channel when Greg Forbes left. Me too. Me too. Love Dr. Greg Forbes, and he was actually, believe it or not, the inspiration for my channel. He was the inspiration. If I can meet Dr. Greg Forbes in my life, that's a new tornado warning for Eudora. If I can meet him once in my life, that would be pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Tornado warning for Central Chicot County in southeastern Arkansas, northwestern Washington County in northwestern Mississippi, southern Bolivar County in northwestern Mississippi.
The only ones I watch no longer in the tornado prone area, but you have friends and family. Been a hobby of yours. Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, weather, to me, I mean, it's still, you know, obviously when you talk about weather to the general public, you know, to other people, I mean, you ask someone how the weather is, or, you know, something of the sort, and the conversation after that becomes pretty awkward. And, you know, to have people to hang around with and to, you know, watch it, stuff like that. You know, I've always wanted that ever since I lived in West Virginia, because West Virginia, you know, there's not really a whole lot of people that can share your same passion. And just a reminder, outside of this, I'm an ice hockey coach. So, you know, when you think of West Virginia, you definitely don't think about ice hockey, and you definitely don't think about weather. So, you know, having an environment like this, at least for me, I've always been pretty happy about this.
We're going to need some piece of equipment to push this road out, but I think the ambulances need to probably come from the chip mill end up there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I love talking in the Discord server. The Discord server, you know, honestly, it's pretty cool to, you know, just talk with some guys, people that all have the same, you know, hobby and or passion. Now, of course, we also got to try and make sure that we teach the younger guys, because Discord is for ages 13 years and older. We have to try and teach the younger guys what the appropriate way to react to a certain situation is, because we don't want, you know, we don't want people laughing during like a giant EF4 tornado that's hitting people. You know what I mean? We want to try and teach people the right way on how to react in certain situations and not try to be ignorant, all right, of what they're saying compared to the situation around. So that's the reason why red mode is there. Red mode is there to try and teach people to be professional during serious events. Because some people don't know any better. And also, if you have any questions, by the way, on weather and stuff like that, I'm your guy, especially if it's radar. You know, I love radar. I would like to say that I know what I'm talking about with radar, but, you know, who knows at this point? Who knows? Someone mentioned NATO cast, and okay, yeah, that sounds great. So, I can't exactly say that this is going to be what happens. Although I did say that tomorrow did I not say yesterday? All right, did I not say on Twitter, for the people that were on Twitter, Wednesday is not talked about enough. Wednesday is not talked about enough. Well, I gotta take a little bit of pride in myself for being right, but on the other hand, I'm not happy about being right, because what is this? If this is worse than today, then that's just kind of not good. But at the same time, I mean, NATOcast is hit or miss. It does really well in some instances, and on the other hand, it kind of flips out. So, also, I just hurt the bottom part of my hand for hitting my other hand too much. Not really having fun here. That's a new tornado warning. That's an extension for Oak Grove. Is that a moderate risk according to the NATOcast? Yes.
Southeastern
It's even a high risk.
in southeastern Arkansas, northeastern East Carroll Parish in northeastern Louisiana, northeastern West Carroll Parish in northeastern Louisiana, southern Washington County in northwestern Mississippi, northwestern Issaquena County in west central Mississippi, northwestern Sharkey County in west central Mississippi.
That's a lot of counties. Do I need to have notifications on for you, SP? Do I need to have notifications on for you, Sean? I'll do it on Twitter if I have to. I'll do it. Ow. Keep hurting my hand. I need to stop doing that. I'll turn notifications on. I'll do it. Where is it? Where is it? I think you actually created a new account, which means that I didn't follow it. There it is. Wow, I actually don't follow you. That's pretty whack. There you go. Boom. Look at this. By the way, I just gotta say, Sean Paul, all right, so he's doing his own thing. I gotta say, his growth over the past year with meteorology has been exponential. All right? I remember seeing him last year. Okay? And he was asking legitimately every question in the book. And people got upset at him for doing it. I don't know why they did, but people got upset at him for asking questions and being kind of, you know, quote, a weenie. All right? Which a weenie is a weaker weather member that doesn't really know what they're talking about and stuff like that. And his knowledge between last year and this year is just, it's really night and day. And, you know, props to Sean for working really hard to get to that point. Because it takes a lot of work. I mean, I would know because I've worked really hard on trying to figure out what every single little thing on radar means. Like, I have done my best to try and be the best possible weather analyst on, you know, from a radar perspective that I possibly can be. And I'm still even advancing it. You know, I've still, as I said, I've got a group behind the scenes doing research right now that's creating a program for me to be able to manually detect thunderstorms. You know, so the sky is always the limit to how much you actually put work into. And Sean is a very good example of that. So props to him for getting to that point, man. Props to him. Once again, tornado warnings here along the border of Arkansas, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Morgan does suck eggs. True. Daughters in Ruston, check the area I can real quickly, and then I'm going to go over to the tornado warnings and go extensively into those. It looks like Ruston should be fine for right now. Storms are heading into Monroe, so if you're in Monroe, I would watch out for some strong damaging winds. But other than that, I don't see too much. I see this thunderstorm that was over near Natchitoches and Campty. That's going to start to kind of be absorbed into the line. So that storm may not do as much. You didn't miss too much, Jasmine. Oh, that's a tornado warning in Arkansas.
Tornado warning for northwestern Chickett County in southeastern Arkansas, eastern Ashley County in southeastern Arkansas.
Which radar would be the best for this? It's looking up 12,000 feet. This is looking up 11,000 feet, so that's slightly better. Yeah, there is some rotation over here near Hamburg. So if you're in Hamburg, Mist, Montrose, Portland, and Jerome, as well as Lake Village, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Yeah, this is a radar hole. This is really hard to kind of see what's exactly happening because we're not looking at the surface. You know, just for reference here, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a slice through this area. And just barely above 10,000 feet. Actually, I think it's 11,000 feet. Let me actually take a look at the environmental settings here. For what's happening here today. This is 3Z. Yeah, at 12,500 feet is the freezing point of water. That is the freezing point, which means that the water essentially turns into ice. And we are looking at that level right now. It is becoming very difficult to try and see as to what exactly is happening this high up in the sky. So, this is a radar hole, and, you know, it's not exactly telling us what's happening on the ground here.
That call is on 2 West. You're going to go to 2 West, you'll see the lights, you'll run into them. I need some help over there.
I don't know, Atomic. I don't know why. But, I mean, it's just, it happened. And I thought it was always kind of petty and stupid. I really did. We did, Amber. Or at least I believe we did. Team 6, do you live in Farmerville or no? You could just say no, by the way. Nacogdoches? Is that in Texas? If that's not in Texas, in Louisiana, then that's wrong. It's Natchitoches. As you go farther and farther and farther into radar scope, does it look higher and higher? The further and further away you are from the radar, the higher and higher it looks in the atmosphere, yes. Oh, you live in West Monroe. Okay, that makes things a little bit easier. It does make things a little bit easier. Alright, so we do have a tornado warning here. This is for Chillicothe, Washington, and Bolivar counties here along the border of Arkansas and Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you're in Greenville, Wayside, James, Chillicothe, Leland, Heads, Metcalfe, as well as Winterville, you need to get in your safe space, underground, or lowest innermost part of your building. There's also another tornado warning here for Chillicothe, East Carroll, West Carroll, Washington, Issaquena, and Sharkey counties and parishes along the border of Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi. That'll also be in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you're in Kilbourne, Terry, Shelburne, Milliken, Gassaway, Reedland, Chatham, Glen Allen, Grace, Nita, Yuma, Percy, Hollandale, and James, you need to get in your safe space as well, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. You have a tornado warning issued for your area.
I'm finna head to Central. I'm right behind you. I'll pick it up, or I'll see if somebody's there can run it out there to you. That rescue unit you guys got an extension ladder on it.
Highway 11 in Louisiana and Toledo Bend area. How bad does that look? The Toledo Bend area, or at least South Toledo Bend, I don't believe there's too much for your area. I do think there's just some strong damaging winds, honestly. Yeah, I don't see too much stuff that's tornadic. So I think you guys are fine. Goldona, Dodson, Wyatt, Jonesboro. Might be something to watch out for a little bit later on. It's about... You know, the storm near Enterprise and Extension looks like it's still rotating, so that's something to note. Once those storms start to kind of die out a little bit, that's probably when I'm going to end the stream. But it probably won't be for another hour and a half to 2 hours. So that's the only reason why I mentioned that. Just get a timetable. I have been live for 9 hours, though. It is pretty funny. Another insane call. Lake Charles? Really? Really? Has there been any tornadoes yet? I mean, there's been tornadoes for quite some time, but... What? It's a water spout! Or it's likely to be a water spout. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Storm motion from warning. Storm relative velocities. It's a water spout! This clearly makes sense. It clearly does. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Good call, Slippy. Don't know how that happens that far south, but you know what? It's true. Viewer? Not on that cell. It's a little bit further back. I think this other thing that's right in front of it right here might be like something extra, like a different thunderstorm. Yep, thank you so much, Team 6. Really do appreciate you coming out to the stream here today. And I hope you have a good night. Stay safe. Yeah, that's a water spout. Legendary water spout at that. Alright, I'll put this radar there. I'll keep it there. Go back to Jackson for the time being. Looks like the rotation near Terry and Oak Grove has started to kind of diminish. Same thing with this rotation near Wayside and Heads. Severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Enterprise and Extension, though. Catahoula and Franklin parishes in northeastern Louisiana until 10:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Say something about Gulf Shores tomorrow? You work on the beach? Let me take a look here real quickly. Show the cell over Kilbourne, Louisiana? Sure, give me a second after this one. Gulf Shores, Alabama. So I do believe you guys could see some activity tomorrow, late afternoon to the evening, some prefrontal showers and thunderstorms. Essentially meaning that you're just going to have some showers and thunderstorms that are going to move on through before another line that's going to move on through later on tomorrow night. So, you guys are in the risk for severe weather. I would watch out for the weather throughout a lot of, much of tomorrow afternoon into the evening. I'm going to be live, so if that helps, you can always tune into my channel and I'll be able to kind of tell you what's going on. But if you're not going to be on here, just make sure you have emergency alert notifications on your phone so that way the National Weather Service can send out those emergency notifications to you. You said something about Kilbourne, Louisiana. Let me go take a look at that real quickly. Oh, you're over near that. Oh, yeah. Kilbourne, you guys might be a little bit too far north, maybe even a little bit too far northwest, but I would still stay indoors. There's a tornado warning for your area, as you might know. So, I would, yeah, I would stay indoors, lowest and innermost part of your building. If you have an underground facility, head into that. Saw someone post something about the 2015 Rochelle tornado. Watch the documentary, it's so powerful. Oh, yeah, that was, Carly. Yeah, I've talked to Carly a couple of times. She's a great content creator, I'll tell you what. Knew her even before she was real big with that. She's very good storyteller. Very good storyteller. About Tupelo, Mississippi? That would be more for tomorrow, and even then, I don't think this stuff is really going to get to you, so I think you should be fine. Let me go over to tomorrow. Yeah, Tupelo's a little too far north. You guys, you're going to be fine. Or at least you should be fine. New tornado watch. Fun. I wouldn't be too surprised, actually. Yeah, there it is. There's the new tornado watch. What? A couple strong tornadoes possible? Isolated hail up to ping pong size possible? What's the outlook for Southwest Mississippi? You're in the main threat for tomorrow. I would highly recommend watching out for severe weather. 50-30 probs? Really? Is it 50-30 probs? Where is... It hasn't updated for me yet. I'm not staying up until 5 a.m. Eastern. I've got an exam tomorrow for chemistry. I gotta do college temporarily for tomorrow before I come back. Listen, I know you guys like my company, but I have to at least balance my life a little teeny bit. Oh, yo, what's up, Slammer boy? How do? Should the chat drill Nate on chem? I mean, you can if you want to. You can. There's the new tornado watch. Alright, let's guess the probs. Anyone need to guess the probs? What are the probs? I'll let you guys in the chat put in there. What do you think the probs are? Once again, how to put in probs in the chat is the first set of numbers that are divisible by 5 or 10. That's the probability of 2 or more tornadoes. And then the next number, which is also divisible by 5 or 10, is 1 or more strong tornadoes. So it'll be like 60-40, 70, or 80-70. 60-20, stuff like that. The first number has to be bigger than the second number, though. Alright, what we guessing? What we guessing? What we guessing? Just for reference, the latest tornado watch before this one was 50-30. And then the one before that one was 80-60. Alrighty, survey says 50-30. 50% of 2 or more tornadoes, 30% of 1 or more strong tornadoes. I like that. I want to keep doing that. That's gonna be what I'm gonna do for every single tornado watch that gets issued on this channel. We're gonna do that same exact thing. We're gonna guess the probs. That's kind of fun, I'm not gonna lie.
How many injured do you have that are going to the hospital? You got any idea? How many need to be cared for?
420.
Got 3 here in this apartment.
Ah, jeez. Kilburn, you guys are actually starting to get out of the risk. Wait another 5 minutes and then you're out of that tornado warning. There's more storms behind you, though, so I wouldn't be discrediting everything. 66. That's not divisible by 5 or 10. 3.
Go ahead for fall fire. I'm looking for everything one.
Goldona, Louisiana might be a little hook on that. I'll probably take a look. Yeah, these storms are moving west. That's the one thing to note. Oh, 1.4 likes so far? Really? It's pretty crazy. Hold up, let me check. We're at 34,417 subscribers. We are at 1,475 likes. We're 25 likes away from 1,500. As I said, if you want to come back to the stream and see more streams like this, of course, they'll probably be more significant when I'm actually talking about it during the afternoon and evening. You know, please subscribe and turn on notifications. Because that's what I do. I live stream the weather live, talk about it and stuff like that, react to it live, try to get the information out, but I also upload videos to tell you guys when the stuff is actually going to happen. So, feel free. Central Mississippi for tonight and tomorrow. Central Mississippi should be fine besides the fact that there's going to be a couple showers and thunderstorms that'll move on through tonight. Tomorrow, depending upon how far south you are, you guys could actually get some stronger weather that could actually be somewhat significant. So if you're along I-20 and south, you're going to get a lot of stuff. If you're I-20 and north, that's going to be a little shaky. We'll have to see. Depending upon how far north you are from I-20. Can determine. Yep, live stream the weather live. That's English right there. Welcome to the Hockey Boy and 8 YouTube channel. That storm near Enterprise and Extension still is rotating quite a bit. Not tornado warned at the moment, though. Go back to Lake Charles. How's our nice little water spout doing? I don't know. But okay, buddy. Yeah, the grill is on fire in Tupelo, Mississippi. That is true. I'll have to take a look, Slammer Boy, to see why you were banned. I'll look at it after the stream. Should you renew your membership? I mean, you can, or you can hope that someone gives you a membership. As I said, by the way, after every stream, so I've already done it today because I'm going to go immediately to bed after the stream. But, I will be giving away memberships after every single stream that I do. So, if you would like a free YouTube membership here on my channel, I highly recommend you subscribe too. That is Neast. So it just looks like these storms that are over here approaching Vicksburg and north of Vicksburg really is the only storms left. So as soon as these tornado warnings die out, which will be in quite a while, yeah, until 10:15. Sheesh. It's another half an hour from now. Until those die out, I'm going to be on here, but then after they do, then I probably will head off for the night. Yeah, 4K, oh well. Someone's getting called on there. Are the photograph maps good right now? That's a good question. Let's see. They are south of Vicksburg.
Just make sure
Kind of are near Greenville as well. I'll say they are all right. Yeah, that is Beaumont and Lake Charles. They did get that tornado watch. No, Nightbot is dead. Manga S. A lot of stuff I've blundered on stream before. I will be live tomorrow. So if you guys want to come back tomorrow afternoon, sometime around 1 Central, feel free to do so. That's around the time in which I'm expected to be live by. Yeah, all the people are going to bed. Night. For everyone else who's staying up with me, appreciate you guys doing so.
13, 14, 14, just let me know if you need some manpower. I got some guys here in Central.
Yeah, of course, Jay. How's Scratch Ankle Alabama looking for the rest of the night? Alabama should be fine for tonight. Tomorrow, it'll have to depend upon where Scratch Ankle Alabama is. You guys are in the southern portion. Or at least southwestern portion. You guys are going to get your activity tomorrow, so I'd watch out. Oh, that's going to be continued. There's going to be a new tornado warning for that cell in particular. Near Montrose in Portland, so... Not going away quite yet. You need to bring on a West Coaster to take late night streams for you? I mean, I stay up pretty late and stuff like that in general. But yeah, that would be pretty cool if I had someone on the West Coast who had as much passion, or at least around the same amount of passion as I did on here. Help out with Morgan and whatnot. Is it safe to go to bed in the Alexandria area? I mean, you have a tornado watch for your area right now, so as long as you have a way to get warnings, all right? So make sure you have notifications on for your phone for the emergency alert system. If you have that on, and you can have that wake you up if a warning does get issued for your area, you could go to sleep. What about the storms approaching Monroe? That is a good question. It doesn't look like any of these are really tornadic at the moment, with the exception of maybe north of Monroe near Fairbanks. But that one's relatively weak at this time, so that's kind of the good news with that. Yeah, possibly Fairbanks. Possibly. But other than that, it seems like a wind maker, and it's not even severe warned at all. So that's the good news. Weather always says no to me sleeping. It always does. Don't ask me why. I appreciate that, Alex. It helps my channel out a lot. Any warnings in Western Kentucky? Let me take a look, because there's a way for me to actually look to see if there is any warning ever in Kentucky. Survey says no. There is not a single warning in Kentucky at the moment. So. Oh, speaking of which, did they start issuing other watches for... Oh, they issued a winter storm watch for everywhere but my county and the county next to me. So that's very nice. Clearly have no idea where and when. Duluth is in a blizzard warning. So that's to consider the following moment. Where is Vince? Where did Vince Whalty go? Is he with Brandon and Tallulah? Yeah, he is. He's all the way over there. Huh. Oh, well. Interesting. Which radar do I use? So, the two affordable radars that I use is Radar Scope. This one's more helpful for your phone. Radar Scope and Radar Omega. So, those ones are pretty good radars. If you just want something easy for... you know, finding stuff and finding towns and whatnot, as well as potentially watching Storm Chasers. I'm not sure if those are free or not, but that would be Radar Omega that you would probably want. And then if you're more of an enthusiast nerd like myself and whatnot, Radar Scope would be your best option. Just based off of the stuff there. You know. The products there. Kickapoo, Louisiana. They getting storms tonight or tomorrow? It's a good question. The answer is they are gonna get it. Oh, they've already got it. Never mind. They're done. They're good. They are good. Yeah, for real. Now, by the way, you don't need to download both radars. You don't need to. Having one or the other is really fine. And if you're just like, you know, wanting just some form of radar, either or works. All right. But depending upon what type of radar you want is what I based my info on. So. Is it going to do anything in Jonesboro? Nope, you guys are too far north. The event is way too far south. You guys should be fine. Cell approaching Wisner, Gilbert, and Extension, as well as Jigger and Chase here in Louisiana. Might see something off of this, potentially. Wave after wave, wave after wave.
Come again?
Wrong answer, you need both. What do you mean? 1.5 likes? That's pretty cool. Thank you guys so much for that.
25.
Climbing on the like department.
Go again, 13, it broke up. You said you want me to bring bring the Bobcat up there? North end, Panonia. Simple, I'm gonna have to drive it from back here on the landfill.
Oh boy, let me turn this off real quickly so I can hear. My gosh. Cringe. 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 That's all I gotta say about that. What chemistry am I taking for my final? Gen for right now. As I said, with the college that I'm in right now, I'm taking all my general education classes. Because it's cheaper. And then I'll go to whatever big college that I want to do for meteorology. Dodson? 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 Where's Dodson? Will it affect Dyersburg? Nah, you guys are too far north if you're in Tennessee. Do you plan on being live Thursday? You can go live on your roof during the freezing rain and cover the severe weather too. Probably not. I probably won't be live on Thursday. As I've got an obligation to my hockey team. I even got an obligation to my hockey team tomorrow night, but I'm not sure if I actually am going to go due to the live stream that I'll have. But if I'm not going to go today, and I'm not going to go tomorrow, I at least got to go on Thursday. And Thursday is definitely not as significant as today or tomorrow, severe weather-wise. So probably not. But if I can, then I will. You know, if somehow this practice magically gets canceled, then yes, I will live stream. But PNC Smith with a 20, thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate it. You guys have actually been helping me out a lot here today with the gift memberships and all the support to the channel, the donations and super chats. I really do appreciate your guys' support. So thank you so much. Where was it that I had to... Dodson, Louisiana. That's what was asked. I was trying to find it in the chat and I lost it. There's Dodson. Dodson is north of Winfield, which is north of Alexandria and north and east of Natchitoches. Dodson's over here. Pretty high values of ZDR. Probably... Actually, I think that was the supercell that was New Natchitoches. It's now been enveloped within the line, so... Yeah, that storm is definitely one to watch. A lot of vorticity there, too. See you, Jacob. Thanks for coming out tonight. I like chem. I like anything science, as you probably can tell. So... As I said, for the people who want to go to bed tonight, feel free to do so. Have a good night. I will be live tomorrow, so if you want to come back tomorrow, please be sure to do so. For the people that are going to stay up with me for a little while longer, I appreciate your guys' company as well, as there is a new tornado warning that has been issued.
Tornado warning for northwestern Tensas Parish in northeastern Louisiana, southwestern Madison Parish in northeastern Louisiana, eastern Franklin Parish in northeastern Louisiana.
That is Gilbert, Wisner, Chase, Newellton, as well as areas along Highway 65. Very similar to the significant tornado that occurred on the 29th of November. Very similar track, and the current trajectory actually takes it towards Vicksburg, believe it or not. So, if you live within these areas, within those parishes that was just mentioned by the automated bot, Tensas, Eastern Franklin, and Madison Parish, you guys have a tornado warning until the top of the hour, until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. Still some rotation with this. Yeah, the extreme latest I can actually stream to is 1:30. Actually, a little bit before 1:30 Eastern, so that would be 12:30 Central. But I don't even think I might even make it to that. I probably will make it to midnight my time. Unless if something big happens. But been up since 7 with Pow, Ponder on Weather. He's been on? Ponder on Weather. Oh, he was live. For 4 hours. Actually, 4.5 hours. What was he streaming this morning? Oh, he was streaming the storms approaching Dallas-Fort Worth. So, I mean, he kind of lives there. So he had to kind of stream that. Did he stream anything else? Nah, it was only just those 4.5 hours. Sheesh. I hope my streams are a W. I'll tell you what, if they're not, why am I still here? Weather look in the Natchitoches Parish. That's where you live. Your Provencal. Oh, it's 11 o'clock, my dudes. Salute to that real quickly. Boom. I've done my part, Morgan. Natchitoches Parish. Let me take a look. The Provencal area. If you're south of that, you're definitely getting some large hail. Other than that, I don't see too much more than that. Maybe some on and off showers and thunderstorms. But once it really stops raining, you guys should be pretty much done. So you should be good. Should be good. This is a confirmed outbreak, yes? Yes. But Angel with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the channel. Yeah, we have 3 tornado warnings as of this moment right now. It is 11 o'clock, my dudes, Eastern Standard Time. It is 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Fun stuff. I wonder if they're going to issue a new tornado warning for the cell over here near Arcola. They probably won't. And they probably won't issue a new tornado warning for the cell in Ashley County. Or Ashley just got canceled. It'll be Chillicothe County over in Arkansas. So it could very well be that this over here near Gilbert is the only storm left for right now. Northwestern State University. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. When possible, tornado outbreak days are on the horizon, and prepare to know that I'm dropping everything because I literally cannot focus on weather. Get that. Yeah, once again, Provencal. Big line of storms for the most part. Once the line of storms move past, you should be good. A lot of hail south of you, though, near Bellwood. But other than that, should be good. Should be good. Yeah, it kind of does, Daniel. I mean, I lived in West Virginia for most of my life. Just recently, within the past 3.5 to 4 years, moved over here to Pennsylvania. When I lived in West Virginia, went to school over there, couldn't really relate to a whole lot of people with this passion of mine. So, and add that to the fact that I'm an ice hockey coach in my spare time, and I played ice hockey when I was still in school. I mean, it just I couldn't really gel with a whole lot of people. I was athletic, but will they ever invest in more radars? They were supposed to build a radar, believe it or not, in Durant, Oklahoma. They were supposed to. They actually derailed that timing, and they delayed it like 6 or 7 months. Yeah, I get that, Rocket. Believe it or not, in order to be a broadcast meteorologist, you only need to do Calculus 1. You don't need to do 2, 3, or 4. Which is kind of funny. No maths. No maths. We've been live for 9.5 hours. Why do I always put myself through these long streams? Oh boy. Need one for the current radar hole? That may be true. I'd say put it like Meadville or Notches. Or Woodville. Put it in Woodville, it probably would be fine. But Notches, they could probably put one over there too. Why don't they just put a radar in every county? Boom. High definition radar across the board. Notches is fine for right now. We're just talking about how it's really hard to see storms over here in this given area. So we're talking about radar holes. I'm going to circle all of the actual good radars here within this area. So there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, and there's 4. And right in the middle of all of those right here, and even down here to an extent, this is a radar hole. So actually, it's something like this. There's one in Little Rock, there's one in Memphis, there's one in Columbus Air Force Base, one in Jackson, one in Fort Polk, which is Alexandria, one in Shreveport, one in Lake Charles, one in New Orleans, and one in Mobile. All right, so you notice there's a pretty big gap right within this area right here, and even over here.
And yeah, and there's even a radar right there. So this gap right within here is a kind of an issue, especially since we can't see what's exactly happening on the ground without, you know, lofting debris in the atmosphere to be the only sign. A little bit of an issue. Yeah, and the exam tomorrow. What classes do I need besides meteorology or atmospheric science to be a storm chaser? You really actually don't need to go to college to be a storm chaser. You just need to be somewhat familiar with how thunderstorms work and the environments that it's in. But in order to be a meteorologist, the only prerequisite for Penn State is you actually need to take some form of trigonometry and or pre-calc. And then in order to be a meteorologist, you need to get a 2.0 or above in Calculus 1. Yeah, for real. I was trying to figure out ways to avoid that. No joke. Every single time I started drawing stuff, I'm like, wait a second, it's going to look like that. So I got to figure out the best way for it to not be like that. And it ended up being like that anyway. So I'm like, fine. Thank you, National Weather Service. Very cool. Yeah, as long as you memorize patterns and stuff like that, you can be a storm chaser. You just got to be very careful about it. Yeah, this tornado warning, another 6 minutes on it probably will expire unless if they decide to pull the trigger on the Indianola cell. I'm not sure if they will, though. Well, never mind. I guess they will.
Tornado warning for southern Sunflower County in northwestern Mississippi, northwestern Leffler County in north-central Mississippi.
So that's Indianola, Bayard, Moorhead, and Sunflower, as well as Blaine, Schlater, and Itabena. So if you're in those areas in Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I spoke too soon, didn't I? Spoke too soon. Yeah, weather does often get misunderstood in two different ways. One is something that is always so unpredictable that no one can talk about it. Or two is a geeky science. And to an extent it is, but you can look at the more extreme things of weather and it's really interesting to follow along with. Do I think that weather patterns have been more or less radical? Usually they become more radical in the winter. And that's kind of what we are anticipating, an uptrend in that activity over the next few weeks. Including next week, into which apparently there's going to be a giant Arctic polar vortex that's going to come in,
cause some negative temperatures across the board. That clearly makes sense. Twitter, some significant damage. Oh boy. By the way, I appreciate you guys sending me stuff on Twitter. It really does help me a lot. Gives me an idea as to what's going on the ground. Ooh. Oh, that's Farmerville. Sheesh. Oh. Oh, all the debris in the tree right there. Sheesh. Fortunately, it looks like this house didn't take too much of a hit. You know, we go back to this. I mean, I have no idea if any of these areas over here is a part of a house. I have no idea if this was where a house was. No idea. I mean, because you see house, 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 house. No house. I honestly have no clue. I see something right here. I don't know what that is. But it's definitely something that's coming up from the ground. You see that? So I honestly, I have no clue if this was a house or what. But, I mean, sheesh. That was the tornado from Farmerville that we were looking at earlier. My favorite weather film, Twister. By the way, did you hear that they were coming out with a sequel? I don't know how good that's going to be, but kind of excited to see it. Winsboro tightened up, as someone said in chat. Good call. Chase, Winsboro, Tyndall, Tallulah. Oh, yeah. That storm definitely tightened up. Stronger rotation indeed.
Rescue 2 or Joe Booth, if y'all can hear me, let me know if y'all it's code 4 out there.
Still got the rotation over near Indianola. I'm not sure if that actually will produce a tornado. I kind of doubt it to an extent. That's a warning until 11:15 p.m. Central Standard Time, which is an hour from now. Wonderful. Notches storm with small rotation? Notches. Nah, Notches is all the way to the east. No storms near Notches at the moment. Natchitoches, oh. Oh, that's going to produce a tornado. Yeah, that's going to produce a tornado. More than likely near Montgomery. It might spare I-49, but Montgomery over here and Aloha. Yeah, south of Natchitoches looks like a supercell that has developed recently. That could potentially try to produce a tornado near Montgomery, Verda, and Wheeling. So if you're over there in in the central portions of Louisiana, south and east of Natchitoches, along I-49 or east of I-49. Could potentially be a tornado over there.
24, go ahead.
I checked Glendora. Small rotation to Indianola. Oh, that's up there, I think. I'm gonna just gonna search it on here. Glendora, Mississippi. It's north of Greenwood, northeast of Indianola. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation, but it's really far away from the radar, so probably not super strong if it's with a signature like that. But yeah, there is rotation. It's also really far north. Almost too far north to an extent. Almost. Very satisfied that the storm northeast of Gilbert has not produced yet. This is in Louisiana as well, approaching the Vicksburg areas. Can I look at Forestdale, Louisiana? Oh boy. Forestdale. There's not a Forestdale, Louisiana. Glenmora or Glendora? Oh, Rapides Parish. South of Alexandria. Oh. Brother. It's that cell that was from Oberlin, wasn't it?
14, I was just informed environment supposed to be sending some skid steers and some other stuff up here also.
Yeah, it was. It's also had numerous recycling processes during that time period.
Pull this stuff right by the road back, uncover this stuff, just check everything.
Whack. Whack.
I'm over here on Highway 2. Y'all need us over there?
Yeah, that is Glenmora. That'll be approaching the Alexandria area, believe it or not. Probably be the southern portions of Alexandria, like Willow Glen and Woodworth. That'd be something to watch. That would be something to watch indeed. You know, why don't these storms just go to sleep?
Are we needed anywhere else other than Camp Road?
Why don't these storms just go to sleep for once?
I don't know. They trying to figure it all out right now. They just was trying to get a hold of y'all, make sure y'all were good.
There's a lot of crosswise vorticity with the storm up here northeast of Gilbert. It's like half streamwise, half crosswise. Could indicate that this cell probably won't produce a tornado, even though it has some strong rotation. Or if it does, it's only brief. Report of a funnel cloud from a storm chaser. Okay, so that's probably the reason why it's brief. What time is my exam tomorrow? At 11:30. Rotation has also died off. Yeah, and that explains it. Separation vector is Maka S. It's stalled, Kevin. It has stalled. We haven't really looked into it too much. Maybe SCC drop in Winsboro?
Acadian's units were already up here. They're going to leave them stage. The
Nah, I doubt.
still in Monday. They will stay on standby.
I doubt.
Tornado warning for Central Sunflower County in northwestern Mississippi, northwestern Washington County in northwestern Mississippi, southern Bolivar County in northwestern Mississippi.
Let me go to sleep! Stop doing stuff, weather. Stoichi, Sheesh. Can't speak, Lamau. Stoichiometry is probably the one that I'm gonna have to try and remember the most. But balancing equations I'm pretty easy at. I'm pretty good at. As well as dimensional analysis. For whatever reason, dimensional analysis just doesn't really stick in my head too much. So I just manually convert it every single time. It takes longer, but I mean, it's the same thing. MIDI. Oh, that's southwest of that. That. Yeah.
Do you think the DOT needs our help out there on 15 to get that open back up?
Decent little ZDR column for how tall it is.
Talk to dispatch, they fix to have it open. 10-4, that sounds good. Just bring it back to
You might see a brief tornado from that cell in Forest Hill, honestly. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little brief tornado. Oh yeah, that MIDI cell definitely is considering the following. I'll tell you what. Strong winds approaching Montgomery, Wheeling, and Verda, as well as St. Maurice. So the storm that we thought could have potentially tried to produce a tornado did what most storms do, and that is create some very strong damaging winds. Yeah, okay, Tony. That makes sense. For right now, Natchez seems to be for, good for the time being. That is some side lobe. Lamau. Lamau. Good luck. Yeah, just dimensional analysis is not fun. At least not for me, at least. I did it manually every single time. So as long as I got the right answer, I guess it doesn't really matter all too much. What do I think the worst Opelousas will get? The worst case scenario is Opelousas gets a tornado, obviously. I think the realistic scenario is they get some strong damaging winds. They have a chance for a tornado, but... Did you say 12 or 1 a.m. you'll stay? It's definitely going to be at minimum 12:30, or at maximum 12:30 Central. That's at maximum. I have to go to bed by that point. But... Night, Mark. See you around. See you tomorrow. Winsboro. Gilbert. Winsboro's fine for right now. The storm that just... Oh, that's confirmed. That's confirmed tornado. Radar confirmed. Oh! Okay. That just said hello. It's always this area, isn't it? It's always this area. Alright, well that is a confirmed tornado that is heading towards Tallulah. And, my goodness. Yeah, that is a debris ball. That is a big debris ball. Ouch. 14 miles northeast of Winsboro. Confirmed tornado. Okay. That is a tornado on the ground. And it is doing quite a bit of damage. What are... I don't know. I don't know anymore what they are doing. I'm just not going to ask. If you're near Sunrise Landing, or areas north of New Quarters and Tensas Bluff, you guys should be fine. Is there really nothing out here that this thing is hitting? It's nothing but farm. Well, that's good. At least it's not really hitting a lot of people. Still, if you are near Afton, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest in the most part of your building. Here in northeastern Louisiana. But that's a heck of a debris signature. It is going away from Monroe. Monroe should be fine. Monroe's just getting some damaging winds. After the rain stops, you guys are going to be good for the night. You guys will be alright. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Allen Parish in southwestern Louisiana.
Allen Parish? Mitty? Oh, good lord. Why they didn't issue a tornado warning for Woodworth, I don't understand either. But, you know, Such is life. Well, tornado warning for Allen Parish in southwestern Louisiana until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you live in Elizabeth and Oakdale, as well as Mitty and the general vicinity around those surrounding areas, you need to get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building. Excuse me. And that includes 10 Mile, Mab, Elizabeth, and Oakdale, as well as Highway 10 West. Louisiana TDS? Yes, I do agree. There is a TDS. It's that one. Oh, it's a PDS. A PDS. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Madison Parish until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 10:31 Central Standard Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Bakers, or 16 miles northeast of Winnsboro, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed, and considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Madison Parish, and that'll be in effect until the top of the hour, until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you're in Afton, you need to get in your safe space right now, because that storm is going to be heading right near you, right within your general vicinity. If you're along Highway 65 heading towards Tallulah, you guys also need to be in your safe space right now. I have no idea if anyone has got a view on this thing. I'm looking on Twitter. I don't see too much. TDS and Forest Hill? What do you mean? Fort Polk. Oh! Oh, that's a tornado. That's going to be a tornado warning. Woodworth and Chambers underground now. Woodworth and Chambers underground now. That is a tornado. That is a tornado on the ground. Oh, that's a big debris signature. And that's a sneaky debris signature, too. Woodworth, Chambers, and Willow Glen in the southern portions of Alexandria, they need to get in their safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of their building. Guys, it would be appreciated if you guys would share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, so that way we may be able to get this out to more and more people. And by hitting that like button down below and subscribing, you help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. But yeah, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, so that way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible on social media. That's selling your MIDI. That's very interesting. That's still a big debris signature. Oh boy. It's still on the ground. That still is a tornado in progress. That's unwarned. They'll probably issue the tornado warning here soon. It takes about a minute or two for it to process. Yeah, oh boy, that is a tornado. How high does the debris go up to? Oh. 11,000 feet. So that could potentially be on the smaller end of a strong tornado. Now, some people might be asking, well, how do you get to a smaller end of a strong tornado? It probably would be, according to historical analysis from radar, potentially that EF2 to EF3 range. That's still a big debris signature. Oh my goodness. Still got a huge spectrum width increase on there. Yeah, that is a strong tornado. So we have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning on the northeastern side of the state. And then we have another tornado that's relatively large south of Alexandria. They're probably going to issue the tornado warning here relatively soon. A PDS stands for a particularly dangerous situation. And this is a storm that is currently on the ground right now. So if you're along Interstate 49 south of Alexandria near Chambers and Willows Glen, first off, if you are near Alexandria and you're on 49, wait. Don't go any further south. If you're near LeCompte, Meeker, and Cheneyville, and you're heading north on 49, wait. There's a tornado that's crossing the interstate. This is a tornado that is not warned by the National Weather Service yet. They will warn it. And this is a tornado on the ground doing damage. It is in progress at this time. Large tornado, I would even say. This is a wake-up call, isn't it? The particularly dangerous situation tornado warning over here for Madison Parish will continue until the top of the hour, until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. It is still there, still going with its decently strong rotation. It's weakened temporarily for right now. But it has had a history of producing what was a large tornado over there within that parish. So, why is it taking so long to warn? I don't know, to be completely honest with you. Oh, it's still there. Still a big debris signature. Spectrum width is still there. Huge amount of turbulence in that drop. Oh, that's a big debris signature. I'm actually curious now. Jeez, big debris signature. Dang. The closest camera is all the way over near Willow Glen, up here. Oh, don't tell me that's... There's the tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
What?
southwestern Lafayette County in northwestern Mississippi, northern Yalobusha County in northwestern Mississippi.
That's not the
northeastern
tornado
Tallahatchie
warning. That's a
County
different
in northwestern
one.
Mississippi, southeastern Quitman County in northwestern Mississippi.
What are
Panola
you?
County in northwestern Mississippi.
Excuse me?
We're right behind this Tahoe right here.
Put my radar in Memphis now. I gotta put another radar. I gotta move my radars across the board. They still haven't issued the tornado warning south of Alexandria. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. It's still on the ground. It's still doing damage. That is some very deep correlation coefficient. That means debris is being slung in the air right now as we speak. As the tornado just crossed the interstate. I have no idea I have no idea whose jurisdiction this is. I think it's actually Shreveport.
It's right behind that Tahoe. You can start cutting it now.
Once again, that is a tornado. That's still a tornado in progress. That is still a tornado in progress.
Yeah, boy, I see it now.
I have no words. If you know anyone that lives near Chambers, Willow Glen, Collin, areas near Highway 1, Highway 71, areas near 49, as well as areas near 107, they need to get in their safe space right now. I'm actually gonna go to that camera. I'm gonna watch it live on the side. That's the tornado warning that they issued for this area. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
It's
southeastern
an extension
East
for the
Carroll Parish
PDS.
in northeastern Louisiana, northern Madison Parish in northeastern Louisiana, northwestern Warren County in west central Mississippi, southwestern Issaquena County in west central Mississippi.
It's Tallulah, Sondheimer, Eagle Bend, and Valley Park. Tornado warning over there for Carroll Parish as well as Madison Parish, and then Warren and Issaquena County in Mississippi. So if you guys live in those counties, you have a tornado warning until 11:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. That one's starting to intensify again, though might be some side lobe contamination contained within this. But this might also be a significant tornado again. Once again, guys, please be sure to spread this information with as many people as possible on YouTube. We have a tornado that is south of Alexandria that's not warned by the National Weather Service. We have another tornado that is in a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning for a large and extremely dangerous tornado. And we have a couple other tornado warnings that have been issued across the board. Please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible on social media. And by interacting with my channel, such as commenting in the chat, hitting that like button down below and getting that number higher and higher, as well as hitting the subscribe button, you essentially help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. And I'll tell you what, it's 10:44 Central. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are asleep by now. If they just got woken up because of a tornado warning, they're probably going to want to go to the internet to try and figure out what exactly is going on. That's where we come in. That's where we actually help try to, convince people to get and take their proper precautions. So let's start out with the furthest northernmost tornado warning. Tornado warning for Lafayette, Yalobusha, Tallahatchie, as well as Quitman and Panola counties here in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 11:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you guys live near Charleston, Cortland, Batesville, Enid, Water Valley, Velma, and Taylor, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Speaking of the tornadic rotation, here it is. Reds are the winds moving away, greens are the winds moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Crossing over I-55 as we speak, south of Batesville and Cortland, north of Enid and Oakland, moving off towards the north and east towards the Taylor and Oxford areas. You could also potentially see some rotations along the line here still within some of these areas near Charleston and maybe even further north towards Batesville. But the primary rotation is right here north of Enid and south of Cortland here in northwestern Mississippi. So once again, if you live near Taylor, Water Valley, and Oxford, you need to get in your safe space right now. Moving off down to the south, we have a couple tornado warnings here that are off north of Indianola heading towards the Schlater area. Some of these tornado warnings could potentially expire here relatively soon, including this one near Sunflower and LaFleur. That'll be in effect until 11:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. The original rotation actually has kind of dissipated just a little tiny smidge. So that's kind of the good news here, but the original rotation was over here near Sunflower. It's actually right there. As it progresses further on through in time, it has kind of lost a little bit of its overall structure. Regardless, if you're in Phillip and Money outside of the tornado warning, you definitely should pay attention to that one very, very closely. A potential for a new tornado warning could actually be issued out ahead of that. Moving off to the west, a new tornado warning here, or not exactly a new tornado warning, something that got issued about 10 minutes ago. Tornado warning here for Washington, Boulevard, as well as Sunflower counties. That'll be in effect until 11:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. The rotation is in two actual areas. You have one that's west of Shaw, and then you also have another one that's outside of the warning, north and east of Heads, both of which are crossing Highway 61 right about now. This is north and east of Greenville, Mississippi, and this is approaching the areas near Renova, Cleveland, Boyle, as well as Doddsville, Blaine, Sunflower, of course Shaw in the immediate vicinity, and even further along towards, I believe this is Drew and Ruleville. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas there in Mississippi, in the northwestern portions, I would highly advise them or you to get into a safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Moving off down to the south, this is where a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning was issued for a large and extremely dangerous tornado. It did produce a large and extremely dangerous tornado. It is now moving off towards the I-20 area. It doesn't seem to be on the ground as of this very moment, which is the fortunate thing. However, with the history of it producing significant tornadoes, we can't rule one out here in the near future. So Tallulah, Sonheimer, as well as Eagle Bend and areas along the Mississippi River along the border of Louisiana and Mississippi, as well as Alsatia and Valley Park, you guys have a tornado warning. This is for East Carroll, Madison, those two parishes in Louisiana, as well as Warren and Issaquah counties here in Mississippi until 11:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Once again, the rotation is right here. Reds are moving away. Greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Just to the south of I-20, just to the south and east of Tyndall, and just due west of Tallulah, moving off to the north and east near Highway 80 and Highway 65. And it is about to cross over I-20. So if you know anyone who lives over there, I would highly recommend you tell them to go ahead and get indoors and into a sturdy structure, preferably underground if you can. However, if there's not underground facilities over here, which I have heard that there isn't really a whole lot of, then please get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Moving off to the south, this is south of Alexandria. We have a tornado over here that has been doing damage for quite some time. You can see there is a debris ball right here of what seems to be a tornado. We'll actually look up and tilt, and we can see that this is clearly still some form of tornadic rotation right within here. So more than likely a tornado in progress heading off towards Highway 1 and eventually off towards the Collin area just to the south and east of Alexandria. So if you know anyone who lives within these areas near Collin as well as areas north and east of Chambers, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Moving off down to the south and west as well, this is near Elizabeth for Allen Parish. That'll be in effect until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. We do have some rotation on this one. This will be heading off across the Highway 10 area, north and west of Oakdale. This is in central portions of Louisiana. The greens are the winds moving towards the radar, reds and grays moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So once again, this is heading off towards the north and east. In the near future, this storm may head off towards Forest Hill and Glenmora, and they were the actual towns that were previously impacted by this storm that looked to have been producing a tornado over here, even currently right now near the Willow Glen and Collin area. So if you know anyone who lives in those general vicinities, please be sure to tell them to get into a sturdy structure now. They have updated it, and that is a big debris ball right now. I don't know why a tornado warning has not been issued for this storm. I really do not know.
Tornado warning for Southwestern
Elizabeth.
Rapides Parish in central Louisiana, North Central Allen Parish in southwestern Louisiana.
So, let me get this straight. Tornado warning for Elizabeth, not tornado warning for Collin. If this isn't a tornado, I don't know what is. Because this right here, this right here, from everything that I have learned ever about radar, is a tornado. All the signs are there. Negative values of ZDR, low values of correlation coefficient. I've seen tornadoes that have been displaced from the main body of rain. PHI is absolutely messed up to absolute garbage. High values of reflectivity on top of it. Debris ball is now starting to shrink. That's the good news. And this is a tornado. This, unless if some National Weather Service office person tells me what's going on with that, because I really have no clue if that isn't the case. I would need one of them to explain to me why this isn't a tornado. Because this sure looks like it's doing some form of damage. They just warned Woodsworth. That would be this one right here. They warned Woodsworth for the cell in Elizabeth. The cell that was near Woodsworth is now near Willow Glen and Collin. I don't know. Don't be surprised if this storm northwest of Tallulah produces a SIG tornado. Another one. Do not be surprised. Why did they go on... I don't know what Vince and Brendan are doing. I really do not. But I would not be surprised if the storm that's near Tallulah could produce a significant tornado. Where did you come from? That might produce a tornado warning near Rolling Fork and Anguilla, or Anguilla. I would not be surprised if that actually produced a tornado warning. I may not go to bed after all. Sheesh. Delhi, Louisiana. Oh. This is from Chris Florida Tornado Tracker in Delhi, Louisiana. I believe that's where the significant tornado was. Yeah, I mean, look at that. That is, that's as clear as day right there. That is indeed a tornado. Right there. Yep, see ya, Sean. Thanks for coming out. Really do appreciate it. Have a good night. Oh, that's a bounded weak echo region. That's not good. Yeah, it was this cell that was over here. It was this PDS storm. That was that storm. And yeah, as I said, would not be surprised if this thing produced a significant tornado here. Once again, please be sure to spread this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, or subscribing, or even interacting with the chat, you help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. That would be greatly appreciated, because a lot of people who might be hearing about this for the first time might need to know what's going on. And you guys are really helping me out get this to more and more people. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's go back to the cells over in Alexandria. Debris signature has fanned out. Yeah, it looks like still a slight debris signature, still a slight bit of rotation within that, but it does look like it's starting to kind of weaken a little bit with that storm. Yeah, I mean, that just really... I'd be thoroughly surprised if that wasn't a tornado, because I would need a real explanation on why that wasn't. That's not a debris signature. Nebraska might get some snow. Yes, icy. It more than likely will be tracking over where the unwarned tornado went. The Elizabeth cell. The rotation is relatively weak for right now, though, which is kind of the good news. Ah, that is confirmed. Is it spotter confirmed? Yeah, it is spotter confirmed. Man. Some side lobe contamination with it, though, but I mean... Sheesh. Storm is nasty. So that is a confirmed tornado warning. Fortunately for us, we only have 3 tornado warnings right now. One can only hope that the event is starting to die out, but knowing our luck, that isn't going to be the case. And they're probably going to issue a new tornado warning, as I said, for Nita, Yuma, and Anguilla. Wouldn't be surprised if they did that soon. So... Nah, I think it was. Only reason why I say that We go over to Fort Polk, right? And I guess, of course, we're going to have to see with the damage survey. So we go back over here. So here's the debris ball right there, or the aforementioned debris ball. It withered away right there, so it's no longer really there now. The tornado went away. Go back in time. We'll circle our aforementioned debris ball right here. So we've circled that. Reflectivity shows high reflectivity, and ZDR shows low ZDR. Now, the velocities are a little bit further towards the north and east, but you can still see, if you go up to 0.8 tilt, which is only, what, 1,000 feet above the actual rotation, you can see the rotation lines up still. Same thing with correlation coefficient, same thing with reflectivity, same thing with ZDR. If you go back to when the debris ball first started, which was right here, southeast of Woodworth, there's the velocity signature right there. And you can even go one prior, right there. There's the debris ball, and there's your rotation. It lines up with normalized rotation, and you have low ZDR, which is the reason why I say that was probably a tornado that they just didn't warn. That is probably another storm that's going to probably produce a tornado east of Alexandria near Libus. It's raining hard in Houston. Can I check it? I don't think there's a whole lot of stuff in Houston at the moment. Actually, let me look. Yeah, Houston's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. Supercell still is there. Let's go up to Memphis to see. When does this tornado warning expire? 11:15. That's in 10 minutes. Vince says tornado on the ground. I wouldn't actually be too surprised, honestly. I really wouldn't be surprised. Chris Florida Tornado said about, I'd say, 10 minutes ago when we saw on his picture that it's on the ground. Back on the ground. Let me look at his feed. Oh, he's right next to the wall cloud, and there might actually be a little funnel. If Brad Arnold's not careful, he's going to get hit. He's going to get hit by the tornado. Actually, it just went right over them. Oh, yeah, there's a big wall cloud on the right-hand side of Vince's stream. I can't show you guys because copyright reasons, but... trying to look in Vince's stream to see if I can find anything again. It's starting to get surrounded and, you know, wrapped with rain. So it's starting to become more impossible to see it every time. This is still an observed tornado warning right here. This is right on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana. No debris signature quite yet, but a very strong velocity couplet right here. High values of normalized rotation, or at least moderate levels of normalized rotation. Tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for Central Humphreys County in central Mississippi, northern Sharkey County in west central Mississippi.
So, just for your all's information, the tornado warning over here that was for Glenmora, this actually gets canceled. Strange, but, you know, it did. By the way, this one over here near Labousse, that one might produce a tornado, so I'd watch out for that. But yeah, Glenmora gets canceled. We have a new tornado warning, though. We have a new tornado warning, and this is for the Anguilla, or the Anguilla, the Anita Yuma, the Midnight, the Silver City, and the Belzoni area. Tornado warning over there. You can see we have a pretty strong velocity couplet over here as well. Red's moving away and green's moving towards. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. If you guys live over there, you guys definitely need to watch out for this as this continues to progress. And this is quite a lot of stuff that's happening this late at night. I mean, these second waves of storms have been no joke. You know, I actually was thinking maybe we're not going to get as much stuff. No, we have been streaming for 10.5 hours now. We saw wave number 1 earlier on today with 2 particularly dangerous situation tornado warnings. This one here today, we've seen 1, but we've seen a lot more tornadoes with this one here. This is it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, look at this rotation. Still very strong. Bounded weak echo region. Huh. Oh yeah, that is not working correctly. Velocity data is not working correctly on that screen. Oh! Yep, for sure, Gabriella. Have a good night. Sheesh. It's the event that never ends. That might also be a tornado warning that could be issued over near Sunflower too, but we'll have to see. Back at Glenmora. There's some rotation with that. There's some rotation over to the east of Labousse. No debris signature with that one, though. I'm going to comb Twitter real quickly. Because... House Chambers, I haven't heard too much from them. And I haven't really attempted to hear too much from them, to be honest with you. Can we have a 3D on Chambers? You know what? Might not be a bad idea. Yeah, that is a tornado. You can see the debris being lofted into the atmosphere. Spectrum width next to it. Yeah, I don't know what to say. That's a tornado. That is legitimately the tornado right there. Do not know what to say. Could also produce another tornado near Highway 28, heading towards Rogers and Naboo. So if you guys live over there, I'd watch out for that as well. Potential tornado later along the line. Oh boy, this thing's just going to continue to intensify, isn't it? It really is. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Rapides Parish in central Louisiana.
I'm going to sleep. You know, listen. I may not be the brightest guy in the world. But what is that? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, geez, that thing is... That's pretty strong. Eagle Bend, Valley Park, onward, Holly Bluff. Where's this thing going? At least it doesn't hit Yazoo City this time, because Yazoo City's seen enough. Velocities on both of these storms over near Nita and Anguilla, Midnight and Silver City, and then over near Eagle Bend. Both of those are pretty strong right now. Also some rotation west of Greenwood, but that's not doing too much. So it's those two tornado warnings that are near the Mississippi River, and then you have this one, into which they have issued, all too late. Am I going to be okay? As I said, the latest I got to stay up to is 1:30 Eastern, so 12:30 Central. That's the absolute latest. Can't do any further. I don't know. This storm produced a tornado earlier and they didn't warn it. Then when it produces rotation but no debris signature, they warn it? I don't know. Yeah, I got a final tomorrow as well. So I'm going to sleep at 12:30 Central. Whether there's storms or not. Have I ate dinner? Yeah, kinda. Oh, that's gonna produce something odd. Cheese. When you do your 3D with GR2 and it doesn't look like that, want to use isosurface. Why is that? Because you're probably not doing it right. Go to isosurface, and then you see this arrow under here, under volume alpha. You'd have to hit this graph thing. You click it. You can slide the arrow right here, and it changes. Just like that. Fun stuff. Do I have a P.O. box? Unfortunately, I do not as of this moment.
Tornado warning for northwestern Yazoo County in central Mississippi, east central Issaquena County in west central Mississippi, southern Sharkey County in west central Mississippi.
Oh, that is definitely side lobe. Yeah, I don't have a P.O. box as of right now. Let's put it this way. If it didn't produce a tornado south of Alexandria, then fine. We overreact. Okay? But if it produced a tornado and they missed the tornado, I don't know. Is it going to be bad in Laurel, Mississippi? Tomorrow it will be, so come back to the channel when you can during the afternoon. They've issued a new tornado warning here in Mississippi. This would be for Yazoo, Issaquena, and Sharkey counties in Mississippi until 12:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. Very strong rotation with the storm. Once again, you can see bright pinks and almost oranges moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Normalized rotation shows moderate rotation. Relatively strong in that sense. So, my goodness. Does the Eagle Bend storm have two rotations? It does. The one on the rear, however, is not going to do a whole lot because it's, being dominated by the one to the northeast. This one's the primary cell. And the primary cell continues to dominate. Oh, that's a big ZDR arc. Jeez. So once again, onward, Valley Park, Holly Bluff, and Yazoo City. All of you guys have tornado warnings within your area. So if you know anyone who lives within these areas in Mississippi, I would tell them to get in their safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado that has been confirmed, by the way, from the National Weather Service as possible. We also have another tornado warning over here north and east of Anguilla and just to the west of Midnight here in Mississippi. This is a tornado warning for Humphreys and Sharkey County until midnight Central Standard Time. So if you know anyone who lives over here near Midnight, Silver City, and Belzoni, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions as well. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado or tornadic rotation as possible. There's always something with Yazoo City. There always is. There are always, every single time we have a severe weather event here, we mention Yazoo City. It just happens. That tornado warning has now been canceled for Rogers. So that's the good news. Tornado warning has been canceled. There's still more areas of rotation down here. Not sure if they're going to do anything, but jeez. Could it hit midnight at midnight? That's a really good question. I am not going to lie. If it moves due east, it might get there 15 minutes before midnight and hit at midnight. So that is a good question. But it looks like it's going northeast of midnight. Tania with the 9, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, Yazoo City is the Moore of Mississippi. Oh my gosh. You are 100% correct, now that I think about it. Sheesh. New day. Oh, that's gonna be a significant tornado. The Valley Park onward. That's gonna be a PDS. That is gonna be a PDS. Day 1 enhanced. They did not upgrade it. Oh, geez. 10 tour, 5 hail, 15 wind. Ah! Tornado observed at Chotard Lake. There you go. There's your report. This real quickly, this is the outlook for tomorrow. So if you are going to be, if you live in these areas tomorrow, or if you know anyone who lives within these areas here tomorrow, specifically within the orange, right within here, I highly recommend coming back to the stream tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon. It'll be sometime around 1. But yeah, that is a enhanced risk. That is a big time enhanced risk with a 10% chance for tornadoes, some of which could even be significant. And as I said, we will be live streaming that. I am not ready for this, chat. Valley Park and onward and anywhere along Highway 61 as you approach Holly Bluff, you need to be in your underground shelter or in a sturdy building yesterday. Yesterday. Because if this thing produces a tornado, Uh, yeah, according to normalized rotation, that is strong. Strong rotation. No debris signature quite yet. I don't want to see the next reflectivity scan. PDS. PDS. Particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning has been issued. Oh my gosh. Oh, good lord. If we see a big debris signature here, I mean, I know it's been confirmed by spotters, but if we see a big debris signature here, this might be extraordinarily PDS. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Issaquena County in Mississippi until 11:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:26 p.m. Central Standard Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Valley Park, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed, and considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Issaquena County, and it very well soon could be also issued for Sharkey and Yazoo counties here, which would be in effect until 12:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. There it is. That's the dagger. That's the debris signature. There it is. That is a tornado on the ground. Issaquena, good to know. Oh no. Guys, I wish I could give you guys better news. But the radio transmitter that covers this area is down for the National Weather Service. The radio transmitter, which gives out the emergency alert notification for weather radios, is down. That's, some of these guys are not going to have any warning. Some of these guys are not going to have any warning. You know, and I hate to say it, we might be, you know, we might actually be the only ones on, besides maybe the Weather Channel, who rarely goes into this in depth. We might be the only ones that are telling people that, oh my god. We might be the only ones to tell people that there's a tornado ongoing right now, unless if people have emergency alert notifications. we've got a job to do. We got a job to do. If you know anyone who lives in Holly Bluff, Onward, and Valley Park, Yazoo City, Highway 49 West, State Highway 3, areas that are along Highway 61 and East, you need to get in your safe space right now. A particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Yazoo, Issaquena, and Sharkey counties until 12:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:28 p.m. Central Standard Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Valley Park, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed, and considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. If you're near Holly Bluff and Yazoo City, this will be around your areas here relatively soon. You need to get in your safe space right now. If you guys haven't already, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to more and more people on social media. As I said, they don't have a way of getting this warning out to people because their radio is down. Their transmitter is down right now. So we need to try and get the information out to as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible by interacting with my channel, by hitting that like button down below, by subscribing and stuff like that. You help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. This is from Brad Arnold. Brad Arnold got something. And there it is. There is your tornado. Once again, this is from Brad Arnold. Right there, take that away. I'll get out of full screen so you can see this is actually from Brad, at Brad Arnold WX, right there. That is a tornado in progress right now that is currently located in Sharkey County, Mississippi. If you live in southern portions of Sharkey County, Mississippi, near Onward and Holly Bluff, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So once again, hit that thumbs up button down below. Help us spread this information to as many people as possible because we need to get the information out to more and more people. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued here. North of Valley Park, heading towards the Holly Bluff area, we have a tornado in progress right now. Very strong rotation within this storm. We have seen this storm produce some very strong rotation over time. Fortunately, the storm that's approaching Belzoni is starting to weaken, so that is the good news. This one can be our primary focus right now, as this is the only one to actually have multiple tornado warnings on it. And this is actually the only other storm that's tornadic right now, so we can mainly focus on this storm here. We'll go on to Radar Omega right here, just so we can see. Right there is the rotation. You can see red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. If we go over to correlation coefficient, you guys can see the big blue ball that is right about there near Smeads. If you live near Little Sunflower, as well as Spanish Fort, Kansas Landing, Patmos, Holly Bluff, Campbellville, Elwood Landing, as well as Loch Lomond, George, and Colby, you need to get in your safe space right now here in Mississippi. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for these areas. So once again, we need to continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible, as this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Large and extremely dangerous tornado was located north of, this would be, if we pull this up here one more time, Valley Park, and due east of Onward. You can see still have a correlation coefficient drop, a debris signature right within here. This is a clear and concise debris signature, and is also somewhat rain wrapped. And so not only is the fact of the matter that this thing is in the middle of darkness, it is night outside here at this local area, but it is also shrouded in some form of rain and or precipitation. And so you will not be able to see this thing as it gets closer until it may be right on top of you. And that, of course, spells disaster. So you need to get out of any sort of weak buildings, such as a mobile home. You need to get into some sturdy buildings, so that way you may be able to get into some form of protection, because these storms, once again, are somewhat tornadic, and they are producing what seems to be a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is located due east of Onward, Mississippi, north of Valley Park, and southwest of Holly Bluff, Mississippi. So once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning for Yazoo, Issaquena, and Shark counties until 12:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:28 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Valley Park, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, a tornado, a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning has been issued for Yazoo, Issaquena, and Sharkey counties here in Mississippi, and that'll be in effect until 12:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. We see the rotation has started to shrink. That is the good news here over the past few scans. We look at what it was before, all the bright greens and all the bright pinks earlier. Now it is only bright pinks and dark greens, which means our winds are starting to decrease, and the overall strength of this said tornado is also beginning to do so as well. Same thing with our debris signature, not as deep of a correlation coefficient drop as it once was before. Still, we have flying debris in the atmosphere, which means that there could very well either A, be a tornado, or B, if you are outside looking for one, flying debris can impact you. You could get some form of debris that can hit you, and that can hurt you. That can even potentially kill you if you are unsuspecting. So you need to stay into a sturdy structure all the way until after the storm passes for your own safety. Please, once again, share this information with as many people as possible. By hitting that like button down below and subscribing, you're actually helping me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. And for a system that is this late at night, that is producing as strong of a tornado as it is, we need to get this out to as many people as possible, so that way people who search on the internet may be able to find us. Who knows if they actually have local news coverage over there that can actually provide the service. If they don't, which I highly doubt they do, we will be able to provide it for you. So please be sure to help us spread this out to people who may potentially need it. But this just passed the U.S. Highway 61 area south of Onward and north of Valley Park. And the immediate threat right now is it is heading towards the Holly Bluff area here in Mississippi. If you know one who lives near Holly Bluff in Mississippi, they need to get into a sturdy structure right now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. A new tornado watch has been issued. For the people who may want to actually guess as to what the probs are, please go ahead and leave it in the chat now. The mesoscale discussion has also been issued 40 minutes ago, so let me read it right now. A severe threat is expected to continue during the overnight period across parts of western and central Mississippi. Wind damage, tornadoes, and hail will all be possible with the more intense storm. Weather watch issuance may be needed east of the Weather Watch 584. Yeah, for the people who want to guess as to what the probability of the tornado watch here. So what happens is the first set of numbers, like for instance, 70-40 or 80-60 or something like that. The first set of numbers is the probability of 2 or more tornadoes. So that would be the 80. And then the probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes, that would be like whatever lower number is in 80. So in this instance, what you guys, actually I've seen a couple people that have guessed it already. It is 60-40. The probability is a 60% chance for two or more tornadoes and a 40% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes. So this is a pretty powerful tornado watch for areas of And we'll go full screen here so that you guys can see portions of Jackson all the way down to Macomb, and even portions of Louisiana near New Roads north of Baton Rouge. This also extends all the way towards Grenada and Eupora, and even portions of Kosciuszko and Philadelphia. So new tornado watch that has been issued. 60% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes within that tornado watch, and a 40% chance of seeing a strong one. Getting back to the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, or PDS tornado warning, you see the debris signature has started to fan out a little bit, which means that the debris is starting to become a lot more scattered, and that also could mean that a tornado is no longer in progress. However, this is one of the more unfortunate things that I actually have to say about this storm. It is recycling. We have a new area of rotation that is forming just to the east of it. The old one has fanned off just to the left, and a new area of rotation is forming off just to the south and east. This is a cyclic supercell. We could potentially be talking about another tornado from this supercell here, which could potentially be doing damage heading off towards the Holly Bluff area. We're going to need to wait to see if there actually is some verification on that. But we do potentially have another area of rotation, potentially a new tornado that can be born from this thunderstorm that will be heading off towards the Holly Bluff area. So once again, this was the old tornado right within there. This would be the new one that could form here momentarily. So this is definitely a recycling supercell. This is heading off towards the north and east near the Holly Bluff, as well as the Yazoo City and the US Highway 49 West area over here in Mississippi. So if I just called out your area, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado, or even tornadoes, as possible. Someone's asking for a quick update on Alexandria. That is a good question. Alexandria is seeing some general showers and thunderstorms as of this moment. Though you are in a tornado watch, I don't anticipate any significant activity here at this time. However, there was a tornado that was unwarned by the National Weather Service near Chambers and Collin. So hopefully, if there were people down there, I hope that they are safe. But as of right now, a lot of strong damaging winds is something that I can expect with these storms that are moving through Alexandria within your immediate vicinity. And I do believe that'll probably continue for quite some time here tonight. Let's go back over here. That is updated. Yeah, the debris signature on the old rotation has died out. The new one is officially taken over. There is the hook. As you can see, it is wrapping around all the way, and the old rotation is all the way back there. You can take a look at the velocity signature, and you can see that is exactly the case. Here's the old rotation. There is the new one, a new recycling rotation just to the south and west of Holly Bluff. And you can see that is going to be moving off more than likely towards the north and east. We'll get another track here for you all so that you guys may be able to see. Yes, there is the storm track there indicated in our white line. The trajectory is to the northeast, just like that. So within all these little arrow marks, that's 15-minute increments. That's how much time you have between where the storm is currently right now and where you are currently located. And once again, Holly Bluff and areas to the west of Yazoo City, as well as Carter and Thornton, particularly near Yazoo City and Holly Bluff, you need to get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado or tornadic storm as possible. This has fully recycled, and I am very surprised about this. This is something that I did not anticipate. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm trying to look through Twitter to try and see if there's anything else that I may be able to use to help me out. Maybe something, like additional pictures for tornadoes and stuff like that, so that I can show you guys. If you guys have any pictures of stuff like that on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder, so that way I may be able to show the stream. But absolutely I mean, this is insane. New scan. There's 3 rotations all within that same spot, too. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning was issued before, where a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located north of Valley Park and south of Onward. That's some range folding. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. It's recycled. God. Jeez. Man, oh man. It has done it. It is recycled, and it's probably going to produce another tornado if this continues on its trajectory like this. Jeez. This is round 2, isn't it? Check CC drop over Holly Bluff. I'm looking at it right now. It's not a CC drop at the moment, though. It's not a tornado in progress, which is the good news. Check the VWP. It'd be too far to the south and east. It wouldn't help. Oh yeah, I'm following the storm until Kingdom Come, or at least until I have to go at 1:30 Eastern, so 12:30 Central. Because as I said, I got an exam tomorrow. That looks like it just updated. Velocity signature is a little bit better. That sounds good. That looks good. But yeah, this was a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. Now it is no longer on the ground as of this moment. So tornado warning for Yazoo and Sharkey counties until 12:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. New area of rotation is formed. This thing has performed what we like to call a cycle. It's where the old tornado dies off and a new tornado forms so that the thunderstorm can continue to live. And it has done that. It is recycled. And this looks like the photograph. Oh boy. If that's the case. Oh yeah, that is the case. That is a very good photograph. That is an ouch. Yeah, it is 12:50. I leave at 1:30, so it's another 40 minutes from now. I'm hoping everything dies by then so I don't miss anything major. But I mean, man, these storms. Oh, that's another one. Are you kidding me? It's along the line So it might be overtaken by it, but that's another area of rotation near Sondheimer. This was the old tornado track that went through here. This is the new one. It's right next to it. My sleep schedule has always been messed up. Don't worry about it. If you're near Sondheimer and Alsacia, along the Mississippi River north of Tallulah, we mentioned your towns earlier and how there was a tornado in progress over there. We might see a tornado with this one over near your area too. And if you're near Onward and Filter, as well as Cary, and even Holly Bluff after this, you guys might see another tornado. I used to, Lord Andrew, and then I went to a cheaper college to get the rest of my gen ed classes done. That is... yeah, that's another area of rotation right there. If we go up with height, you can see that there is the beginning characteristics of rotation. New scan, no debris signature. Oh, what is that? Don't tell me that's debris, man. If that's debris, I'm... It's close. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern East Carroll Parish in northeastern Louisiana, north central Madison Parish in northeastern Louisiana, northwestern Warren County in west central Mississippi, west central Issaquena County in west central Mississippi, southwestern Sharkey County in west central Mississippi.
It really doesn't end. It really doesn't end. The same area is going to get ran over by a tornado if it does drop. Because you see all these tornado reports over here. You see these purple boxes with the little squiggly line here? That's a tornado report. That's a tornado report. See this pink box? This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. There's a tornado on the ground over here in between Onward and Holly Bluff. Now it's recycled, and now a new one might actually be on the ground here within the next few minutes. And yet we've got another tornado warning behind this near Sondheimer. Jeez. If you're near Asashia, Sondheimer, Onward, Filter, Valley Park, you're not done yet. There is another storm that can potentially produce a tornado. Unfortunately, you may need to get back into your safe space. I have no idea if that's a debris signature or not. I want to say it isn't. But I can't confirm if it is. Oh, that's some anticyclonic... What? Oh my gosh, it actually pulled a supercell maneuver. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, may I direct your attention to a classic supercell. There's the main rotation right there. There's your anticyclonic rotation. That means your rear flank downdraft came through the middle of that, and it spun off 2 areas of rotation. Just like that. No debris signature. That's just nothing but rain and hail. I did not anticipate this to be... Oh, come on. Stop it already. Latest scan came in. Oh, I don't even know. What is that? Yeah, good luck. Yeah, sure. There is the potential for this thunderstorm to undergo a cell merger. All this anvil precip that's over here from this other supercell right here, the smaller one, could potentially be trying to kill off the one that currently is trying to produce tornadoes. So that might be something to note. On the other hand, the one near Sondheimer heading towards Onward Valley Park and Filter, again, another tornado heading there. That one is still going. Still have rotation. It's heading across the Mississippi River, and it's going over an area that's already produced a tornado, let alone a large tornado. Southern Alabama is going to be impacted tomorrow afternoon into the evening. I'll be live for that as well. I appreciate everyone who's been helping me spread the information. Once again, the closer we get to 2,000 likes, the more we can spread this information with more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below more and more. Even interact in the chat, or even subscribe and turn on notifications and stuff like that. All that stuff helps me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, believe it or not. And if you would like, please put this live stream, get the link to this live stream, put on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Because, I mean, this is absolutely... Midnight? Nah. It is midnight right now. It is midnight right now. Yeah, it never ends. It really doesn't. So we have another 30 minutes before I have to end the live stream. So that is something that I have to make a note to everyone. Because regardless if stuff continues to occur or not, I need to study, or at least look over a little bit for my final exam today, because it is today for both of us in Central and Eastern. I need to study for my final exam in chemistry. But until then, I'm going to put everything I got in these last 30 minutes. Tornado warning has been updated. Still radar indicated. Nothing on the ground as of right now. That's the good news. Still some strong rotation within that. Cell near Holly Bluff. It really does look like it is fighting off all of the rain from the other thunderstorm that just smacked into it. That's the good news. Provencal, Natchitoches. I believe you guys should be done. Yeah, you guys are done. You guys are done. Oh, that might be a new tornado warning near DeVille. Why is there a bunch of storms that are starting to rotate east of Alexandria and Natchez? If that's the case, we could potentially see some significant tornadoes over here in southwestern Mississippi along the Missouri or the Mississippi River overnight. Man, if only if I didn't have exams tomorrow. This is just a quick look here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you live in the orange or in the yellow within these areas, this is the risk for the severe weather event here later on today. This would be on Wednesday, the severe weather event here on Wednesday. And we have the threat for tornadoes possible across much of the area. If you live in any of these areas, please come back to the stream tomorrow. That way I may be able to tell you guys as to what is going on with whatever may happen. Whether it's tornadoes, strong damaging winds, whatever. I will be able to tell you guys what's going on. But DeVille, heading towards Walters and Serena. This one might be a supercell to watch as well for the potential of a tornado. Back up here to Holly Bluff. Rotation's now near Luis. And that is a debris signature.
Tornado warning for northeastern Rapides Parish in central Louisiana.
Or that actually might not be a debris signature. Believe it or not. That might not be a debris signature. That might be a false alarm. What isn't a false alarm, though, is probably this storm here. And yeah, that is what the tornado warning has been issued for. DeVille, over here along Highway 28, north and east of Alexandria. Tornado warning over there. Potential for there to be a debris signature here soon. Yeah, I don't see one quite yet. It's trying, but it's not there quite yet. It'll need to continue to intensify further and even consolidate further. So wait until Walters and Jonesville. New tornado warning has also been issued.
Tornado warning for West Central Holmes County in central Mississippi, northwestern Yazoo County in central Mississippi, Humphreys County in central Mississippi, east central Sharkey County in west central Mississippi.
So this is an extension for the Holly Bluff cell. Obviously, I will not be here for the end of this warning because it's in effect until 12:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. But this storm continues to rotate as it continues to move off towards the north and east. Definitely something we should watch out for as this continues to move about. Yeah, I don't think that's actually a debris signature, believe it or not. That's not a debris signature. But if you're in Midnight, Luis, Carter, Silver City, Belzoni, and Thornton, you guys need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. We also have this storm over here that is approaching Fittler, Onward, and Valley Park. If you live in those areas, you need to also get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, because this is a strong storm as well. This could potentially try and produce a tornado, let alone a strong one. And we need to take that one very, very seriously. This is along the border of Louisiana and Mississippi, approaching Yazoo City area. This is north and west of Jackson, and this is north of Vicksburg. That is where we are currently talking about right now. A mountain? Have you ever been to Colorado? Or Washington? Or the Rockies in general? Don't go to PA for mountains. Those aren't mountains. And I should know because I live in PA. They're not mountains. You should go over there and see if they compare. Yeah, they don't look like they're on the ground as of right now. That's the good news. Velocity signature just updated. It looks like the cell in Luis rotation has died out just a little teeny smidge. Potential recycle on this side. Could be trying to. I think it's moving off towards the north. The storm near Holly Bluff might be starting to die. Once again, Onward and Valley Park. Onward and Valley Park. $14K Club? What do you mean the $14K Club? By the way, appreciate everyone who's been helping me spread the information with as many people as possible. As I look at it right now, we have gotten out to 32,500 people. We're at 1,655 likes. As I said, the closer we get to 2,000 likes, the more our outreach can continue to spread. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. We are trying to get this out to as many people as possible. So hit the like button, even subscribe down below if you would like to help us get onto the YouTube algorithm. Could also potentially be a new tornado warning near Morgan City, Quito, and Sidon over here in Mississippi. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. That would also head for Greenwood. It also could be a tornado warning for Greenwood, so I would watch out for that potentially in the future. See you, April. Thanks for coming out tonight for as long as you have. I'll only be on for about 15 minutes more, so. Because as I said, I need to study for my final tomorrow, and I said the latest I would be on tonight would be 12:30 Central, 1:30 Eastern. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Trying to look here real quickly, guys. So 11:54 it seems when it stops. It'll shut me down. Yeah, 11:54, 11:55 is the time in which it'll shut me down. So that'll be 12 minutes from now. So we'll see what we got here with this as well. Looks like the storm near Onward is kind of gusting out a little bit. You can see the greens kind of pop out like that, like a little bit of a bow. So a little bit of a bow echo characteristic within that. That might be some good news. That could indicate that the storm may not imminently produce a tornado. And if it does, it'll be on the northern side, probably near Onward, as a bookend vortex, something that kind of spins off as kind of like a whirlpooling effect. Cell near Luis. Looks like the old rotation behind, or the storm behind it, this supercell right here, seems to be getting its act together.
Tornado warning for southeastern La Salle Parish in north-central Louisiana.
That's going to be more than likely an extension for DeVille, isn't it? And it is. Rotation is still there. Not as strong as it once was, fortunately. But they will continue to warn that as it moves on through. New tornado warning as well.
Tornado warning for northwestern Carroll County in north-central Mississippi, southwestern Grenada County in north-central Mississippi, central Leffler County in north-central Mississippi.
So that's Morgan City, Quito, Sidon, and Greenwood. We mentioned that one was probably going to get tornado warned. And don't pay attention to that, ladies and gentlemen. That is some side lobe contamination. Not as strong. Not as strong as it usually would appear. So if we go to the higher scans, you can see right there would be the rotation. So indeed, this is something tornadic right within this area. And there's actually the rotation, a little bit better scan. Right there. So if you're in Morgan City, as well as Quito, Itabena, Greenwood, and Sidon, as well as areas near Highway 49 East and Highway 82, as well as areas near Greenwood and the surrounding areas, you need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is a confirmed tornado. Law enforcement confirmed a tornado over here near Filter. And if that's the case, that does mean that that is another tornado that has occurred here within the system. What classes do I have exam for? I only have one exam for tomorrow, for chemistry tomorrow. So fortunately, it's not terrible. It looks like side lobe contamination as well. It doesn't look like anything super prominent with its spin either. So that's the good news. Fittler. I did say Fittler before. Now you can tell I'm really tired. Now you can tell I'm really tired. I've been doing this almost for 12 hours. And, sheesh. Guess I had the right idea to do my giveaway during the stream. At the end, I definitely would not have been able to do it. Definitely would not have. PDZ on NATOcast? I haven't seen PDZ before. Or at least I don't recognize it. Or I'm not thinking right now. What's been the strongest tornado today? Hard to say. I would like to say it's one of these tornadoes that were over here. Near the Holly Bluff, Onward, and Valley Park area. As well as maybe the Tallulah and the Winnsboro general vicinity. But we've had 2 PDS tornado warnings that were over near DeBerry and 4 Points. Or wherever that is over south and west of Keithville along Highway 169 on the opposite side of Louisiana. So we'll have to see. Luis has some pretty strong rotation. A lot of rain with it, so it's pretty rain wrapped. Could potentially see something tornadic head off towards Thornton, Carter, and Silver City. If you're near those areas and even midnight, they need to get into their safe space as well. Oh, de-aliasing. Yeah, Morgan City. The rotation definitely has strengthened a little bit, albeit it is, it's got, once again, some side lobe contamination. But there is a good reason why it is being tornado warned as of this moment. They still have this as a confirmed tornado. Is that one near Greenwood confirmed? No, not as of right now. That is side lobe as well. That, good luck in trying to figure out what that's saying. Onward, that one's probably going to produce a tornado here relatively soon. Everything's being caught up by the line though, so I would say within the next 30 minutes to even an hour, tornado threat might go down temporarily. But probably not after an hour or half an hour to an hour. Red Arnold's stream doesn't have a tornado, but it still looks scary looking. Not too surprised about that, honestly. South of Woodworth spinning up again? Not again. Yeah, kinda. Only a little bit. That is a heck of a supercell, though. Yeah, I do think it is spinning a little bit. That'll be something that they would have to watch. Fortunately, these rotations that are over here in central Louisiana, they aren't doing as much. Not as strong. So that's kind of the good news. I'll tell you what, Matt and I hit the nail on the head with predicting as to where the most significant activity was going to be. We said areas near Monroe and Vicksburg on Saturday was probably where the worst is going to be. And I think we've probably done a good job forecasting that. It's just a little bit further north. That's not going to work, Richard, unfortunately. Morgan was actually doing personal things. So important stuff to his life. All right, we are a minute and a half away from the stream being ended because I will be kicked off. So once again, first off, all these tornado warnings, if you're under a tornado warning tonight, you need to take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, okay? If you know anyone who lives within any of the tornado warnings, please tell them that they need to get into a safe space. On the other hand, we are going to be live streaming tomorrow. Once again, if you live in the yellow or in the orange, please come back tomorrow. I will be covering your area, especially the orange. Thank you guys so much for watching. All the people who subscribed, liked the video, shared it. Y'all have even donated, given super chats and gift memberships and stuff like that. It really does mean a lot to me. So thank you so much. I do use GR2 Analyst as my main radar. That's what someone asked in the chat. That is the main thing there that I use. Best radar that you can get for analysis, honestly. I'm expecting to live stream sometime around, I would say, 1 Central, give or take, minus 30 minutes, plus 30 minutes, something of the sort. So make sure you guys stay tuned. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will catch you guys next time. At least up until I get kicked off. The onward cell is weakening significantly. That's good. That cell might be deteriorating more and more. Carter cell. Side lobe contamination still. We could get a tornado with that, but I also see some strong damaging winds with that. And the Morgan City Quito cell, also some strong damaging winds heading towards Greenwood. So basically, if you're in Greenwood, Chula, Thornton, Silver City, you guys all have the potential for tornadoes later on. And then, of course,